Trustee Ayazi?
Here.
Trustee Gutierrez? Trustee McClory? Trustee Mayer?
Present.
Trustee Rosenberg?
Here.
President Clark?
She's just on her way. I just saw her right now.
Okay. And I am here.
And Maddie's here for her
And
last
Maddie
time.
is here. I'm so sorry. And Maddie is here.
We forgot you.
Let's move to the next item, which is the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll ask Maddie to lead that.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I see that President Clark is here, so I'm going to pass the gavel and meeting back over to President Clark.
Oh, the item that I always miss, motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Are
Sorry.
we doing the amended one that came on email?
Yes, there's changes. All the items are still there, they're just moved in.
Yeah, but orders, we got an email to change the order.
Yes, but there's no change in the content of the items.
No.
Madam President, may I apologize to the board? I hate these things, but one of my students is in a bit of trouble, and I'm waiting to hear to get him out of a bit of trouble. So if the damn thing rings, I apologize, and I will excuse myself. And then I'll kill the kid. I'll feel so much better.
So, John, we don't have to do an amended agenda because all the items are there, we're just changing the order.
Okay. I thought that there was one change to 307 or something like that. But maybe I'm wrong.
I don't,
308, I think we got an amended thing on that contract, but it's still on the agenda. So when we get to that, we can pull that out.
information. Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, public comment.
There is one.
Okay,
Sorry, I have a public comment. I'm not quite sure who to turn this into.
sure, just bring it right on up. You're fine, or Kristen's got it. Right, if you go ahead and introduce yourself and
Hello, my name is Madeline Welch, for the record. I'm a Nevada Youth Legislator. I work with the Nevada Youth Legislature, which includes 21 students from around Nevada, and which represent each senatorial district. I represent Senator Kekeffer's senatorial district. At the end of 2014, we will all submit bill draft requests. And I'm most interested in issues pertaining to education, so I figured that I'd come here and introduce myself. The whole body will ultimately choose one bill to move forward with moving into the 2015 legislative session. As part of my duties as a youth legislator, I have built a council of students who are particularly interested in these problems, and also I've talked to students in classrooms in that environment to talk about the problems that they face. And there's obviously no one better informed about the problems that face Nevada education, especially in my district. Unfortunately, I can't stay here for the duration of the meeting because I have to get back to school myself. But I will review the minutes of this meeting, and I'd like to leave my card with each of you so you can contact me if you ever want to deal with any legislative action. Thank you.
great.
Wow.
Also, we have a legislative committee meeting on June 3rd
Thank you.
Thank you.
at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock? 4:30. June 3rd at 4:30.
Okay.
If you're interested, you can come and sit at that meeting as well. And that's, we're really beginning our conversations about the 2000 legislature at that point. And we all have someone email you as well about that. Okay, great.
Thank you. Senator Kekeffer's my senator.
Oh, thank you.
Is it Mr. Malath?
Brock, yeah.
Welcome.
So great.
So cute.
Good afternoon. I believe I get 5 minutes, although
Yes.
I don't think I'll need all 5.
Yes, you do. You're
All right.
representing a group.
Very good, thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Brock Maleth, and I am the president of the Transgender Allies Group, or TAG, an organization dedicated to educate and advocate for transgender issues and rights in Northern Nevada. I regret that I feel it necessary to bring to the attention of the Board of Trustees and the rest of the community an overdue task and unresolved issue. At the close of the school year 2013, I asked to meet Mr. Martinez to discuss the immediate need for the school district to establish a district-wide policy regarding transgender students, the lack of which leads to individual schools making inconsistent, underinformed decisions when faced with a transgender student. This has led to behavior of staff that underscores a lack of cultural sensitivity, a great deal of ignorance, as well as violation of the school district's own discrimination policy. Instead of meeting with TAG, Mr. Martinez delegated the task of meeting with TAG to Mr. Frank Salvaggio. On August 27th, a meeting was held with 3 members of TAG and Mr. Salvaggio. TAG's representative specifically addressed the school district's lack of awareness of what transgender means, the lack of a district-wide policy to guide staff, and the negative impacts that this has on both students and families, the lack of cultural sensitivity, fear-based operational decisions on the part of administrators, and violations of the district's discrimination policy. Additionally, these representatives of TAG offered assistance to implement a cultural awareness program for all of the district's administrators, teachers, counselors, bus drivers, and support staff at no charge to the district. Instead of embracing the offer and the responsibility, Mr. Salvaggio indicated that the task of creating a policy had been delegated to the head of the school counseling department. At this date, almost 12 full months since Mr. Martinez was approached, no policy has been produced. TAG has participated on an LGBT panel with school counselors, at which perhaps 1/3 of the district's counselors were in attendance. It is painfully obvious that the counseling staff has been assigned the responsibility of dealing with LGBT issues, but lacks adequate authority to implement any policy or direction when interacting with transgender students. By deferring the responsibility of creating a district-wide policy, Mr. Martinez has left the Washoe County School District open for severe financial penalties. First, the lack of direction to school principals has led to actions that are virtually identical to the actions that led to Henkel v. Gregory, which found against Washoe County School District in a $451,000 settlement. Second, on April 29th, the Department of Education issued a memo stating that transgender students are protected from discrimination under Title IX. This effectively means that it is the legal obligation for the school district to protect transgender students from discrimination. Failure to do so jeopardizes federal funding to Washoe County School District. The path to the courthouse has been clearly marked. It is not too late to act. A transgender inclusive policy needs to be an immediate priority. Transgender cultural awareness sessions need to be implemented for all school district employees. TAG is ready to assist with these goals. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will have someone contact you about where that is at, because I believe that we, as part of the policy committee, I thought we addressed something, but we'll get back to you, okay, on where that is in the system, where we're working on policies. Thank you very much. Okay, our next item is the consent agenda. Are there items to be pulled? Trustee Mayor?
Yes, I would like to pull 308, I believe it is.
308. Are there any others? Trustee Ayazi?
306.
306. Any others?
Yes, the one that we received the email on today, 308.
308. Okay, that's already been pulled.
Oh, okay, has it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any others? We have 306 and 308 pulled.
I'll move to approve the other items.
I'll second.
Second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. We'll go back to 3.06, award of bids of multiple capital improvement projects. Trustee Ayazi?
Yeah, my only question on these ones, We were told before that like the Reno High was going to be in multiple millions. Is this a patch or is this a replacement? I just want to know what the extent of these roofing
Situations
yeah.
For the record, Andrea Sullivan, Procurement Manager. Chris might be able to speak a little more to this. The Edison roof is about half of the roof, and the other projects, I don't believe we're scheduled to get full roof replacements at this time.
Chris Cobb, Chief Facilities Management Officer, for the record. These were the identified projects. It's not patching. There's areas as identified by benchmark that are getting replacements. So it's not the entire roof of the school.
So if we find the money to do the rest of the roofs, we don't have to rip this work up and do it. It's fully fixing an area of the roof over
Correct,
the
sir.
schools. Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
You bet.
And I need to indicate that I work at the National Automobile Museum, of which Mr. Dayanda is a Board of Trustees member, and I noticed that D&D,
Q&D.
Q&D. I think after 14 years I would know those initials. But anyways, you can see our relationship is very close now. Q&D is receiving an award in here, so we don't discuss anything associated with the school district or have any financial, but I just wanted to make it clear that I do know him and he is the board of trustee of the museum.
But also to clarify, there is a D&D who got one, but this is a bid project, so they were just the lowest bidders.
Yeah.
Correct, sir.
But I just wanted to,
I want to follow up on that we had no discretion in this at all.
right. Okay.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Great. So next one is 3.08, award of request for proposal, RFP, for social emotional learning curriculum and professional development.
I have about 6 questions, Madam President.
Go ahead, trustee Mayor.
I don't know whose responsibility this was. Is there a timeline that you have to have that rush through and not take your time?
We did have a tight timeline due to grant funding, but I do feel like we held to the process pretty well, and we spent quite a bit of time reviewing all of the options.
So the timeline tightness, was it the fault of the company, or was it the fault of the school district that it was so tight?
I think it was tight, or it was short, but I don't think it impacted the integrity of the process.
Okay. My first question is, why were no principals, teachers, parents, or students from the Student Advisory Board, representatives, or designees included on the evaluation committee?
That's not accurate.
Well, according to this, that listed them all, there's no principals, no teachers, and no Student Advisory Board on there.
We had Megan Waugh from Diedrichson Elementary who participated.
Okay.
We also,
You seen this report?
The staff report.
yeah,
Staff report that lists who your committee members were.
okay. We did have principals. I don't know if that's an error.
Why don't you finish, Trish, with just who was on the, Trish, why don't you
Well, we
go ahead and
had,
finish who was on the committee?
okay, I'm sorry. We did have principals and at the middle school level and the elementary level, because we did select a K-8 curriculum. We also had a dean from North Valley's high school participating, and we also had several teachers participating
Could you
in the
give me their
process.
names, please?
Yeah. You have them? Or we can get them for you, yeah.
And any students represented?
No,
Why?
because we would have to ask them to come after hours.
Did you even ask if Maddie could assign one of the people for her group? Did you even try to get a student advisor?
No, I didn't. We did K-8, so we left it at that.
Well, I think this is important enough to have a representative from the students, especially when it's concerning their curriculum that they're going to be learning. Okay, why is it necessary to purchase a curriculum? Part of the grant or so what?
No, when you look at effective social and emotional learning, and again, I want to remind you that we see improved behavioral and academic outcomes, we have to implement with fidelity, and it's a three-pronged approach. We have integration with academics, we have looking at addressing directly culture and climate issues, and the third part to the stool is direct instruction, which comes from an evidence-based program.
Okay, and how many programs did you look at?
12.
12? And how did you go about evaluating the purchase? On the bid process, or
Do you want to
is it just the best that looked like the greatest thing since popcorn, or what?
If I may, and they know more about it than I do, but part of the RFP process is that the criteria be set forth, the criteria upon which each proposer will be evaluated, and that is disclosed in the RFP document itself. So as people are looking at it and determining whether they want to respond to it, they see what the criteria is. And it's weighted. And then each of the scoring committee members will read and evaluate the proposals and score them based on that criteria. And at the end of the day, the company who gets the highest average score is the one that we recommend for award.
Okay. Oh, and I also forgot, were there any parents on this committee? No parents, no students. Okay, thank you. And you have, what, 2 principals?
Yes, and then we had counselors, deans, and teachers. And a school psychologist.
So they had to meet the RFP, so in order to even put it in. So all 12 of these met it.
People can propose without meeting the requirements of the proposal. It happens all the time. What we're looking for is we set forth the criteria that we're going to score them on, and then we're looking for those who most substantially and most thoroughly meet our needs, because sometimes you can put out a bunch of things and you might have somebody who can do 9.5 out of 10 things, you might have somebody who can do 8 out of 10, and you can't always get everything that you're looking for all in one system. And so you set forth the criteria and the weights based on what's important to you, and then you score them based on what they submitted, and at the end of the day, whoever scores the highest overall is who we recommend.
Okay, and was it
Did you
even
learn how to
close?
do that?
I don't think it wasn't not. I think that there were, I think the finalists were fairly close to one another. There wasn't, I mean, she's got the scoring right there.
Okay.
10 points.
Okay, let's go to my next one, then. If you could, talk about the major principles, components of the SEL, S-E-L, and how curriculum was complemented by the choice.
And how what?
Curriculum was complemented by the choice.
Well, when you look at social and emotional learning, we have 5 competencies that we look at, and then we look at Washoe County School District's approach, which is an integrated approach. We feel strongly through research and evidence-based practice that you cannot teach social and emotional learning for 45 minutes a day. And so we have spent a great deal of time working with our partners in curriculum and instruction and other departments to really provide an integrated experience for our schools. When we were reviewing the options for curriculum, what we wanted was something that held true to our philosophy, so that every teacher, science, PE, ELA, or math could implement social and emotional learning strategies and also have the knowledge to have some sort of approach behind it, which is why we chose the curriculum that we did.
So it will go across the field and give the teachers that don't know anything about SEL ideas and things for
It will definitely give them tools. And remember, I explained there's a 3-pronged approach. There's the academic integration, the culture and climate, and then the direct instruction. And the committee felt strongly that this curriculum we selected hit all 3 components. In addition, from working with teachers and counselors and principals, what they were loud and clear on is they did not want us to hand them a huge box of curriculum where they had to go through and set aside 45 minutes 3 times a week to teach social and emotional learning.
Right.
They have been very clear
They want it
across the
embedded.
board. They want an integrated approach to work. It also has a strong
Why don't we
family
develop it
component and
ourselves?
student component, which is why we selected this one.
And again, how many teachers like that program?
We
How many
had-
were on the committee?
I can count for you. I think we had all great. We had Double Diamond, Diedrichson, Spanish Springs worked with us. We had Billinghurst work with us, Pleasant Valley, and I think that was it.
Okay. The whole staff?
On top of the entire committee.
The whole staff?
No, selected teachers.
And
But
the
in-
amount of people?
In terms of the input around the integrated approach, that's something that we have been working with several schools on as we've done this training and work for the last 18 months. And that's a consensus, I believe, from the top down, that we do not want to have one more box of curriculum.
Okay. And how's this curriculum going to enhance the program?
I think it will enhance it significantly because it provides teachers with pacing, it provides them with tools, but like I said, the one thing that was most impressive to us is this allows us to put social and emotional learning tools, strategies, and the know-how to approach it for every single teacher in our district. We have social and emotional learning in our district, but it was 45 minutes one time a week, or only a few teachers were armed with the know-how. This curriculum will enhance that by giving all teachers, K-8 at this point, the tools to implement these strategies.
Okay. Are the internal assets, as outlined in the development framework, the development assets framework, emphasized in the SEL?
I'm not sure exactly. Are you referencing the 40 developmental assets?
Yes.
Yes, that falls in line with that.
Okay. How many of all of the assets are part of the SEL?
You know, I can't answer that off the top of my head. There's a couple of different ways that you can look at it, but 40 developmental assets is an example of social and emotional learning tools or strategies.
You know, this is very dear to my heart.
I
That's
do.
why I've
Mine
looked at it
too.
very hard.
Yes, and I appreciate
It
it.
would appear to me that the entirety of the DA framework and the selective portions may need to be formulated as part of the upcoming work on prevention.
I would happily sit down and look at those with you
Okay.
and see how they feather into evidence-based programs and research that we have at our disposal.
Okay. And what emphasis in the SEL work and the proposed curriculum is on virtues and positive character traits? The 40 character traits. How many of them are emphasized in the SEL?
I'm not sure because I feel like you're just asking about the 40 developmental assets. When you look at the 5 core competencies and what we're trying to measure, we're talking about social awareness, self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, those types of skills that fray in. And included in that would be things like grit, perseverance, optimism, empathy.
How many of the traits, though, the 40 traits that the school district has adopted, or how many of those are emphasized in this curriculum?
I can't answer for you off the top of my head. The 40 developmental assets is one approach, and it's a good one, I'll give you that. But when we look at the research base and the 5 competencies that we have, and then looking at the evidence-based program that we're proposing today, I haven't crosswalked it with the 40 developmental assets. We do have it in some of our schools, and I realize the importance of the work, but there's work like that peppered throughout the literature.
None of the programs covered the 40 traits, then?
None that we reviewed,
None that you reviewed? Okay.
because we're looking for a K-8, actually a K-12 curriculum.
Okay.
They are embedded in there, and I do think the work of the developmental assets is positive, and it's definitely complementary, but I can't walk you through all 40 and tell you where they crosswalk with the curriculum.
Okay. How these following things are they going to be done? Who is going to do it? Observations, are they going to evaluate on observations, continued education, differentiation for different types of students? And how about teachers? How are they going to get training and
Okay.
follow up?
So we have a training plan for 5 cohorts that would move us through the entire year. We've asked for SEL leadership teams at the school sites, which would include a principal and 4 teachers. Counselors are also encouraged to participate. We've worked closely with Catherine and Joan Bowman. This is something new to our district in terms of putting this in the hands of our teachers. That's what sets this social and emotional learning initiative apart. Prior to this, social and emotional learning was largely owned by the counselors. Okay? So we have a training plan where we will pull the teachers. We've worked closely with the curricular folks. They're actually here in the back row with us today to talk about the integrative approach. We will use a train-the-trainer model, plus we have our central office staff that will be in the buildings coaching. We also have established a strong collaborative relationship with our friends in curriculum and instruction and the Office of Academics to ensure their folks understand what we're doing in terms of coaching. We've tried to build a broad base, and again, the key here is that integrated approach. For looking at teacher assessment, we will be walking through and working with the principals. I mentioned they would be part of the training. And then we've also, again, we were one of 6 in the nation to receive an IES Research Practitioner grant. And under the leadership of Ben Hayes, we spent a significant amount of time looking at our metrics tied to the climate survey. There are also metrics built into the Mind Up curriculum, which is another reason why we need to look at the curriculum. Further, we'll see other indicators like attendance, behavior, those types of reports, bullying incidents, and we'll look at those as other ways to measure our impact.
Okay, so how are you going to differentiate between the schools? You know, I'm sure this isn't a cookie cutter for all these schools. And how are you going to differentiate between the schools for evaluation?
Well, we would first provide support through our central office staff, but the same metric will apply to all our students.
Straight across the board, it'd be all the same?
Yeah.
No matter where, if it's...
Low SES or not, is that where? Yeah, absolutely.
And are the teachers going to be evaluated on this program?
Not to my knowledge.
You know, that's all I have, President Clark.
Trustee Ruggiero, then Trustee Rosenberg.
So I would just want to follow up with Trustee Mayer's question regarding the 40 developmental assets. So you have an expertise in social emotional learning, and you can't answer that question, how that, Mr. Mayer's question in regards to the 40 developmental assets?
I think it's very complimentary, but I don't have all 40 memorized, and I couldn't answer it in the detail that I think he's asking for. I do think that our approach and the work that we've done and the curriculum that we have selected is complementary to the developmental assets.
Why?
Because if you look at some of the characteristics within the 40 developmental assets and the work that we're doing, as well as the 5 competencies that come from research.
So people are watching this on TV, and they may not understand the language that you're using. So I'm going to ask you to use plain language. And so can you briefly describe how some of the developmental assets and how that may complement or tie in with some sort of part of the curriculum with this proposal?
I think that we would provide direct instruction in some of the skills that we know our students need most. And some of those, for example, would be perseverance, grit, empathy, zest, optimism. And this provides direct instruction to our students, and it also allows it to be integrated throughout their day. When you look at the skills that our students need to engage, especially when we're putting higher academic demands on them, we have to teach them how to engage with complex text, for example, and put it aside for a moment and have the tenacity to come back at it. We also have to teach them how to have empathy for their peers. We know that these traits, and there is a plethora of literature, and there are people who have evidence-based research programs, and there are those who profess to understand. What I can tell you is that the approach that we have comes largely with the guidance of CASEL, which is a research think tank. Some of the top people in the nation are guiding our work. In addition, the Hahn Foundation had to go through a rigorous approval plan to be sure that they were evidence-based and they met a rigorous criteria for us to even consider them. Family engagement was a component, looking at the others. The 40 developmental assets is good. I think it's great. I think it's trendy. I don't think that it's at the very crux of what we're trying to do, but it does complement that work, and certainly if we had any school that was committed to that, then we would work with them. We have worked Pleasant Valley as an example. Their leader believes in the 40 developmental assets, and we have worked closely with him to crosswalk and not overstep and not diminish.
Did you say 40 developmental assets is trendy?
I think that we have greater research available to us.
What did you mean by that? What do you mean it's trendy? I'm not understanding.
I think that the research that we have available to us through CASEL and through other leading experts in the field can provide us with a wealth of knowledge. I think the 40 developmental assets has a lot to offer. I think that it's good that we're looking at it and that we continue to honor it.
Okay, so what are your thoughts on prevention science, risk and protective factors? How does that tie in with this curriculum?
Well, we've worked very closely with the Department of Accountability to ensure that the early warning system, based off Alphonse's work, is in play for every single student in our district. We've also worked very hard to make sure we can pull an early warning system on every student to see where they're at. I also have been supporting Catherine Loudon in looking at the mental health screeners, a universal mental health screener, and then also in terms of pediatric.
That's not what risk and protective factors are. That's not what I'm talking about. Are you familiar with risk and protective factor science?
I believe so, but maybe you can help me understand your question better.
It's the same question that I had about the 40 developmental assets. How do you see risk and protective factor prevention science tying in with this model? How does it tie in?
I think it does tie in because it would be present every single day. It would create a heightened awareness. We would have these practices at a tier 1 universal level, and it would work hand in hand with the work that our counselors and psychologists are doing.
Does the HAN program have any connection with CASEL?
No, just that CASEL has reviewed the curriculum and they have received an approval from them.
How many programs has CASEL reviewed that they support? So
I can pull their website if you want. I'm sure it's over 50. They target different things. I think, as Andrea pointed out, we look for, we set forth our criteria and our approach. There are some programs that are pre-K only. There are some that are pre-K through 5. There are some that target certain things, and we were looking for certain components. Strong family engagement. We wanted a K-12 if possible. We wanted something that was more integrated than a huge box of curriculum. We were looking something that fell in line with our philosophy. CASEL review, you can submit to have your product reviewed at any time.
I'm going to ask that this item be pulled and come back to us, because I can, just in this conversation with Mr. Mayor and myself and asking the questions, I don't think we have an understanding of what we're doing in this. I'm very concerned.
What's the timeline on this contract?
I think it mostly has to do with when she needs to use the grant funds, and then her implementation schedule for getting it out to the schools as far as that goes. I mean, that's really up to her.
So the grant timeline, or when you have to use them, can you give us some dates?
We were hoping to have some training done as early as June, if not start in August.
Let me go to Trustee Rosenberg and ask him his questions.
Are we having fun yet?
Always.
Please understand, one of the things that I think this is really good is that we're asking questions that really bother us. And you can only answer as best you can. My major problem here is I don't like buying curricula. I think we should develop our own curriculum. We have experts in the field, especially at the elementary level. That's embedded in their training. At least it is at the university. I don't know what is coming on from anyplace else. And what worries me more than anything else is when you buy something, it does tend to be cookie cutter that we then have to personalize for ourselves. And that's no reflection on anybody. It's just, I think, the way it is. I tend to agree with Trustee Ruggiero. I think we need to ask some more questions. But it has nothing whatever, Trish, to do with you or your expertise. You know that.
Thank you.
Did you have any questions, Trustee Iozzi?
Yeah, just real quick, and it's on a completely different subject, sort of, and not about the professional part, but just the monetary part. I noticed that the ones that you're recommending for approval had almost the second lowest feedback from others, and it was second lowest from the effectiveness, but it was the highest in the costs. If you had more money, would you do a different program?
No.
This is the one you'd pick?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
That's good.
And let me just make my comments before we go back to Trustee Ruggiero's request. I see through the committee consisted of counseling, equity, and engagement specialists. Who's that?
Dee Johnson and Catherine Loudon.
Okay.
And Fatima and Tiffany also have helped out.
Fatima and Tiffany were also part of the committee?
They came in on occasion. We had, because of the time commitment, we didn't have them there the entire time. Dee Johnson was there the entire time. She's one of Catherine Loudon's counseling experts, and then Catherine was also part of it.
And family engagement?
I don't believe we had family engagement, no.
So my concern goes to you. You know, on our core belief system, when we're looking at projects as we go out, and we talked about this at the last board meeting. What subject were we talking about? About that our core beliefs and had to permeate through everything that we do. And the core belief system talks about the cultural competency, the family engagement, the equity. So my concern is, for not only this project, but for every contract, et cetera, that goes forth, how are we going to make sure that those key components that we say permeate everything we do, how are we going to make sure that they permeate everything even when we go into this? Certainly, I think with this contract here, we're talking about something that's very impactful to families and very impactful to diverse families, and that we need to make sure that the people that are the skill sets in those areas, family engagement, diversity, are part of the decision making all along. And I know it's hard with a big school district and the scheduling.
They were invited to participate,
Yeah.
and we've worked closely. We spent 4 hours with Tiffany and Fatima last week poring over our training and ensuring. We've worked closely with Delisa
Right.
Crane. They weren't able to make every single meeting that we had, so in terms of a voting member, they weren't there, but I definitely want to echo that they were not excluded on any level. In fact, they were invited to participate, so much so that we had a separate meeting with Equity and Diversity last week, and we're meeting with them again on Monday for another 4 hours.
Right. And again, I would go back to also the family engagement component. So do we have a desire to, let's maybe postpone it to June 10th? It still might fit within the guideline of them being able to address their issues? Yes, Trustee Mayor.
Mr. Martinez, is this a program that you're recommending?
Well, we're definitely want to continue our social and emotional learning. I think, what I would like, if you don't mind, trustees, because I hear your concerns, if we can get a list of them so we can answer your questions. And I know this will push us a little bit, Trish, but I prefer that. I mean, this is a big initiative for us. So I want to make sure that, and this is one component of it, of course. So SEL is a bigger initiative. But I would like, if you don't mind, if we get your questions and concerns, we try to address them all, and hopefully between now and June 10th, and then, because like I said, I'd rather we do this right. I mean, so let's, and I know, and I'm very confident in Trish and her ability to answer the question. So I think if we just put them all together, and we can then, Mr. Mayor, just bring it back on June 10th, and we'll deal with the timeline issues.
The thing that I'm worried most about is that, we adopt a spelling book, and we look all the books laid out in a table at the center, and parents can go and look at Hugh Mifflin, and they can look at this one. That wasn't done here.
Yeah.
There's no parents on this committee. There's no students on this committee.
Yeah.
So I don't think that the curriculum was completely reviewed.
I agree.
Okay.
And I think that I'm glad they had 12 companies that wanted to bid on this, but I think all of it should have been put out on the table so that parents could see, because in my opinion, this is more important than learning how to spell.
Okay.
Yes.
And I think that it has a lot to do with the accidents that are happening in schools today. Because, and I just feel that, but you're saying that even if we went through all that, this would be the company.
Well, here's what I want to do. What I would prefer is that we get all your questions and concerns. We address them between now and June 10th. It is completely the board's prerogative to ask us to rebid this, and we can. But what I would like is first give us a stab at answering your questions and concerns. I will in between spend some time with our staff, and then June 10th we'll come back to you and either say we still recommend this for this reason, and hopefully we've answered all your concerns, or if not, again we'll relook at it. So, I guess for me, I would prefer, if our trustees have concerns, I would prefer we don't proceed. And, I'd rather we hit the pause button for a second, and then let's relook at it, bring it back, and that way, hopefully, everybody will feel more comfortable on the 10th. So I'm more than open to that.
Trustee Ayazi?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what the concerns are. I wrote down 4 that I heard people, that could happen is, this isn't the right program, or we shouldn't do this program, or the process wasn't followed, or we should do it ourselves. Those are sort of the 4 things that I heard. And I think to help on June, our next meeting is, we should be able to narrow that down. I mean, do we think, like the process, is that enough time for you to go out and suit Trustee Mayer's issues about getting the process done? It could be done maybe, I don't know. But that would solve his issues perhaps. I don't know if this is the right one or the wrong one, or should we do it ourselves? I mean, if those are the concerns too, rather than just questions, we should put those out on the table.
Yeah,
I'm certainly not the expert, so I'm just listening to what people are saying, and sort of that's what I heard.
And what I would suggest for Ozzy is let me work with the staff and look at relook at the process just to see if, again, because again, it's something that we just have to discuss whether we need to go back and bring more people to look at it, and then we can very easily answer the other questions in terms of should we do it ourselves, because we can give you the pros and cons. I would tell you right now, just on that issue, we have so much going on right now in the curriculum office that I would just hate to add another thing to them. Now,
I couldn't imagine we could develop something for $150,000.
right.
I'll just tell you that right off. I just don't think we could for this cost.
Well, especially, like I said, just because our staff are so taxed right now with the new standards.
Even if we hired people, it would be more than that.
But like I said, but I'd rather address that. Like I said, I'd rather take the time, answer those concerns, have you look at it in between the meetings of June 10th, have our staff even call some of the trustees so you can get some of the questions answered directly. The process question is a good one, and I think sometimes and this is not Tricia's fault, but sometimes we're trying to meet some deadlines of a grant, because this is all externally funded, by the way. So this is not general funds. These are grant funds. And sometimes what happens with grant funds is there's just timelines that we're trying to meet. And so sometimes process can get a little bit rushed. But I like I said, I want to address your concerns. We bring it back. And like I said, we'll deal with the timelines.
Trustee Rosenberg?
May I make one suggestion? This needs to be in concert with curriculum, because each one of the 40 assets should be embedded in lessons that we teach normally, so that it isn't a separate thing, it becomes part and parcel of. So maybe we could take those 40 assets, though they don't belong to us, do they?
Well, but we have. That is our approach, and that's
Okay.
why I know the Office of Academics is sitting behind us, but we have done a tremendous amount of work. We have our own training going on where we have our ELA experts, our math experts, our social studies experts, teaching alongside delivering professional development with our social and emotional learning experts. We wholeheartedly agree with your statement, which is also why we selected this curriculum, because you're right. It needs to be all day long. It's how we do business. Absolutely.
The thing for me is the best way to get this across, starting-wise, is the humanities. There's where you begin. Then it trickles over into everything else, we hope. But I would feel more comfortable, for instance, if I could see this curriculum. What is it that we're getting for $150,000? We're not paying for it. It's grant money, that's great. So it's not going to hurt anybody, and it could conceivably help. But I would just feel more comfortable if I looked at it and saw it.
Okay.
So like I said, let us take this time, because again, we have, 2 weeks between now and the 10th. Let us address those concerns. Like I said, for me, we're definitely committed to social and emotional learning. So these are more of some of the details in the house. And so I want to make sure that you're, when you approve something like this, a contract like this, that you're comfortable with it. So let us try to address those concerns, and then we'll come back on the 10th and we'll go from there.
Fine.
If that's okay with everybody.
Could I
Yes,
make a
Trustee Mayor.
suggestion that you approach Dr. McClure and see what she thinks of this curriculum also, because, it's kind of an expertise, get an expertise that
Sure.
could help you out.
Sure.
Okay, we'll see you back on June 10th. Thank you very
Trish.
much.
Thank you.
And do we need to have a motion for 3.06, award of bids for multiple capital? Did we?
Thought I did.
Did we? We did that one. Okay, so good. All right, thank you. Okay, we are now at department reports, and it
Do we need a
is.
motion to table this one until June 10th?
Do we need to?
Okay.
Okay. Office of Academics Department Report, Mr. Bailey. Welcome.
Thank you. Testing. Okay. For the record, Scott Bailey, Chief Academic Officer, and greetings to the board, President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, board members, Ms. Eckert. Appreciate you giving us the opportunity this afternoon to present to you multiple departments within the Office of Academics. I will first direct you, if I can find the clicker, to our mission statement. What I'll attempt to do today in 25 minutes is give you an overview of 7 departments. Highlights will be featured through this PowerPoint, which is also a representation of about 41 pages of departmental reports that were provided to you previously. One thing I want to note first is within our mission statement, you'll see heavy degrees of collaboration, not only locally within the county, the state, and also the nation. The new standards, for example, have given us a great network nationwide. As you can see on the next slide, representation of the department directors. We've grown a little bit since our most recent report, which was dated April 17th
What is that, a hair
of 2012. This is a great visual, so you can connect faces to role and function within the Office of Academics, therefore the district.
He's got a good thing going for himself.
I do. I'm actually very, very blessed to work with a great team of directors. Absolutely right. I would like to introduce them briefly. Hopefully you'll have some questions that we can pose to them at the end of the presentation. Kendra Fox, Director of Curriculum and Instruction. Thank you.
Where's her photo? She's the first photo.
First photo, I'll go in order,
First
actually.
photo, okay.
Kirsten Gleisner, Director of Northwest RPDP, all the Northwest counties. Director of Striving Readers, Carol Gebhardt. Janine Kelly, Director of ELL and World Languages. Paul Richter, Director of Assessment. Dr. Dana Ryan, Director of Signature Academies and CTE. And lastly, Dr. Saul Wazaki, Director of Professional Learning. Thank you. So now you've connected names and faces.
Yes, that's good.
Drilling a little deeper, you'll see a representation of approximately 154 staff that work in those 7 departments under each of the directors.
Hello.
It helped. I mean, it really helps you understand. It's good.
It helps me too.
Yeah.
Diving into major mandates largely, and I certainly won't read from the slides, Howard. I will
Thank you.
paraphrase that most of our work is driven by NRS, Assembly bills, Senate bills, and also public laws. We also implement various grants. Those included are ELL, the Perkins Grant, and also the Striving Readers Grant, among others. We, as you know, have our hands in a lot of policies, making them actionable through regulation. many of which you're familiar with because we're revising most of those policies. In fact, some are on the agenda for this evening's discussion. And of course, we're heavy into the strategic plan, delivering on the goals, objectives, and initiatives within the strategic plan. In fact, I believe we have approximately 5 initiatives that we oversee through our 7 departments. We are primary owners on goals 1 and 2. However, we would say that we support all the goals 1 through 5 within the strategic plan, but definitely a lot of ownership in goals 1 and 2. For example, those 5 initiatives would include Nevada Academic Content Standards implementation, a 5-year ELL plan development, Signature Academies expansion, college preparedness initiative, and also the comprehensive PD plan. Dive a little deeper into Goal 1 highlights, functions therein. As previously stated, we are doing a lot of work because the sand has shifted with reference to revised standards of academic content in ELA and math. We joined 45 states, the District of Columbia, Department of Defense, several regions, in adopting the Common Core State Standards, ELA and math. We've also recently, through the State Department, gathered support around the next generation science standards. Also, bullet statement number 2, and again, I'll just highlight a few per slide. We've also revised the Vendor Product Review Selection Committee, which we've put in alignment with what the standards bring to us, what the demand and lexile within text are, bringing in 21st century design, technology applications. So we've totally revamped that process and rubrics as well.
And the makeup of that committee?
Not sure membership, but if you wouldn't mind, until the end of the presentation, when Kendra's available, we could drill down into that. Thank you.
I just wanted to, I'm on my horse.
I understand.
For everybody.
So stay in the saddle. Major functions, accountability assessments, and Paul Richter knows this all too well, just completing CRTs, and it's actually the end of CRTs literally, because we're bringing on the SBAC and the State of Nevada Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium. So the last CRT that was bundled in box for UPS pickup hopefully has left the county. And the next accountability assessment for next year would be Smarter Balanced Assessment. We also are dealing with high school proficiency exams, and that will be replaced, as you know, with end of course in the coming years. Next slide. Going to toot our own horn here. We've done a lot of work in grabbing a hold of these new standards, largely embracing them early. We were recognized for some innovation around our implementation strategies, and I think the Fordham study, which focused on 4 districts, highlighted four districts across the United States as an early adopter or a model for implementation, called us the creative implementer. I say we had a blessing and a curse. We had a curse that we didn't have money to go out and buy the next shiny thing that said Common Core Align, but we also had a blessing in that we built the curriculum from the ground up and continue to build it from the ground up through our teachers. The Academy of Arts, as you know, got a lot of press recently, making the claim to world champion rover, which was quite impressive and definitely put Washoe County Signature Academies on the map. Next page, a milestone again for our Signature Academy maturity or maturation is the accreditation of the AACT Baking and Culinary programs, and this accreditation was huge for their program at AACT, and it actually lasts through 2018. So again, great recognition for the district and also for Signature Academies.
Really, Scott, I think something we should just note for the community is that the 3-year completion for CTE, because I think that's something that our community asks quite a bit about that, about the status of our not only signature programs but career tech programs, and the fact that you're seeing a 76% increase in children staying with the programs. And that's, remember, keep in mind, this is the first year that we have signature academies in all our valley schools. So when you consider that we're still early in the implementation, but we're already seeing success of children staying with the programs. And keep in mind what that means is if they stay 4 years, most of our children will get dual credit coming right out of high school. something that Trustee Ozzie always talks about is how do we show that to the community about the value they're getting for their high school education. So the more and more we stay in 4 years, the more college credits the children are getting coming right out of high school, and they can go into many different fields. So I just something I think we just got to keep highlighting, because this is an up-and-coming area, and of course,
That's right.
under Dr. Ryan and several staff.
Thank you for that. Additionally, trends and accomplishments. Again, Mr. Richter knows this all too well. He has led the district through the 20 pilot schools that participated in the Smarter Balance endeavor last year, and then this year the field test, which encompassed 38 schools. So we just completed our field test of Smarter Balance assessment items, preparing for the go-live date 14/15. Additional trends and accomplishments on the next page, I believe this is page 15. We've locked arms with UNR and also TMCC in refining an MOU that's ongoing through Superintendent Martinez's leadership and his partnership with the university and college presidents in trying to reduce the remediation rates, which we find quite appalling, to be quite honest. So we are working hard on that, and just recently had our MOU meeting with them to revise it going forward. Next page. National Music Merchants Association has recognized Washoe County School District once again. This is 6 years in a row as a top community for music education. Next page, development of the ELL Steering Committee. We're delivering on the charge to redesign ELL services district-wide, and thanks to your support, we're launching 2 pilots next year, one at Cannon, one at Smithridge, which is largely based on our national research, and we found that St. Paul, Minnesota had a wonderful program yielding some really positive results. We've sent a team to research and discover, and they brought back a lot of information. We're sending another team in the fall, which is representative of the actual school staff, so they can see and feel from these pilot schools. And then I think there's a great celebration in that we had huge input here with 30 members as an ongoing steering committee, representative students, business members, university and college faculty. It was just a wonderful group to work with, and we continue to work with. We'll be drafting the 5-year plan and bringing it back to them shortly so they see the fruits of their labor. So we're quite proud of that, and thank you, Trustee Rosenberg, for attending at least one of those meetings that I recall. Now we'll move on to Goal 2. Again, we have some ownership here, largely with professional learning. You'll see that we actually have a lot of work around leadership development. For example, the Washoe Academy of School Leaders, the WASO, which is kind of the beginning of the pipeline for administrative leadership, is under the charge. Instructional coaching, all the implementation specialists, for example, report to professional learning department, and all of them are embedded in schools now. And again, thank you for your support in moving that initiative forward. Certainly we do a lot of work with induction of teachers and continue to mentor our new teachers and teachers in need of assistance. And education support professionals, shout out to Tony Rader. She's done a miraculous job in providing more and more opportunities for our ESPs, especially the online learning component, so it's more convenient for them to access professional learning.
And I just heard some really good things about that from a staff
Lovely.
member at a school I visited, so
We like to hear that.
that's good.
Goal 2 highlights, page 19 of your slide deck. Under the trends and accomplishments, again, with a shout out to professional learning, you'll notice that the online course development and offering and also participation have increased greatly. In fact, 85 participants in 2011-12, 153 12-13, so you can see the growth. Another shout out here for our entire office, the RAVE, which is recognizing a valued employee, was an employee recognition system that we developed when I took my post. I largely developed it off MGM Grand's nationally recognized program, so that we continue to nominate each other as colleagues across departments around 6 pillars, and your 6 pillars are actually listed there: collaboration, communication, initiative, creativity, and innovation, culture of respect, and also service to customers. So that if, let's say, for example, you're an employee in curriculum instruction and you're working collaboratively with someone in assessment, you want to recognize their contributions around one or all of these pillars, or as many as you care, you can nominate them. All those nominations come to me. Then we do a drawing each month, and our business sponsors actually sponsor gift certificates, and that allows us to provide some additional recognition to the lucky recipient. All nominees receive recognition via certificate as well. Goal 2 highlights. Continued, page 20. Recently we learned that 2 of our staff in Washoe County, one being a classroom teacher at Mount Rose, Jody Westmont, and also an implementation specialist reporting to PLD, Professional Learning Department, is Chris Hayes. They were selected for the National Learn Zillion Dream Team, which is quite a recognition. As you can see, 4,000 applications. So that's pretty cool that 2 came out of Washoe County, and they're going to represent lessons for national consumption. These are model lessons around what we call the Nevada Academic Content Standards, otherwise known as Common Core for ELA and math. So that's a huge win for the county. Next
Zillion
page.
Dreams is a math thing?
Learn Zillion?
Yeah, that's a math is involved in that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, a zillion.
Isn't there such a thing as a zillion?
No.
There should be.
There is. There's a zillion thing on there.
Yeah. Can you think of a zillion reasons?
Is it 1,000 trillion? 1,000 trillion, yeah. Hello.
Page 21 continued. Again, with kudos to Superintendent Martinez for his vision when he came aboard. That is, instead of taking all this money, and I say all this money, it's like $1.7 million, and building silos with it around professional learning, let's put that money into tearing down the silos and building a comprehensive professional learning plan. So I think we've delivered on his vision, first time ever that I'm aware of in the district, where we have all the department heads and staff collaborating. For example, SEL, what does that look like through the lens of the professional growth system? What's it look like through the Common Core, and et cetera? So I think that's a great celebration. We're working on next year's rendition as well.
Okay, anything else?
Goal 2 continued, page 22. You may recall the 888. It was actually August 8th at 8 o'clock a.m. That was kind of the starting gun, if you will, for professional learning district-wide. A lot of us in this room participated in launching that campaign. It was great. We had a menu of choices, but yet we had consistency in the way we delivered and what that content was district-wide. And then there was follow-up or veins of professional learning that occurred to support the initial learning throughout the entire school year.
And I think, Scott, especially for this August, when we do this again, it'd be great to have our trustees go visit one school. I went to one, and it is just very cool to just see it in action, because you see exactly then what we're trying to do with the new standards. And what's great is that it was every school's picked modules. It was very coordinated, and so it was just, and then you could see the mind shifts that are occurring. I mean, especially around instruction. So I think it'd be good for all of our trustees to pick one school and just go visit that school that morning when we do this in August, because it'll be literally, it's the training for all the teachers all at once, and you have to imagine it's district-wide. So you get to kind of see a sample of that.
And this year, 888 also featured a person of national notoriety around the implementation of the core, giving kudos and acclimates to Washoe County. So we even had a uniform keynote virtually, if you will. All right. We're going to jump into our KPIs now. I've highlighted several from various departments. We'll start with curriculum and instruction. And I have a full disclaimer here. This KPI we actually modified a little bit, because if you actually read through it, it sounded great at the time we developed it 2 years ago, increase the number of schools implementing standards-based curricula. However, we've noted that when you read the actual explanation around the initiative, it's probably better stated the more staff we have involved in the professional learning, because it talks about text. Let me look on my copy here. So, for example, it calls out core task project, which kind of lends to the number of persons trained, and that's how it's reported for your review today. For example, the Core Task Project, which actually is that homegrown grassroots effort in developing curriculum and professional learning toward the new standards, you'll see that the numbers have increased exponentially over the years. What started out literally as about a dozen teachers in a lesson study model has now grown to, as you see at the time this report was submitted, which is larger now, 1,460 teachers involved in lesson study and building curriculum and bridges to the new standards, which I think is absolutely amazing. And just for your note, CTP is Core Task Project. CTIP, if you hear that, is Core Task Implementation Project. Core Task Project are short cycles, whereas CTIP is a very long process, long cycle. It could be 1 to 2 years that these teachers are involved. All right, one additional, again, a disclaimer. When we wrote this KPI, it sounded great, but what we're finding is it's very difficult to track data around the remediation. We've got INSHE reports, we've got our local report from P16, we have our own analysis of these data, we're tracking the kids. So I present to you two slices, but also a notation that in our most recent meeting with UNR and TMCC, we all divvied up personnel to refine a data collection system around remediation so that it's more accurate and it's on demand when we need it, rather than having to rifle through multiple files. So you'll be pleasantly surprised the degree of collaboration that we have has yielded UNR deploying their entire data team to Washoe County, TMCC, a data person, and we've obviously got our own data people. So we're going to come to the table as a data team around the new MOU, and we're going to refine how we collect accurate information regarding remediation. You'll see that the INSHE report, for example, which actually was distributed by INSHE 2013, shows the degree of remediation. Note that it has dropped across the state, but this is inclusive of all counties and all Nevada systems of higher education, whereas if you look in the bottom right, these were produced by the Department of Assessment, for example, you'll see that we have an upward trend in the number of students that actually took the AccuPlacer, participated in the remedial courses, and were successful in coming out of those remedial courses. One thing we're not happy with that we're going to address through our MOU is students that take the AccuPlacer sometimes choose not to, because we can't make it mandatory necessarily, choose not to participate in a remedial course. We would like to increase that number. And it's not to say we didn't have a valiant effort. In fact, Paul Richter and myself joined Superintendent Martinez in addressing these families and students personally at every high school on the roadshow. But we would like to increase the number of participants. We're offering it to them, and certainly it pays great dividend if they participate.
If I may, I am proposing that after our students who have been in remedial classes take the remedial classes and then take English 101, I'd like them to take the AccuPlacer again to be sure that we are indeed getting where we think we're getting. And I think this is something that Washoe County could request quite honestly in the interest of just finding out exactly what's going on.
And as I stated earlier, we have shifting sand. Superintendent Martinez knows this as well, that we also have a state's choice, if you will, on a college readiness exam that's coming our way. We don't know what it's going to be, and that may change how we administer assessments with this project.
Yeah, what we may find, Trustee Rosenberg, is that when the state's either going to choose the ACT or the SAT as the exam, we think that's going to be a much better indicator, because one of the challenges with the AccuPlacer, it's very locally driven. So, for example, UNR doesn't really use the AccuPlacer. TMCC does. TMCC is actually revising it because, frankly, there was some over-identification of children with remediation. So now they're revising that. What I like about the ACT and SAT, it's a national norm.
Yeah.
So it's not subject to one institution's interpretation. So. But the other thing you should know is that we are now working with our 12th grade English teachers to implement what the requirements are of UNR to get into English 101. So UNR has a specific requirement for portfolio writing samples. So we're working now with our English teachers to implement that as one of the sort of summative projects for the kids, because frankly, You know, and this is the issue where we've always focused in K-12 on literature more than on writing. The new standards now are forcing us to focus on writing from kindergarten on up.
Good.
So there is a
We need to.
there's a shift in philosophy that we're doing while still not micromanaging our 12th grade teachers
no.
because, you know, I respect them quite a bit,
Right.
you know, especially anybody who's had a 12th grade English teacher. You know, I had a tough one when I was in school. But at the same time, helping them understand that this is the requirement for English 101, and if your children are not meeting that, they're going to have to take a remedial English class, and we don't want that for our children.
That's huge.
If I may, the thing that worries me more than anything else is I had over 150 students that were basically had to write. I'm not happy with what I got. And they've been through remedial work, and they've been through English 101. Something isn't working, and we need to find out what it is, because it's not the kids. When you have a failure like that, you look at the teacher, you don't look at the kids.
And it might be an alignment of content and expectations. And so that's part of the challenge that I think this process, through Scott's leadership and
Good.
Kendra's leadership, we're finally starting to break down the barriers of what is it the university is expecting
Yeah.
versus what
Exactly.
we're doing, because we've never had that connection. And frankly, it's been for years, the gap has existed.
And to your point around this project, this initiative, our faculty that teach these courses actually meet with the UNR and
Good.
TMCC professors on an ongoing professional learning basis. So they are calibrating to degrees we've never reached before.
Good.
And remember, this is all brand new to us, so this is going to be, it's in the, you know, it's going to be a work in process for a few years.
That's fine. The work in process is fine. It's costing the kids a great deal of
I
money
completely agree.
that they don't have, and it
Completely
makes me
agree.
really nervous.
But I think you're doing a tremendous job
Yes.
addressing it.
Definitely.
I really
We're
do.
starting to address it for the
Yeah,
first time.
yeah.
I still say
I
it's
mean,
a
the
beginning.
conversations are really happening. I think
Right.
it's outstanding.
It's just that it's a beginning, though.
I know. It's fine.
It's a national epidemic.
I mean, the
Fine.
discussions are happening. That's a huge
Yes.
leap.
Yes,
So-
yes, yes.
So hopefully a national epidemic, we find a local
Well, and this
response to
goes
it.
back to, again, Trustee Ozzy's point earlier about we have to start quantifying the value we have in terms of what children are graduating with, and frankly, this is a negative value. So when
Right.
children need remediation, this is costing our families money.
Yes.
Yeah.
Versus when they're coming out with dual place, you know, with dual enrollment credit. So it's, you know, there's two sides to that coin that we have to constantly be looking at.
Okay, for your reference, moving on, page 25 of the slide deck. I'll just briefly run through these KPIs. We're over in the ELL world now, number 4 ELL KPI. You'll see an upward trend of students making at least a 25-point gain on the English language proficiency assessment, which is a huge celebration. And this is most commonly the AMAO, as it's affectionately called, is related to No Child Left Behind. It was one of the measurements in determining which schools were proficient under that law.
So Scott, just for the trustees to understand, one of the things that we know about our English language learner programs is that the faster they exit, the more success they have. So if they can exit by 8th grade, their graduation rate will match the district's average. If they don't exit by 8th grade, then we have, you know, significant. So this measure for the future, in the, you know, in the new strategic plan, once you approve that, or the updated strategic plan, it's going to have measurements by grade level as well. So this is overall, but measurements in the future will actually determine by grade level, including 3rd and 8th grade, I believe, well, across different grade levels. I won't speak for Janine, but that's the goal, is to exit them as soon as possible. So that's why this measure is important, but it's going to get more granular because the timing is also very important.
Trustee Mayor?
Yeah, you know, the biggest problem that I hear from people is that they're released too early, like they get released at 3rd grade and then they backslide. They're wondering why you don't test them again before they go to middle school to see how far they've gone back. They feel that they should have at least touch-ups, you know.
So I think, you know, and this is a conversation the state is starting to have now about future weightings for students with ELL. So there is a conversation about what services should be funded and exist after they exit ELL. So I agree with you that we need to monitor that, because there's a difference between mastering the exiting, being an English language learner, but also mastering the academic English language. And there's a difference there. But I will tell you, the data that we're seeing right now is very convincing that the goal is to exit them out as soon as possible and then give them the supports, because the longer they stay as an ELL student, the less success they have. And so it's you know, it's one of those things we're watching as, you know, on the data. Like I said, really clearly, if they exit by 8th grade, we have they have a graduation rate at the district average. If they don't by 8th grade, it's under 30%, and as low as 6% if they stay as an EL student through 12th grade. So that's the.
Does that have any information as to these people that talk to me? They say, "Oh, my kid got kicked out of ESL, and he gets to the 5th grade and he's doing too well."
So we can definitely show that data, and I would show the data that is just the opposite, which is when the longer they stay, the less success they'll have in the future. And so we can show both of that. In fact, we can make sure as part of our data summit that we really focus on that. But remember, your measurements for the future are going to include exits by grade level. So that really lends to that conversation of what supports are happening right after that grade level.
So let me follow up on Trustee Mayer's question, because when we look at the KPIs under ELL, and we look at proficiency in math and reading at certain grade levels, we've gone behind. We're not reaching the goals. My questions are, number one, is how do these low numbers equate to getting out of 8th grade and getting to graduation when these numbers are low, and in fact they're even lower than last year's? What you're aiming at is lower than or I should say, this year, 2012-13 is lower than 11-12. That's my first question.
I'm sorry, President Clark, where are you looking?
I'm looking at like page 28, 29.
Is that one of the?
No.
Number 5?
No, it's not the ones that they pulled out here. It's the other KPIs in the report.
Okay.
Because the ones you pulled out and put up on the screens are all your positive KPIs. They have positive gains. Right. And but however, there are KPIs with negative gains under ELL. So since we're talking about that, I don't understand how you reconcile John Mayer's question with the numbers that we see here as far as being able to who score at or above proficiency on the 3rd grade reading CRT, on the math CRT in 3rd grade, later on writing assessment, 8th grade math. 8th grade math went from 2011-12 at 19% down to 6% in 2012-13. So that leads me to believe that his question about that they're exiting at 8th grade, yet their proficiency rating in math is 6%. How do you jive those two things together?
So clarification, and I don't.
Because I may not understand the process.
No, but I think it's important for us to understand the metrics. So, is the KPI current ELL or former ELL? The numbers that President Clark is quoting
from the department plan itself.
Yeah.
So, with respect, is it possible that the director of ELL could answer more detail around her department plan after I get through?
Oh.
Or
sure.
I'm just asking.
They're ready now. They're anxious.
Out of respect.
Is absolutely fine.
But largely we're talking about apple and orange. There are two different measurements. I can speak to that. There's the ELPA, English Language Proficiency Assessment, and then there's the CRT raw data, which you might be referring to in the actual plan. Yeah. Okay. But I will definitely invite her to speak to that if that's appropriate.
And I want to make sure we also clarify with the community exactly what the KPI is saying, because there's a difference between English language learners and former English language learners. So I just want to make sure when we look at the KPI, so Janine can clarify.
We'll address that. Okay. Thank you for your question. Page 27. This is otherwise known as AMAO3, Annual Measurable Achievement Objective. And this one speaks to the percentage of schools meeting the AMAO. You'll see that larger degrees of schools are meeting their AMAO targets, which is a favorable trend. Page 28, we're trying to increase the percent of ALLs who graduate with a diploma. As Superintendent alluded, the longer students stay in the support tunnel, they tend to have a more difficult time graduating. We try to get them out at our new metrics, grades 3, 6, and 8. So 12-13 school year, for example, 75% were able to obtain a diploma. Page 29, classroom teachers obtaining an ESL endorsement is looking really positive. In fact, cumulative data would yield 1,406 teachers over that period of time since 2010 as a base have obtained their ESL endorsements, and the district does support them in obtaining that.
Good.
Yep.
Great.
Page 30, increase in number of students receiving tech prep over time, 1,854. And this takes a lot of articulation agreements with the university and college as well, so that these students receive credit as they migrate through their pathway. Page 31, number of students completing a CTE course of study. You heard previously a comment that these are course completers. So they have to complete a course pathway in order to become a completer. That number has increased considerably to 315 this current year.
That means that they have successfully passed.
Yes, they have to complete all courses, not just one within a sequence.
All right, that's fine.
And this is an interesting KPI. Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
3 years, right?
Yes.
To get a certificate.
It's three, is it 3 courses? 3 courses, 3 years.
Can't take one in culinary and then one in welding. It's got to be in the same.
Right, a pathway of sequence, right. This next KPI is interesting because we were able to train 100% of our staff in the professional growth systems for principals and teachers, but we also know we're being impacted by the new Nevada Educator Performance Framework. So we kind of have to reset the KPI and start over with the new performance evaluation system. Page 33, professional learning. Again, professional learning for support professionals. We've seen a dramatic increase in the number of opportunities. The online opportunities that these staff have never had before are being celebrated with participation and completion.
So what do you see as the next step in this? So we've put this in place. So how are we going to, we're seeing them really respond to this. What's the next?
So Tony Rader's working on a program right now. It's called a certificate program. Mm-hmm. So this would also incentivize, although it may not mean anything monetarily at the moment, at least, it would give some credentialing and some validity to the fact that these persons have been trained, that they sought out training, participated and completed this training, which would then be memorialized in their personnel folder. So that's what she's working on right now.
Okay.
That's taking collaboration, obviously, with HR and bargaining units and so forth. So we're happy with the direction that is taken. Budget, again, we have about 154 employees, including the grant-funded positions from the grants we oversee, and about $21 million of dollars across these 7 departments. Now, with your indulgence, we'll get to stump the director with questions. And I believe Trustee Mayer had a question queued up, too.
Yeah, I do have a few questions on this. First of all, if possible, I would like to have a larger copy of that organizational chart.
I can oblige.
It's just too crammed in there.
It is.
And then many great trends and accomplishments have been cited for Gold 1 and 2, which are noteworthy. However, they don't translate into successful schools. Effective teachers and student district-wide. Why?
What's the question? I can't quite hear you, Trustee Mayor.
I'll read it again. I had to have this.
And talk into the microphone, too.
Okay. Many great trends and accomplishments cited for Goals 1 and 2, which are noteworthy. How do they translate to successful schools, effective teachers, and student achievement district-wide?
So let me answer this one, Scott. So I think, the true test, keep in mind, all these initiatives are very new, right? So at the oldest 2 years, right? Because I've been here 2 years. Most are, really went into full force this year. I think the true test will be when, frankly, one of the true tests will be the release of the results this year, which I'm very confident from what I'm seeing in the field, I think are going to be very strong. So that you will see when the CRTs come out, probably in the next month or so, I'm expecting pretty strong growth across our schools. Let me use this just to touch a little bit on what Barbara's questions were. So the data that President Clark was referring to are current English language learners, which if you remember when we talked about our strategic plan, this is something that we dove into very deeply because the data is just so bad, which is why we are redesigning our English language learner programs, which is why we're piloting the 2 St. Paul programs. It actually reaffirms what we're seeing in the data, which is the longer they stay as ELL students, the academic data does not get better. So it actually works in reverse. The longer they stay, the academic data, frankly, either stays the same or gets worse. And so for us, it does push us to to really look at, and there is a balance because there's a lot of concerns out there about do we exit them too quickly. Now the good news is there's clear assessments that decide the mastery of English, so it's not a subjective test. It's actually an actual test that is used nationwide. The real issue and the real problem, the real trick, and this is why we're redesigning our programs, is how do we make sure that once they exit, we can build up their academic knowledge in English. Because mastering English on one assessment doesn't necessarily mean they master English academically. So so there's a bridge there that we're building. That's what we're hoping our new programs are going to be able to accomplish. But again, keep in mind, this is one of the areas that we're going to, we want to frankly overhaul because we haven't done it well historically. And that's the work that, Janine and her team are really embarking on this, starting this year. We'll have 2 schools and, we didn't pull any punches. I mean, we have 2 schools that we're piloting next year. We actually changed this, I won't say what percentage, but a very high percentage of the ELL staff, and we have brand new content. The Zoom schools already are showing significant progress, but keep in mind the Zoom schools are all of our acceleration zone schools. So we already have made significant changes even before that funding came into play, and we're already seeing strong results there. But the question is, how do you make this scalable? Right, because otherwise, I mean, that's the trick.
I have a question for Janine. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Miller, you go.
I just have two more short ones.
Go.
At a later date, I don't want you to take it up at this time, but I'd like to understand how the Office of Academics, the Office of School Performance, and the Office of Student Support Services work together to ensure there are inspiring leaders in all of our schools, buildings, and effective teachers in all of our classrooms so that all children, students, will learn and achieve at the highest level possible based upon the individual differences of everyone. Now, you don't have to tell me that now, but what I'm talking about is selecting teachers and selecting principals in the schools and how the 3 departments have an input into it and how they select competent academic leaders and not just a figurehead.
I can respond briefly that
Yeah.
our offices are tied at the hip through Deputy Tracy Davis. And we meet on a weekly basis, Office of Academics personnel. In fact, we just came from the OSP, the Office of School Performance meeting. We're also on their agenda as a standing item, 1 hour every Monday. So we're pretty tight as far as aligning what the look-forwards are around curriculum, assessment, instruction, with what supervision evaluation would hold. In other words, when you're walking a classroom, what should it look like with the new standards and new assessment? That's just a brief answer. I could drill deeper later.
What I'm talking about is the movement of all these principles around. How do you ensure with the moving of these principles that you're getting competent people into these positions and you're moving, say, a number 1 star school to a 5-star school? How can you ensure the people at that 5-star school that that's a competent person?
So first of all, so let me answer that one. So, I'll say, I use the word, I vented with you, with all the trustees around some of the limitations that I have based on state law, which which I'm very limited as a superintendent what I can do with administrators. I mean, and I just say that with all due respect to our administrators, but that's one challenge that we have. I'm hoping the legislator is willing to take that on. In the past, nobody has ever been willing to take that on. But I would say the other is, to be fair to our administrators, first of all, I would first say that, let's use data. Because sometimes in our district, and I've seen this in the last 2 years, we are biased by our own, subjectivity. And I want to use data. Because frankly, at the end of the day, that's what keeps all of us honest, is data. And that's why we've embarked on these issues around special ed and ELL, because we have a benchmark of where we're at today. If our strategies don't work, we'll know that. If they do work, we'll know that. I would say though that in terms of the changes we're making with principals, I feel very confident about it, only because for two reasons. One is even as principals are moving, we have site-based committees that include parents, that include teachers that are making those decisions. It's not the superintendent saying, you move from one building to another, except for, frankly, when we need to make a shift out of a building. But when they have to go into a new building, that comes directly from a committee. The other, I would say, is, again, let's use data. Let's use the data. In fact, I would, I have a couple of different bets with a couple of my staff about how the acceleration zone schools are gonna do this year as a whole. And I think, again, let's look at the data, because at the end of the day, if they don't show the growth that we're expecting, then we have to revisit that, because that was the biggest change we made in those schools. And keep in mind, these are our highest poverty schools, schools with the highest achievement gaps, schools that have had the lowest achievement rates, no matter how you measure it. So I think, let's let the data speak. And like I said, we'll know within the next month or so. But also know that, again, at the end of the day, true reform has to occur at the legislative level, because I am very limited on what I can do. I'm not saying this about any specific administrator, but just in general, it is one of the frustrations that I have in this state that, for whatever reason, this is the way it's been for probably more than a decade.
But what I'm talking about is you take...
Pull the microphone over, Trustee Mayor. Thanks.
What I'm talking about is, do you three departments get together and kind of match the personalities and the technology background of these people to the schools they're going into? Do you, for example, do you take a principal to Rita Cannon, let's say, and do you match the background of that principal in handling children that would be going to that school? Or you take a highly effective teacher in a low economic that isn't technology savvy, and you put him out at Huntsberger where there's a lot of technology, and they go, whoa. I want to know how the three departments evaluate the teachers and the principals, primarily the principals, and placing them in schools that is not a fit for them, and consequently they flounder, especially some teachers. They just aren't a fit for that school, and yet they get an involuntary transfer to such and such a school. And I just want to know how you coordinate that with your three departments.
Like I say, we collaborate a lot. I would say what you're describing is more of a function of Office of School Performance as far as selection and placement, but I will say that we serve a large role in the professional learning and support. For example, Kenny Cervantes, we just announced as our new consulting principal, replacing Stacy Ting Sanini. He plays a large role in working with principals, no matter what their level, to encourage them in their pathway toward excellence. I will say that.
Yeah, and now I'll ask you, what are you doing to find a replacement for Kenny Cervantes, Billy?
We're advertising a position, as far as I know.
No, I'm just asking what coordination is there, because academics, there may be a gun-ho guy on academics that really doesn't understand school performances or something like that at other departments, and I think it really should be a collaborative effort.
Yeah, and again, we do have a large degree of collaboration, and that would be a topic of conversation at an OSP meeting or an academic leadership team meeting with Tracy Davis, for example. So we do look for the best fit, I will say that. Again, we play a support role in those selections in professional learning moving forward.
But see, I think you should play an equal role.
Duly noted.
That's my whole point of asking this question. I don't think any of those three should be more important than the other two.
Duly noted.
That's why I'm asking that question.
Sure, it's noted. Thank you.
Duly noted, Trustee Mayor.
Trustee Ruggiero.
I just want to make a point that, and I don't know how to say this, but our principals should have the skill set where they can do well in any school, and that should be our aim. And Trustee McClory, and I can't speak for Mr. Mayor because he wasn't in the district when I was. And you weren't an administrator. I didn't know you were an administrator when I was working for the district, but I knew about Trustee McClory. She was successful at Collin Ranch. She was successful at Bernice Martin Matthews. That's what we should be aiming for, is providing all of our principals with the supports and helping them develop the skill set so that they can be successful in any school situation.
I agree.
So, a couple of questions since we're on this topic of
And I still have my ELL question.
Yeah, I'm going to go. The administrators and looking at the data, whether they're showing growth. So how do we see that after 1 year? Or does that show? Because generally what the response is, they've only been there a year, so they can't show any growth, so we don't have any data. What's the data we're going to see at the end of each year?
Yeah, so keep in mind, and this is, so let's rewind a little bit, right? So 2 years ago, we didn't have an accountability system per se in terms of one that is as transparent as it is today. So now, all of our families have a chance to see where their schools are rated, and it's a very easy system to understand. Prior to 2 years ago, we were letting administrators be in buildings no matter what the performance was. Let's call it what it is. I mean, that's what we were doing. Okay, and so at the end, 2 years later, we now have an accountability system that's very clear. It's not perfect, but it's useful. And it always has to be, measured in that way because it has everything from closing achievement gaps, which the state system doesn't. Has everything around a parent engagement plan, and hopefully, and then in the future will be around how we implement the parent engagement plan. That was because of the decision of this board. And it also has both proficiency and academic growth, regardless of where the child's at. So and frankly, I will tell you that, yes, we always have to be careful about judging somebody at the 1 year data, but I will tell you what we're seeing right now in the field is we're seeing significant cultural changes, especially in the acceleration zone. I am very confident that when we get this year's data, we're going to be able to dive into it and learn a lot. What is happening in the acceleration zone schools, what strategies are being put in place. It will cut across both English language learners, and it'll cut across around children that live in poverty. It won't be perfect. There'll be some schools that will be standouts and some that were not. Then you're going to ask the tough questions, which is what I ask my staff. We're going to have schools that don't show any progress. And by the way, some of these individuals might be people that members in this room love. They've been with us for 20 years, and they're not showing any growth. That's where you get into the tough conversations. And to me, again, I think we have to challenge ourselves to use data and not let our relationships or biases cloud us. But to answer your question, President Clark, the data will be very clear this summer. And we'll learn a lot just from the insights of the data. It won't be perfect, but I think it will help us understand as we go into redesigning English language learner programs, special ed programs. It will help us provide insight around direction for the future.
So I just want to touch on something that you just said that really was a red flag to me. What do you mean about relationships and biases? So is that an issue currently in the school district? We're not evaluating or monitoring our principals because people have relationships with them?
No, what I would say is, and this is true in any district in the country, when you have a close-knit community like ours, frankly, it is always difficult, to separate relationships from, frankly, sometimes from the data. And so the reason why I was so emphatic about, pushing us having this accountability systems to be able to decide on those issues. And so it's not a criticism. In fact, relationship building is one of our strengths in this community. But the reality is that, and I've had conversations with my staff and community members about, somebody, really being in love with a, specific individual, but the data doesn't back it up. And so I think those are the conversations that we constantly have to have, because that's how you have a school that could be a one-star school for years and years and years and years, and frankly, we don't see results. So I think, what we're sending as a message, I hope, as a team, is that we're not going to tolerate low-performing schools. We're going to continue to understand and learn, because it's very complicated, but also make the changes and decisions when we need to make them.
I think you have the full support of this board to do that. That's why we hired
Yeah,
you.
I've always felt that, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me go back to my question. So what year are we in? School year?
13, 14?
2013, 14? So why in all the KPIs in most of the departments under you only go 2012, 13?
Our most recent report to the board, for some reason we skipped a cycle, was April 17, 2012. So it would be anything from that point forward, 12, 13. We've kind of strewn in, if you will, 12, 13 and 13, 14.
Is part of the
You
challenge
put
also, Scott, is
12, 13, 14's data in 12 and 13? Is that what you just said?
It's cumulative.
Well, the report was April of 12, so then we had data come in. Usually our data comes in around May or June or July or August, so anything moving forward from April 17, 2012 was most likely captured in our KPIs for reporting purposes today.
So I think, Scott, I think the real, just to make sure I'm clear, we don't have summative data yet for this school year. We'll have it in the next month
Correct.
or two.
Right.
Okay, but let's define key performance indicators. So the impression I'm under is that key performance indicators are something that you are setting goals ahead of time, right? For the next year and then for the year after. So all the department reports, I think, that we get have the next year say they're setting a goal. And then when you come back to that year, the year after, we see whether it's met the goal. So what are the goals for 13, 14? Because you don't have any KPIs here under the ELL or under Department of Assessment. Signature Academies does have it on some of it. But why don't I see any KPIs for 13, 14?
So just before Scott answers, I want to just remind the board, remember, the updated strategic plan has all brand-new metrics that you've looked at, and you'll look at them again before you do hopefully a final approval. That will kick in for next year. So there's been this is a transition year for us because we're going to have brand-new metrics. So that's one, and then the other, keep in mind, is that what you're seeing is a more detailed list of performance indicators, not necessarily key performance indicators, just indicators that we've used in the past. But again, I'll let Mr. Bailey answer.
I think you actually answered largely our new targets, if you will. We look at the strategic plan, the goals, the objectives, the initiatives, and within those goals, objectives, and initiatives, we've identified, as you've seen in draft form, the new KPIs going forward for the 2020 model. What you're seeing here is a capture real time by the time the board docs were due, any available data, and some of those data, quite frankly, aren't available yet for 13, 14. So you kind of see, for example, you might have seen something in CTE which was available, so we captured, reported. But if it's not available yet because, for example, CRTs, we won't get those data back until summer, it would not be captured.
But correct me if I'm wrong. The KPIs are not the data that it is. Say whatever LEPs, increase their 8th grade writing assessment for 2013-14 or 14-15, whatever the year is ahead. You're setting a goal that you're going to raise it from 18 to 20%, whatever it is, whatever the numbers are. So number one, it sounded like the explanation that you just gave me, you're waiting to get the number to put into 2013-14 rather than extrapolating out a goal that you're going to raise at 2% or 3% or something. And then the other, which I'm not quite sure I understand, is why we're getting a department report without, if there are new KPIs, and each one of these things say key performance indicators. So if you're saying they're not key performance indicator, they're labeled, when I'm reading it, key performance indicator.
Good point.
So why are we not seeing the new key performance indicators in here so that I can look at this and see where we are, but I also can see where you're telling us to go in the future? Because I'm only seeing your department report once in the 12-month period, so I'm not quite sure why.
So let me take a stab at this. Sure. So it's a good point about the wording, because I think that's one of the things that, has made this year, again, a transitional year. So the new metrics, again, once you approve the updated strategic plan, the new metrics are in place starting for next year. And keep in mind, the metrics that you've reviewed go through 2020. So they have not only metrics for next year, they have metrics all the way through 2020. So that's number one. The other is, I think, President, what you bring up is a good question around the timing of these monitoring reports. So one of the conversations I want to have with the trustees, frankly, with the help of Jill Derby, is looking at next year's monitoring report schedule and timing it more when we have more, frankly, better data, better information, and also timing it so that, for example, the questions that Trustee Mayor asked, frankly, it'd be helpful if all three reports were done simultaneously. Student support services, OSP, and academic support, because then you can see the bigger picture. But frankly, I don't know if April is the right month. I think, we may want to be looking at this maybe in the fall, or late fall.
But then what I'm perceiving you to say again is you're waiting for the number to come out, the actual number, the results of the writing exam for ELL, for LEP students, and then you're going to put that number in. Yet what I thought KPIs were is that you were going to say, we hope to increase the 8th grade reading LEP scores by 1%, 2%, 3%. So why is that number not here?
So again, keep in mind,
Because that's not one of our KPIs in the future, is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. I mean, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying just the opposite. I'm saying the metrics you're going to approve have metrics through 2020. So therefore, those metrics will have annual goals that you can easily measure.
It's an awkward situation. A Baldrige term would be we're sunsetting and sunrising at the same time. You're seeing a sunset as we have a sunrise.
This is why we asked you to review all the brand new metrics because keep in mind, and I don't mean to use.
I got it. But however, as a trustee trying to get this report, read it, and align it with everything else, again,
this is why.
For the 50,000th time, I don't have time to go searching for everything and hope that the departments would have it. I end the conversation. I won't go any further.
Let me follow on that. Right here, I'm looking at one and it has TBD. Why can't you do it in the next one, 14, 15, and set a goal without knowing it? What's in TBD? Maybe TBD is going to be. This was that I'm looking at 65 and 12, 13. TBD probably be 68. Why can't you set it 72 for the next year? That's what she's asking.
And again, Trustee Mayor, the new metrics that you have reviewed, again, we got to keep repeating this, have metrics through 2020, including one-year goals. So these reports.
Put them in the department report.
But I can't do that unless you approve those metrics formally through the strategic plan.
You could say to be approved.
So
I could get everything together in one section. I'm done.
with Trustee Rosenberg as my witness, we did bring the new metrics and KPIs to life Friday.
Yes.
Thanks to your facility, the National Automobile Museum, when we had about 120 employees that went through every piece of the new strategic plan, so they know their ownership around the new metrics. And it was a great day, and I think they walked away with great knowledge.
Could I just tag on here? Data is wonderful. I have nothing against data. Bores the hell out of me, but it's wonderful stuff. When you see it in action and the way they do it, what they did that day was they modeled a behavior with their people that was a treasure hunt. And anything you find for yourself is worth double what somebody teaches you. They actually did what we're doing or trying to do in the classroom. Now, it would be great if we had it on a nice, neat little chart. But sometimes in education, the nice, neat little chart isn't quite there. And I, for one, was absolutely blown away with what you did with your people. And it makes me want to come to more meetings, which I need like another head, but that's another problem.
Thank you. I understand that, Trustee Rosenberg. However, as a trustee in which my role is to oversight, that I have to hunt for the information or have a part that's the past and not the part of this future, it's very difficult for me
Understood.
to provide that oversight.
Understood.
And that is only what I'm saying.
Fine.
So, do we have any other questions for Mr. Bailey? Trustee Ayazi.
Just on your budget, and I might have missed this, you went up by almost 30
Yeah.
employees, full FTEs. Did you get assigned another, what happened?
I did. We've grown, in 2012, when you saw my last office/department report, I had 3 departments. I have 7 now. And any grant that we would have captured is reflected in that budget and also the FTEs. Good
Okay.
point.
Thank you.
Where were those departments before they went under you?
Mostly it's a reorganization. For example, assessment once upon a time sat in accountability. That's just an example. ELL was under student support services, who is now Frank Salvaggio, then Scott Reynolds.
Better.
So under the reorg, trying to get more collaboration, tearing down silos, we were able to accomplish and gather, if you will, under one roof of office academics.
He has imperial designs.
Okay, any further questions? Thank you very much.
No,
We
thank
know
you
you're
very much. We appreciate your
very
support.
hard. Thank you. We are going to take a 15-minute break. We'll start at 4:10. Okay, we'll go ahead and bring the meeting back to order, and now we're on one of our favorite parts, the recognitions, and the first one is Class Act, Mr. De La Rosa. Welcome.
How's everybody doing today?
Great.
We're here. Fantastic. Good to hear. Well, thank you for having me here today. I'm Danny De La Rosa with United Federal Credit Union, and here to present the Class Act Award. And always excited to do this because it's just another opportunity for us to showcase one of the students in the Washoe County School District. We have so many that are doing such great things, and it's just always fun to recognize them. A little bit about Class Act. It's a program that honors students K through 12 who excel in academics, athletics, the arts, community service, mentoring. It's all up on the board because I'm pretty much reading it. It is just a great opportunity for us to recognize a student. And to help me today, I'm going to have Miss Laura Gingrich, the dean at North Valleys High School, come up so that we can honor this month's recipient.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It is a great pleasure that I get to introduce to all of you Jesus Cardiel as the April Class Act Award winner. He is a senior at North Valleys High School who will be graduating in 3 weeks with an advanced diploma. We're so proud of him. GPA of 3.34. He also played JV soccer for 2 years at North Valleys. And currently last season, he played varsity soccer, so he's definitely very involved. Jesus also volunteers approximately 15 hours every single week, helping his mom run their nonprofit organization, which is called Blessed Positivity, where they donate toys and clothes to kids who are underprivileged. So really great to have Jesus and his family here.
Welcome, Jesus.
Hi.
Congratulations. So why don't you tell us a little bit about what you enjoy doing in school and about your nonprofit as well?
I like government in school. I think it's pretty interesting. And then the nonprofit, we just give kids toys and clothes that they need.
Wonderful. How do you collect them?
Donations.
Donations. Great. So do you have plans for after high school?
I'm going to go to UNR.
Wonderful. Love it. Do you know what your major is going to be?
Not yet.
Not yet. All right. I understand.
You're going to be undeclared.
Let's not make any decisions until we need to. I understand that. So do you have somebody here in the audience you'd like to introduce?
My mom, my 2 sisters, my grandma, and my girlfriend.
Oh, great.
Well, let's
stand
Hello,
up.
come on, stand up. Let's see you.
We'll take a picture at the end. We'll get you up here anyways, even if you didn't want to stand up. So, well, Trustee Rosenberg has a resolution to read for you.
I do. Resolution by the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Whereas KRNV-TV, Channel 4, the United Federal Credit Union, and the Reno Aces have honored Jesus Manuel Cardiel as a Class Act Award winner. Whereas the Class Act Award recognizes outstanding students in Northern Nevada. Whereas award winners are positive role models at school, at home, or in their community and often go unrecognized and unrewarded. Whereas as a senior at North Valley High School, Jesus Cardiel maintains a 4.0 GPA and has received an early acceptance letter from the University of Nevada, Reno. Whereas Jesus spends a lot of his free time volunteering in the community, such as serving at the Reno Sparks Gospel Mission and helping his family operate their nonprofit entity, Blessed Positivity, which helps children in the community who need clothing and toys. Whereas Jesus can be found on holidays performing random acts of kindness, such as delivering meals to low-income families and delivering the gifts he has personally wrapped. And whereas thousands of Washoe County students exhibit dedication, hard work, positive attitudes, and community involvement, however, Jesus helps people who are less fortunate by offering his time, which classifies him as an exceptional student. Now, therefore, in consideration of the above, the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees does hereby recognize Jesus Manuel Cardiel, North Valley's High School Class Act Award winner, dated this 27th day of May 2014, and you are also being saluted by the railroad. Congratulations.
And if his family will come up, we'll take a photo. Family, girlfriend, everybody up, and let's take a photo. And we'll scrunch all together, do the sideways. Howard, are you going to take the photos?
You want me to take the pictures? You want me to take it and then yes, you guys can get in there? Okay. How about I do yours first? Yes. Or do you want? Yeah. You want to do that one? So you can do it. President Clark, you should get in there.
Very proud.
Okay. Everybody ready?
Got this one.
Okay. One more. I'm going to take two. Just in case. There we go.
And Jesus, remember, only 12 students are picked each year, so out of all the well, we don't have that many high school students, but, well, it's out of all 62,000 kids that we do the recognition, so that's quite an honor, and congratulations. And good luck at UNR.
And Ms. I just want to congratulate Jesus because he's the first in his family to go to college, and that's a huge deal because I know how difficult that is. And I have to apologize to his mom. I thought that was his sister, so again, I'm sorry.
I don't think that's a bad
What are you apologizing? I think that's wonderful.
I think
it's great.
So,
Not a bad mistake.
anyways, we wish you all the best of luck at college and in your future. We know we'll probably see you again, probably running for something if you're interested in government. So, excellence in education, Mr. De La Rosa, again.
Thank you. Yeah, it's always exciting when we follow up with the students and we jump right into the teachers because the teachers really create an environment where students can excel and they can really reach their goals. And I watch a lot of these kids who come through here, and it's so inspiring. You think back on your high school career, and you're like, I could have done so much more. But I know they're inspiring those around them. So with no further ado, we'll jump into the excellence in education. And to help me with this month's recipient, I'm going to have the assistant principal from Sarah Winnemucca Elementary School, Miss Colby Reardon, come up and join me on stage.
It's a pleasure to be here today to introduce Stacy Melcher, who has been teaching for Washoe County School District for 25 years, and she's retiring this year. So this is bittersweet time for her. Not only does Stacy have high expectations for all of her students with high levels of academic rigor and student engagement, but she also creates a classroom where students become part of a community and family. Students are very comfortable to take risks and accept new challenges. Teachers often come to me asking how to create a classroom environment like Stacy has. And I have to tell each of them the climate in her classroom isn't something that is easily taught. I can teach them how to teach, but it's hard to teach what she does every day. Students have a strong desire to work hard and show success and growth in Stacy's class. Students that have a history of struggling academically or behaviorally are successful in Stacy's classroom, so this award is well deserved.
Thank you.
Well, welcome. No, you don't get to go away from the microphone. Nice try, but so tell us a little bit about how long you've been teaching, and you're retiring. You look like you're about 30.
Oh, I started when I was 13. So it's
Good.
25 years, 3 different schools, 4 different principals, 4,500 kids. Monday's my favorite day. I love Monday. I can't do what I do without awesome administration because they allow that parameter and for me to try and experiment and do what I need to do really well.
Well, gosh, it sounds like we're really going to miss you because you've obviously, if you love Mondays, and I'm not even sure I can say that, that really points out. So what are you going to do in your retirement?
Well, travel's an easy answer, but that takes time and money. So I'll just start there. I don't think I can get my fingers out of Sarah Winnemucca. I'm too rooted into that school. So
We have lots of jobs for her.
I have a job there.
Well, good. I bet
Name
you
the
she
schools.
appreciates.
I began at Kate Smith with Jackie Barham in the Middle Ages. And I moved to Smithridge with June Gronert. And I started Sarah Winnemucca with Penny Love Ranch and continued on and finished with Susan Frank.
Wow, great.
And I can speak for the type of teacher she was because we worked together at Smithridge, and she was a shining star then. You haven't changed.
Oh, thank you, Lisa.
You haven't changed a bit.
Thank
You're just
you.
as beautiful, and what a wonderful impact you've had on our school
Thank you
district.
very much. Thank you.
And do you have family you would like to, or somebody came with you?
I do. My husband and my bestie 5th grade teaching partner. So Todd and Maureen are here with me.
Great. Well, welcome. And so I believe we have a resolution that I guess Trustee Rosenberg is
Awesome.
going to read.
There's one question I have. Did she ask permission?
To retire?
Yeah.
She didn't ask me.
Then that's the end of that. She can't retire. End of that discussion. But just in case I'm wrong, resolution by the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Whereas KRNV-TV, Channel 4, the United Federal Credit Union, and the Reno Aces have honored Stacy Melcher as an Excellence in Education recipient. Whereas teachers are the cornerstone of the Washoe County School District's mission. Whereas Ms. Melcher is a valuable, dedicated 5th grade teacher whose teaching skills are very enlightening and informative, which entice her students to participate and learn more, allowing them to blossom into great young men and women of whom she can be proud. Whereas Stacy is equally communicative with the parents of her students by emailing them each week to inform them of the weekly activities and projects occurring in her classroom. Whereas because Stacy Melcher is a wonderful, loving, and caring teacher who shows compassion for her students, she will be greatly missed upon her retirement this year. And whereas excellence in classroom instruction and thoughtfulness towards students and their families should be recognized and valued throughout the community. Now, therefore, in consideration of the above, the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees does hereby recognize Stacy Melcher, Sarah Winnemucca Elementary School Excellence in Education winner. Congratulations.
Okay, everyone that came for Stacy, let's get up and take a picture. Is your husband retired too?
Thank you.
2 months ago.
Oh, Oh, well, lucky.
You're the boss. I don't know about that. Maybe she's the boss of the house.
Thank you.
Well, good luck in retirement. Enjoy freedom. It sounds fantastic.
Teaching isn't quite being in jail, though.
Oh, but I meant you get to set your own hours
that's
or
true.
sleep when you want. That's retirement.
I
to
once
me.
asked one of my former students who teaches at McQueen what she was going to do over the summer. I think you might get a kick out of this. She said, go to the bathroom whenever I want.
Oh, there you go. A little taste of freedom. Okay, Ms. Huckabee, Educational Support Professionals of the Year.
Yes, President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, members of the board. I'm Dawn Huckabee, Chief HR Officer. First, if I could just give a personal congratulations to Stacy as well. I didn't realize she was retiring. We go way back. She's an amazing teacher. She's been on our teacher recruiting videos. We're really going to miss you. It's a huge loss for this district. Congratulations, Stacy. I would love to present to you today our education support professionals, I'm getting a lot of feedback, of the year. This year is our second year that we're honoring our employee support professionals. And we have 3 categories that we're honoring tonight. One is our aides and assistants, our second is our administrative assistants, and our third are our plant facilities. And I just wanted to let you know, we have a committee of people that meet to go over all of these nominations. They're comprised of Human Resources, Education Alliance, principals, our support staff, and our teachers. And we had amazing nominations. It was a difficult process, but we're so proud of our 3 honorees tonight. Each of them have wonderful stories. What I love is that all 3 of these employees are not the people that are usually in the spotlight. All 3 of them have very unique positions in our district, and these awards are so well deserved. So I will have first Rick Taylor to come up to honor our first honoree, who is Judy Connolly. Congratulations, Judy.
Hi, I'm Rick Taylor, principal of Gerlach in Natchez, and of course Judy is a very, very deserving person for this award. She has so many positions I can't even remember them all. Just share a quick story that I think is pretty funny. I actually even took a picture of it. She has a little chalkboard sign on her desk. It says, outside mowing. So you just don't see that so many times when you walk into a school and the secretary's out mowing. But anyway, I would like to call up Stacy Black. She's the teacher out at Gerlach, and I'm going to have her say a few words as well.
Thank you. I have several words to say, so get comfortable. Once upon a time, in a small corner of northern Washoe County, Steve Conley, aka Daniel Boone, attended the Gerlach schools from kindergarten on. Things in Gerlach aren't that normal today, but in Steve's time they were. Boy meets girl when she transfers to Gerlach High for her senior year. Boy and girl fall in love, they date, they get married, and they start a family. Judy begins working at the schools 27 years ago as a one-on-one for a girl in special education. She goes on to become the librarian and eventually the office manager, while Steve takes a managerial position at the USG plant in Empire. Their children grow up in Gerlach, knowing the same mountains that their homesteading great-grandparents knew, and learning the same values that their parents modeled for them. Both kids to go on to become teachers with master's degrees, gaining recognition in their fields. It's an American story, a rare fairy tale-esque picture that happens to be true. Life went on in Gerlach and the neighboring town of Empire much as it had for many, many years. The schools there consistently held a population of around 100 students. Teachers and students enjoyed the intimacy of a close community and the challenges of one as well. Then in December of 2010, everything changed when U.S. Gypsum announced that it was closing its Empire site. From January until June, a flurry of activity ensued, and when the dust cleared, Empire, perhaps the last company-owned town in America, was closed. There was a barbed wire fence built around it, and it remains uninhabited to this day. The students and school staff were devastated. It's a little bit hard to describe, and I would say that you had to be there, except that I would never wish that kind of confusion and painful uprooting upon you. To quote Mariah Brizuela, a Gerlach alumna, many of us wondered what was to come in the unknown future. Mrs. Conley always left her office door open for anyone who needed to talk. I recall spending many lunch breaks in her office just being comforted by her soothing words. She also made sure that every student who was transferring to another school had everything they needed before they left. And that is so classic Judy. Hard times fall on people everywhere, and when they do, we reach to those we can trust to lead us through the darkness. Judy is a leader and always has been. Mariah went on to say, because of her big heart and long history with us, the class of 2011 decided to ask her to speak at our graduation ceremony as a guest of honor. This was particularly special due to the fact that we were the last class to graduate from Gerlach High School. As to be expected, her speech was beautiful, elegant, and brought the room to tears as she spoke of the special bond she felt with each and every one of the graduates. It was an awesome way to leave GHS. Mariah included other detailed memories of Judy supporting the sports teams through fundraising, baking, and cheerleading, and of her continued support for alumni who can still access scholarship funds to this day. When we think about why each of us in this room entered the field of education, I would hazard a guess that it had something to do with having a positive impact on the lives of young people. Through her personal connections and relentless refusal to give up on people, Judy has become a role model and a mentor for hundreds, if not thousands, of kids. Many people wonder what would happen to Gerlach. There were still a few families, and there was still a school. After a series of meetings in which Judy represented the needs of the town and the staff, and the school district scrutinized the impact that a closure would have, the schools in Gerlach merged together to form the Gerlach K-12 schools. Staffing arrangements were made. One teacher's assistant / bus driver position, Vicki Espiel. One teacher / para-administrator, that's me. And one all hats position that covered everything else, that's Judy Conley. 3 adults, 10 children, and 1 building. It sounded simple enough. Then we started working, and it soon became clear that our situation was anything but simple. Inside of the classroom, students from kindergarten through high school needed appropriate curriculum and instruction. What can a first grader do during a 7th grade math lesson? If the 7th grader spends his time helping the first grader, when does he engage academically with his own zone of proximal development? Daniel Boone might have lived in a time when one-room schoolhouses were normal, but he never contended with the Common Core state standards, map testing, and 21st century learning. We spent our early outs trying to design a mechanism to pull our anachronistic world into the present moment. Judy volunteered to work with the youngest students on the basics during her teacher's assistant hours. She embraced a rough and tumble crash course in using teacher's editions and pacing guides. We talked through individual students' triumphs, needs, and challenges regularly. She extended curriculum to include projects and art. That first spring, we enjoyed a live reading of a play by her first graders, students who did not know the phonetic sounds of the alphabet back in August. Over these 3 years in the classroom, Judy has brought learning to life. The young students in her room enter and leave with smiles on their faces because they know that Mrs. Conley sees them as their best selves. She looks for the good within them in their behavior and academic abilities and pulls it out. She praises their accomplishments, corrects their mistakes gently, and holds them to high standards. In trying moments, she likes to remind me that she is not a real teacher, but more often than not, I feel that I am becoming a better teacher simply by being around her. Holding the all hats position only allotted 3 hours of her day to teacher's assistant's time, so that gave Bionic Judy 2 hours per day for all of the groundskeeping work. She mows lawns, trims hedges, cleans bathrooms, empties trash, wipes down desks, mops floors, changes light bulbs, maintains the vehicle fleet, and orders and collects custodial supplies from paper towels to pencils to fulfill that part of her job. People in town say the grounds have never looked better, which is amazing in itself because a team of 3 people used to do that job full time. As most of you in this room know, things go wrong on school grounds constantly. Problems are not limited to school hours. When ABC Fire comes at 6 a.m. to inspect fire extinguishers, Judy meets them at the door. More than once, the pipes have sprung a leak on a Saturday or in the middle of the night, or both, and Judy is there with Steve not far behind to fix the problem. How can you measure that? How does it count? These things don't easily fit into job classifications or evaluations. They exist as entries in a very full book of Conley examples of what it means to be extraordinary. The last 3 hours a day on the books, not that I ever remember a day when Judy actually left on time, are reserved for secretarial work and responsibilities. These are a bit of a mystery to me because the work is seamless, handled regularly without the need for much oversight or explanation. Judy looks for ways to make things easier for us. The first year of our new school, we had over 100 IC pages to update in the gradebook. She got us through that mess, streamlined the process, and set up classes in a way that made sense. I didn't have to ask. She just did it. Intuition and the desire to have things be just right, just so, make Judy the kind of asset that can never be appreciated enough. From bookkeeping to transcripts, payroll to purchasing, the work gets done in a timely, responsible way. Being a librarian falls into this category as well. Our students have library once a week, often with a theme, cultural performances twice a year, frequent story times, and awesome annual celebrations for Nevada Reading Week thanks to Judy and Tara. The school transforms into a beehive of reading, guest lectures, and library education throughout Washoe County. She stays trained and current on library protocol and systems for 2 separate libraries, the schools and the counties. When she's not sure, she reaches out to former colleagues to ask questions. Thanks, Katie. The same philosophy in action keep Judy traveling to Reno regularly for secretarial meetings and trainings. She often does this by fulfilling her teacher's assistant's hours in the morning and zipping off to town 100 miles away at lunch. The all-hats position holds an endless list of tasks, but she is reluctant to take any time away from her classroom interactions with students. If you've been counting, you know that we're up to 8 hours of work time that can't possibly be completed in 8 actual hours. But this next part is perhaps the most important of all, and it doesn't get logged. Judy is a confidant and an inspiration to our staff and to our town. I consider her the heart and soul of our school. To quote Elizabeth Jackson, a current employee, all of us here at the Gerlach K-12 schools look to her for support, her guidance, and her experience to get us through our days of the school year. What does that look like? Well, imagine a typical Monday morning. Your weekend was subpar. You know that through the school doors you are awaited by a stack of paperwork, a full screen of emails, and at least a few stakeholders who need your immediate attention. Seriously, we've all been there, right? We are all there all the time. Education is not an idle field. You take a deep breath and steel yourself as you pull open the metal door, and then a big smile and kind voice intercept you. Hey, pal, how are you doing? How was your weekend? You pull up a seat and unload a piece of your pie for a while to a wise, listening ear. You get recentered. Suddenly the morning doesn't seem so tough. In fact, that little perspective check was just enough to remind you that taking care of people is why you are here, why all of us are here. You go forward and touch some lives, and Judy goes back to doing one of the million things on her list for the day. I am so blessed to start every morning in this way, thanks to my pal who takes some time to check in. That's the same friend who makes each student and staff member in our school a treat for their birthday, who decorates the hallways, who contacts the nurse when students in poverty need glasses, who reaches out to parents, who invents leprechaun games to keep students on their toes in March, who reminds us on the staff that the kids we are frustrated with have a really challenging, hard home life, who sees to it that she is closely involved in the lives of her 3 grandchildren, 2 children, and 3 parents and parents-in-law. We lost our lunch program when the school downsized, and Judy called our senior center so that our kids have a hot lunch option now. She noticed that a young boy didn't have well-fitting shoes, and we were heading to a roughly landscaped field trip, so she had Steve pick up some sneakers in Reno. As our town notary and public librarian, she opens the school to serve the needs of the community. Judy embraces a level of social emotional responsibility and responsiveness that most of us only see in movies. Bill Bradley, the famous basketball star and senator, once said that leadership is unlocking people's potential to become better. And I believe that Judy does this for all of us through her actions. I know that I've personally become a better person as a direct result of her influence. There were 2 hard things about nominating Judy for this award. One was that the nomination form was limited to 300 words. I used a lot of contractions. And the other was which box to check. Facilities? Yes. Teacher's assistant? Uh-huh. Administrative secretary? Yep, that too. While she would swear that all of the jobs she's ever held, being a mother was the hardest, I would venture a guess that being the guardian angel of the Gerlach K-12 schools is a close second. I asked Vicki why she thought Judy deserved this award, and she said, you know, if it was anybody but her, that job wouldn't be done with exceptionalism like she does it. From working with the little kids to all the many other expectations, she just needs to be admired. And that is in essence why we are here, because we also admire you, Jude. You have integrity, compassion, forethought, and an uncompromising determination to go above and beyond what is expected of you. I've worked with thousands of people in my life through universities, volunteer projects, labor unions, and school districts, and I can say that hands down, you are the best. I'm not sure what we'll ever do without you, but I can tell you that our district, our town, our school, our colleagues, and most of all our students are so very fortunate to have you in our lives. Congratulations for receiving this incredible honor. It couldn't have gone to a more deserving person.
All these people wanted to hear all that stuff.
Well, Mrs. Conley, we've heard quite a bit about you.
Yes, you
You are
did.
the Jack and Jill of all trades, and that's what has to be done out in Gerlach because
Yes.
of their community.
It does. And I want to say I appreciate this award. It's a very nice thing to happen to me. And I appreciate Stacy for nominating me and saying all those kind things. And I'm grateful. Thank you.
Well,
very
it
much.
sounds like you touch not only each student's lives, but their families and the surrounding communities, that you truly are a ripple effect throughout the entire community and take on so much. And it's not easy. It wasn't easy in making decisions about Gerlach School, and it's not easy when the main employer leaves, and yet you still have families, and we still need to educate every child and do our best, and we appreciate everybody that's out there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, just for some of the trustees that came on after this event at Gerlach, Gerlach at its peak, well, I wouldn't say at its peak, but at one time had well over 80 students, K-12. One of my favorite graduations to go to, just because even with 3 or 4 students, it was always a 2-hour graduation. It didn't matter how many students, and the whole community was there. After the plant left, we had enrollment of under 10 or 10 or less, and so it's because of the dedication of the staff that, frankly, the school's been able to stay open. And frankly, I can't say anything but thank you for all your amazing work, because it is still a community. It's still a community that's recovering from that change, and I hope if employers are hearing out there, or companies that are looking to move to Nevada, I hope they really look at this area, because it is an amazing community.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would like to say thank you to my husband, who's been my backup man for about 40 years. And my beautiful granddaughter's here with me today, and my roommate, Tara, works with me in my classroom, and master teacher, Stacy, and my dearest friends who had to take off and leave me when the school closed came to cheer me on, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well,
again.
we're very happy to have them, and we're happy to have your husband, because we know that oftentimes our family members are unpaid volunteers who drag along and help us accomplish everything we need in life, and we certainly appreciate that as well. So let's take a picture. Oh, no, we have you have the plaque. Let's take a picture.
Okay.
And all
of
family
my
and
games.
friends, come on up and join the picture.
Absolutely, I will. You got it. Is that button? Okay. Thank you. Okay, you want to go first? Yeah, I'll do this. Okay.
You got the whole Gerlach family here.
Oh, there's more. Yeah, you need to get in there too.
Okay, I do 1, 2, 3.
Took 2. Okay, let's do a couple more. So big smiles, everybody. Or your knees, okay? Just great. All right, one more.
I might take a few.
Do you want me to do it? No. Are you sure? Okay. Okay.
Judy, do we have any batteries?
Yes, they're still calm. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And thank you for driving down here, too. Ms. Huckabee.
Oh, sorry. Our next recognition is for aides and assistants. And again, I'll have Rick Taylor come up, please. And please join me in congratulating Buddy Sawe from Natchez.
I don't know if there's a connection with all these great workers and me. Love it.
Oh, boy.
Love it. Anyway, after listening to Judy's, or Stacy talking about Judy, remarkable, absolutely remarkable. And it's this same story rolling into Buddyette. Buddyette is the face of Natchez School. She has many different duties that she fulfills each day, and it starts with her driving the bus in the morning. She picks the kids up, she brings them to school. She's our parent involvement facilitator and teacher assistant, and she is in classrooms working with students. She's helping parents. She's just busy. She stays through our Team Up after school program. That ends at 5:30, and then she gets back in the bus and drives them home. So she's the first one to greet them in the morning, and then she sends them home. Our families in our community are very, very comfortable with Buddyette. She is very kind and open and always has her ears open. She knows what's going on with our families, who needs help, when. She organizes it, follows through every time, and she's just an incredible employee because it goes beyond being an employee. I've been at the school at midnight on a school night, and she's there finishing something. I've been there early. Maybe I didn't go home. And she's there. She's always there. Every night event. She's the last one to leave. She locks it up. She sweeps. You name it. And it's not a matter of saying, hey, this is your job, Buddyette. She sees what needs to be done, and she takes personal pride in making things roll off beautifully, and she does a fine job. And she has a wonderful family. They're always her sons, her husband. They're at every night event, usually with a broom or something in their hand. And I'm just so pleased to be able to work with someone of that caliber. So, Buddyette.
Well, Mrs. Alway, we remember you from when we were out there a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, for
it's
the
nice
meeting.
to see you again.
Thank you.
My gosh, it's almost like, again, being part of the community, just like at Gerlach out at Natchez, is that if we didn't have people like you doing the wide variety of jobs, I don't even know how the school would exist, either in Gerlach or in Natchez, from the commitment, and again, the commitment of your family, your commitment to those children and your community, and again, the ripple effect that when you touch each child, you're touching their family, you're touching your community. I think you know that more, so I think we had some conversations about how the community of Natchez is really together, and how important the children are at that school, and the families, and that it takes not only meeting the child's needs, but meeting the family's needs. So tell us a little bit, how many years again have you been at Natchez?
Geez, I think I had to look back on this. I think it was like 21, 22 years at Natchez. Started as a special ed aide and kind of did everything in there, from nutrition services to bus driver to, yeah. But I enjoy my job. I love going to work every day. Well, I shouldn't say that. Sometimes I don't, but the majority of the time I do. I have great support. with my other fellow classified employees. They're always there to help back me up and help me, and without them I wouldn't have been able to do everything that I do. And a very supportive principal who listens and allows me to do what needs to be done. And yeah, and my family. Yeah, they're there helping. Not so much anymore. When they were younger, but I think it was more or less to get me home so they could eat.
Well, that's a good motive.
That's a good reason. I like that.
It is. That's good, very good strategy.
Yeah.
I know we had this board had an opportunity to be out at the school, and it's a great school. We got to hear some music and got to meet a lot of the teachers, and it's a great school out there that really is about a family that supports each other and supports the children and the families, as I indicated. It's a very tight-knit school, and nice to see. And nice to see that your personal pride and commitment to that school is just wonderful. And I know that you have family here. Would you like to introduce them?
Yes, I have my husband, significant other, but we've been together like 20-some years. My youngest son, Jay, who attends Reed High School. My senior, Chance Guerrero. My nephew, Cody, and my niece, Tessa, and Kayana. My sister, Leah. She also works at the school. Fellow PAC members, Indian Education, Lynn Manning, and fellow PAC member, Tanya Hernandez.
Well, welcome everybody. I think it's time for a picture.
Oh, and my mom. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Mom.
The woman that probably deserves
the whole reason why I'm here.
Noticed she was looking at you. I wasn't sure.
I'm here is my mom, Ethel Henry.
Oh, well, welcome. Well, again, we're very appreciative, and again, only 12 people a year get this out of the many hundreds, if not thousands, in your different categories. How many?
3 for the annual award, so.
3 for the annual award.
Yeah,
Wow.
annual award.
Well, excuse
Yes,
me, I'm
presents.
sorry.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
Yes, so thank you, and I thank the committee for choosing me, and I'm sure there were a whole lot of other deserving people, and thank you all very much.
I think you're a shining star. So let's get all of your family and friends up and take a picture. Yes, you all have to come up.
Crazy, huh? Would you go with your handball scholarship?
Fortunate for you.
For the USC,
I think so. We're working on it. No focus. Yeah.
Kind of got to do that side thing and stretch together.
Okay. Hey, did I do that right? It clicked like 4 times. Okay, one more. Thank you.
You know, you ought to take a picture of just her and her mother since she pulled out.
Let's just hope your mom doesn't write you out of the will. That's all we have to worry about. Okay.
And then, last but not least, from Plant Facilities, I'd like to have Charlie Hoppy and Mark Stanton. Oh, is Mark with you? We'll have Charlie come up. And please join me in congratulating from Plant Facilities, Regulated Systems and Assessment, Mark Irvin.
Thank you, Don. Just real quick, this is Charlie Hoppy, Facility Management Director. I want to take the opportunity to say a few highlighted wonderful things about Mark Irwin. He's before we give you your award, we can't give it to you yet. Give this opportunity. This award really speaks not just to Mark, but really to all the support staff that works out in the district. You know, the teachers are, everybody knows who the teachers are and what they do, but this award just kind of typifies all the work that they do. The custodians, the maintenance groups. Mark works in the Regulated Systems and Analysis Department. He's under facility management. He does a specialty that most of us aren't even aware of. He helps manage the information at the facilities. He does the FICUS inspections, the annual inspections, and that's one of the reasons why he's here today. When he started 5 years ago, he started as a facility inspector. He was able to take our year-and-a-half process from every year. About every 18 months, Mark would visit the schools to make sure the facility's in good condition, and or if was there any changes to the condition of the school. Everything from HVAC to painting to the carpet. As you know, that's a critical information that we need to gather on a regular basis to make sure that we have the foundation for future bonds or just for capital needs. That's where all this is really stemmed from. And that's Mark's involvement. He did such a good job at that. He's able to streamline some of the processes that we do, and actually down to a year. So now we're actually completing the inspections annually. I do want to note, through the leadership of John Nolan, he's here, he's the RSNA supervisor. I do need to give credit to John and the work he does with his staff. From day one, Mark has always been professional, shows up on time, leaves late, not too late, but allowable.
Enough to lock the door.
Yeah, thanks. John has to kick him out the door, so he's very professional. He's helped catch a few deficiencies at some of our schools early on when we were able to bring a contractor back as far as a workmanship item that came up later just because of some time. So that saved us thousands of dollars, and that's very notable that he was able to identify that. And that's just based on his history that when we brought him in 5 years ago. He had that background, and that was critical. So we're very pleased to have you working with us, and honored today to have you with us. Now Mark is the Environmental Tech 3. Like I said, he's now helping oversee some of our permitting, internal permitting for water disturbance, asbestos materials management. So that's rather a very important role for working with our contractors that we bring on board, that all that documentation is lined up. So I do want to just kind of highlight some of the unique things that happens in our department, and everybody understands how it works. But once again, I want to thank Mark Irwin and all the work you've done. Thank you. Most importantly, your certificate and your check.
So, Mark, how long have you been working for the school district?
5 years now.
5 years.
Yep.
So, you know, this FICUS thing is something that's dear and near to my heart.
It seems to always come up, yes.
It does. Because it's very important in making decisions that you know exactly where you are, what needs to be done, that you can make decisions based on objective rather than subjective information. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that system. I appreciate what you and others do to maintain that system, make sure that it provides the information that, you know, obviously impacts everybody that are at the schools. Right. And deciding where the resources go. I mean, it's extremely important. And can't tell you personally, and I think for the rest of the board and the school district, even that part, and I know you've moved on, is so very important.
Right, exactly.
And I think, you know, all the internal things that you do, we don't really see. It's not as visible as the teacher
We're
in the classroom.
We're in and out before anybody knows we're
Yes. Kind of covert operations.
Right. But I do know every nook and cranny of every building. So.
And that's a good thing.
Right.
Because then you do get to be able to see where things may not have been done correctly and can be improved. Right. And certainly, you know, inspections and all of that stuff is very important because that's the foundation. We wouldn't be able to have solid schools, safe schools.
Right.
And safe schools are very, very important to us, as I'm sure they are to you and your team,
Yes, they are.
and just critical. So what do you like best about your job?
The paycheck.
Well,
Besides that.
right. No, I really enjoy getting out, and I get to meet everybody out in the schools and the facilities, and I really feel like I'm making a positive impact in what I do, and that's reward in itself. But I'll keep this. Right. And I am appreciative to John for nominating me and the committee. I'm honored to accept this award, and my goal is to exceed my personal standards and the standards that are set so high by the Washoe County School District. So.
Wow, thank you.
Well said.
Yes, very well said. Well, we appreciate having you every day. So, do you have anybody besides your boss that you brought?
Actually, my wife, Elena, she's a teacher for the school district as well.
Oh,
and
great.
After this, we will go finish celebrating our 25th wedding anniversary.
Oh. Well,
She keeps coming back, so
I'm not even going to go
This
there.
isn't part of the celebration. I don't know how that, why this doesn't fit in.
Right, well, yeah, it just fell on the day.
Well, let's take a 25-year picture of where you were at this moment. Have your wife come up and your boss and that's everybody and take a picture.
Okay. I'll do yours first, just so it
If you
doesn't
hold
come
it
out.
down.
You got it.
Oh, thank you.
And where do you teach at? Which school?
Ready? Oh, I got it.
Oops.
Yeah. Oh, that's better. Okay, just hold the button down. Oh, I see. Sorry, it was taking like 100. I expected to click or something. Yeah, you probably have 50 pictures on there now. Okay. Great, thanks.
Thank you very much. And congratulations on 25 years.
Thank you.
So, recognitions, you're well, before we go on to business, more than welcome.
Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Have a safe drive home. So we'll just take a moment here while the group outside comes in.
It's always a help.
President Clark, what's next? Where are we going?
We're going to do board reports, and then we're going to do the Gateway curriculum.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and start with board reports, and Trustee Rosenberg.
Why not? I need to get a note, because I can never remember what the thing is called. It was going that way, and then you go to this one, and you go like this. I went to the Office of Academics' second semester staff meeting at the National Automobile Museum last Friday. It was quite something. The way it was planned was the same way that hopefully we teach our children. It was a treasure hunt. The strategic plan was parceled out. It was all over the museum. Groups were sent around to find it and also to look at cars and make sure they were in the right place. By the time they came back together again, they had a brilliant understanding of the strategic plan that they could not have had any other way. And it's the way I love to see our kids taught. They find it for themselves. You have to salt it where they can find it, but at least they do find it. I was very, very impressed. Very impressed.
Thank you. Trustee Ayazi?
Nothing to report.
Trustee Mayer?
I had attended two ROTC, since it's only been a week this time, award ceremonies, Hug High School and Reno High School. And I have to say that just some thing about Hug, the Jose, who was one of the commanders of one of the companies, graduating with a 5.25 grade point, weighted grade point average, but he's only second in his class.
His brother.
No, his brother's 4.85, but he's better looking than Jose. And it just shows you that they're really doing academically quite well at Hug High School. And then I visited Silver Lake School and Mount Rose. And I got to tell you, Mount Rose has this preschool program for little 4-year-olds. And I went out with the principal and I says, "Who's that kid sitting over there on that wrap around the swings there?" The principal says, "Oh, that's Lucas Martinez." And about that time, he gets off the little wrap around the deal and starts chasing this little girl with beautiful long red hair. And her name's, I says, who's that he's chasing?
Student privacy, Trustee Mayor.
And her name's Ava. So I had to call Pedro, or I texted him. He was someplace. I texted him and I says, "Your son is in good hands at Mount Rose. Ava's taking good care of him."
Yes.
But it was quite a deal. And then also, I'm sorry that Estella isn't here, but she's at a national conference in Houston.
In Austin.
Austin. And she's receiving a national award for academic excellence, and we should be very proud of her.
Great. Thank you for mentioning that.
Absolutely. Trustee Ruggiero?
Always hard to follow Mr. Mayor and board reports, so I will go very quick and just talk about one thing, and that's the Reno Rodeo Association and the reading roundup that they host at all of our elementary schools every year. I attended that last week at Matthews, and they just do a really tremendous job. They bring a horse. BLM is there. They talk about where rodeo started, and it's really good. They give all of the children a book, so it's really a nice thing that they do for schools, and they do so much for the Washoe County School District. This is just one of many things. So I'll leave it at that today. So.
And I will say that I went to the Nevada Women's Lobby Dinner, and where they honored, and Mrs. Batchelder is on the board. So who did they honor, Mrs. Batchelder? Because I can't remember off the top of my head.
Sue.
That's right.
And Mary Bell Bingham.
So it was a great event, and great to honor two women that have been very significant in Nevada's community and political community. So it was very nice. Superintendent Martinez.
Just for the sake of time, just wanted to give you a quick update. So our schools are done now with summative testing, so our CRT testing. So we're now wrapping up the school year. Our high schools, of course, are ramping up for graduation. One of the things that Mr. Hayes informed me is that as of the end of May, we're already exceeding last year's overall number. So we are already ahead of schedule of all of last year, and we still have the summer months. So, and we have a record number of advanced diplomas that we're going to be seeing this year. So results are still not final, so we're going to, we're going to continue to monitor, but right now, just want to give kudos to all the high schools because we're seeing it across the board, continued success, and UNR has already informed me that this fall they'll have a record number of enrollees from Washoe County, and they're still cautious about the numbers as well, but we know it's going to be a record number of university acceptances this fall.
And last but not least, I didn't forget you, Ms. Eckert. I have a vision in mind when I do my rotation. It's coming to you, and we are at your last meeting.
We are. I just have one quick thing. So I spoke to Trustee Ann Bryan last week from Beaverton, Oregon. She saw on our Washoe County website information about the Student Advisory Board, and they're actually interested in kind of modeling a Student Advisory Board after ours.
Oh, nice.
So she just had some questions for me. So I thought that was really exciting that we get to serve as an example for Oregon.
Yeah, which leads into kind of talking, Maddie, since it's your last meeting, about the wonderful year that you have served as chair of the Board of Trustees Student Advisory Group and the accomplishments that have occurred under you for the past year. I know that this year, probably more so than any other year, the student chair and the representative that serves on our board really took a lead role in setting up the student advisory, what issues were going to be addressed, and what was going to be accomplished throughout the year, and there were quite a bit of accomplishments. I'm going to let Trustee Mayer and go around because I know we each had a favorite that happened that the student advisory group was involved in, and that way we'll cover them all.
This is such an outstanding group of young people, but it all hinges on the president of the group, and that's Maddie, and she just did a magnificent job of turnout of the students. I know for a fact that she spent many hours on the phone trying to contact them because it's a pretty hard job because they're just like butterflies. They're everywhere and leave messages and things like that. But she brought a new sense of importance to the board from the first meeting to the last. And I don't know why we don't follow her examples. We'd come into the room and it would be fully decorated in the theme for that particular meeting with candy and cutouts and balloons and everything to make it kind of festivity event for the students. And in her discussions, she did not play any favorites or Reno High students got the most attention. Everyone was treated equally, and everyone's opinions were solicited and were listened to, and it just became a close-knit group. And I don't think you can ask for a better leader. And I'm sorry she's going down to be a USC Trojan. She's the second member of the Student Advisory Board that sat on the Board of Trustees that went down to USC. But I guess there's something down there, beaches or something, I don't know.
Good education.
But I just want to wish her the best in all her endeavors, and someday when I'm in my rocking chair at the old folks home, I pick up the Reno Gazette paper, the reporter from the Gazette will say, Maddie has done something fantastic, and I'll say, I remember a young lady, and because I know there'll be big things out of her. So I hate to see you leave, but you're a butterfly. Fly to USC.
Trustee Ruggiero?
Again, a tough act to follow. You know, Maddie, you've just, you always amaze us. I think we're just, it's such a value to have you sit around the table with the trustees, because the opinions that you bring and the insight that you bring in helping us see things from a student perspective is so helpful. And I will always go back to the window decision. That was a tough decision for this board to put the windows in Worcester and Hug High School, but it was what you said that really finally made me jump on board to get those windows done, because of what you experienced at Reno High School. And to echo what Mr. Mayor said about your leadership and your ability to be very equitable in how you saw things, leading all of the schools. And my most memorable moment, and I think one of the most important student advisory board meetings, was the meeting on school safety. And your openness and your ability to get the students to feel open to talk freely in front of the trustees and Superintendent Martinez was such a value. And I think they benefited just as much as we've benefited from being able to share their opinions and feel valued for their opinions. And I agree with Mr. Mayor. I look forward to seeing you in the Reno Gazette-Journal, but we've already done that. You know, you already appeared too. So we know you'll do great things. Keep in touch with us, and we're so proud of you, and your parents should be so proud of you. So thank you for all your work.
Trustee Ayazi, Trustee Rosenberg.
Yeah, for me, I said a lot of this stuff at the school advisory board meeting that we all attended, but I believe what you told people and showed them is by showing up, you change minds and you get to make decisions. And the windows was one, the fencing around high schools was another. For me, it was the uniform policy that we asked you to look at last year, and you did that. You went to the student advisory board and asked them to look at that. And I weighed that heavily also when we were making our decisions. So you have had a big impact on this school district already. I don't know why Trustee Mayer is concerned about you going to USC. You were just trying to get as close to maroon and gold colors as you could possibly get. So I don't know why you're upset about that. That's as close as Sparks High she's going to get. So thank you very much. It was great meeting you and getting to know you over the last year.
Trustee Rosenberg.
It was wonderful to be able to ask her, what the hell are they talking about? Because half the time I didn't know. Maddie could explain it in very few words and not make me feel like a complete idiot, even though I know I am. As far as USC is concerned, it's a damn good school. And they will benefit from her being there. I expect student government to be part of what you're going to do. And we're right here. You need anything? Yes. All you got to do is call. There's an old movie called Going My Way. Bing Crosby played Father O'Malley. When you're in trouble, dial O for O'Malley. In your situation, dial R for Rosenberg.
I'm going to miss you. Superintendent Martinez.
Just want to echo what the trustees have said, Maddie, and just let you know how proud personally I am of you, and I know that you represent the best of our students, and I do love the fact that frankly you are going to USC, because I know that UNR wanted to capture you, and frankly, you know, you're following your dream, and I respect that, and I especially want to just commend your leadership, because I think I wish I was as great a leader at your age, or I wish I would have been the type of leader you are at your age when I was at the same age, because I can't even imagine what you're going to accomplish. And as Trustee Rosenberg said, please call us, please ask us for help. And what I'm hoping is that you're going to create also a warm environment for future students to go to USC, because I think, you know, we're developing a pipeline to many of these universities. So thank you, Maddie.
And again, your leadership in the student advisory, setting up even the processes in which things occur, and setting a good foundation, reinforcing that through your tenure this past year, I think sets it up in the future for the next gentleman, and I've forgotten his name. I forget everybody's name. Huh?
Logan.
Logan, what's his last name?
Carlson.
Carlson. will be here in the future, so I know he's probably very appreciative that you spent so much time in setting that up, and certainly looking at bullying and the uniforms and all of that has, as everyone has said, been a big help, and helping to control Trustee Rosenberg has been
That's a help.
full-time job during
Yeah.
the board meetings. We do have to acknowledge that.
Yes, definitely.
So, Maddie, we have a little something for you, just to say how much we appreciate having you as our student representative for the past year. She broke her arm on her longboard, which I was trying to say was that snow or surf, but no, that's a skateboard. But I think there is a surfing longboard, isn't there? So you can go to surfing down at USC, but don't break your arm.
Exactly, yeah, hello.
So anyways, thank you again, Maddie, very much. And we appreciate everything you have done here at this level with us. Okay, we're going to go to our items for presentation, discussion, and information, and/or action. First one is presentation by the Education Alliance regarding historical context of the Gateway curriculum and suggested next steps. So who do we have coming forward? Mr. Bailey.
7.01.
Yes, for the record, Scott Bailey, Chief Academic Officer. You may recall at a recent Policy Development Committee with the Board of Trustees, there was a recommendation to have a presentation regarding the Gateway curriculum, how it came to be. So that is going to be the presentation you received this evening. It's actually going to be a presentation as developed and presented by Education Alliance personnel. I'll invite, I believe, Ann Loring and Jim Frommer up.
Great. Welcome.
Thank you very much. President Clark, members of the Board of Trustees, Superintendent Martinez, it's a pleasure to be here, and we thank you for inviting us. Our goal tonight is to give you some background on the history of the development of the Gateway curriculum, and then also, because it moves right along as a continuum, to present to you a proposal from the Education Alliance that we actually broached 3 weeks ago at your town hall meeting on the strategic plan, and President Clark said, oh, this just fits right in with what we're doing, so we'll just lump it all together tonight. And what...
Did I use the word lump it all together?
No, that is
That
my
sounds
work.
like me.
That's my work. But if you want to take credit, absolutely
Whatever
go
makes
for
you
it.
happy.
Go for it. Whatever makes you happy. Yep. So what we plan to do is I'm going to give you a little background of what education was doing back in 2004. And I was astounded as I thought about this. That was 10 years ago. Where we were in this district, what led us, I was on the Board of Trustees, and that's really the motivation, I think, for having me give you the history. It's a nicer way than saying I'm old. Where we were in 2004, what led the Board of Trustees to adopt the Gateway curriculum, what it was, but then really more significantly, and what leads into what Ed Alliance wants to bring to you, what has changed largely because of what this board has done in the intervening 10 years. Then I'm going to turn it over for a little break and let Jim Frommer give you background on how the Ed Alliance has arrived at what we want to recommend to you. And then I'll come back and wrap it up with a quick summary of what the recommendation is and why we think it's important. And so because this is a continuum, and I'll tell you right off, I'm a low-tech person, as many of you know, so there is no PowerPoint. This is going to be a story. Good. You can rest your eyes. Don't have to worry about staring at your screens. But because it's a continuum, it might be helpful for you, if it's okay with you, to hold your questions till the end and then fire away. Glad to answer whatever holes that I left or things that I managed to screw up. So with that, let's start. And I have to start by acknowledging the late Kendall DePoli, who was the brains, the heart, and the soul behind the Gateway curriculum. She was a nationally recognized award-winning teacher in this district, moved into the central office, then went to Sparks High School, her alma mater, as its principal, and came back to the district in the central office. And Kendall believed, and she proved during her tenure as principal at Sparks High School, that students would rise to higher expectations. And she also believed that we, the grown-ups, owed it to them to set them up for success after graduation. And if there had to be 2 points to make to summarize what was behind Gateway, that really would have been it. But let's go back to January of 2004 and sort of what was spinning around there in the country and here in Washoe County School District that set the stage for Gateway. In January or February of 2004, a big national study was unveiled called the American Diploma Project. Oh. It was a national study that had higher ed faculty and employers get together and talk about what their basic needs were of high school graduates who were either coming directly into higher ed or going directly into the workforce or into workforce training programs. And the bottom line was that for the first time in our history, the expectations of higher ed and employers had converged. Specifically, when they talked about what they wanted to see from our young people who graduated in terms of English language arts, they were saying they wanted to see strong oral and written communication skills, the ability to analyze information and to do research. And in mathematics, they said they wanted to see the content of what we now call Algebra 2, as well as some statistics. Okay, so that's what higher ed and the employers were saying. The discussion then moved to the fact that at that point in time, virtually no district in this country had standards or diploma requirements that rose to that level. Now, let me digress for just 1 second. For those in the public who, like me, usually forget some of the academic jargon, especially when you've been away from it a while. And so just to remind them that standards are nothing more, academic standards are nothing more than a listing of the knowledge and skills that all students are expected to have when they graduate. And then educators take that list and they develop curriculum and courses, and then ultimately they develop diploma requirements that are aligned with those standards, and voila, that's how you get from point A to point B. Well, at that point in time, 2004, the math standards in Nevada and in our school district had been written to a level of geometry. And the graduation requirement was 3 credits of math because that's what it took to get to geometry for many of our young people. Some kids did it faster. But you now see the standards were geometry and 3 years. But what the American Diploma Project was saying, you need to go beyond that to Algebra 2, and so that's going to take another year to get there. Now, park that thought over here. Let's come over here. At about the same time, and actually they were related, there was a lot of national attention and attention here in Nevada to the fact that very large numbers of young people were graduating from high school, going on to higher education or apprenticeship programs or workplace programs, training programs, and needed remediation. Those kids were coming out with a diploma that was at this level, and the expectations were at this level. And that was a problem. Data Profile, which I think you're all familiar with, it's a project of the Education Alliance, goes back to 1998, does a lot of data gathering around the issue of success of our high school students and their matriculation into higher ed in the business world. Data Profile had spent a lot of time looking at data in our community about the need for remediation. And they delved deeper than the initial rather shocking numbers of the percentage that needed remediation, and did a multi-year study to try to look at the kids who had graduated from Washoe high schools, were going into TMCC and UNR, because that's where we had the data connection, and who were enrolled in remedial math, and we were looking at them to say, what can we find out about them? Well, what we found out is virtually none of them had taken 4 years of math. Virtually none of them had taken any math beyond Algebra 2. And unexpectedly large numbers hadn't even taken Algebra 2, which for heaven's sakes was the prerequisite to college level math at UNR and TMCC. And so no wonder they were taking remediation. They hadn't taken the right classes in high school. Now, the last thing to sort of set the stage was what I was trying to come up with a great name, and I'm not really good at marketing, so I just call it the system. The system in 2004 was the system that probably everybody in this room, except you, graduated under, and that is, it was up to students to choose to take the math and science in particular, that they needed to be ready for college and careers. They had to make that choice, and most of them didn't even know it. They didn't know the burden was on them. They didn't know what they were supposed to take. And Kendall brought to the Board of Trustees some really disturbing data that was taken from our high schools here in Washoe County that said if you were Hispanic, African American, Native American, or qualified for free and reduced lunch as a high school student, you were far less likely to be enrolled in the classes that everybody knew you were going to need if you were going on to higher education than the kids who were white and were not qualified for free and reduced lunch. Now, this was not a situation unique to Washoe County School District. A lot of districts around the country were looking at the same issues. And basically, they were coming down with one of two strategies to try to solve this disconnect between what the diploma produced and what the next step of a student's life needed. So there were sort of two possible choices. One was many districts were just biting the bullet, raising their diploma requirements right off the bat to match the expectations of higher education and the business community. And San Jose Unified School District over in California was one who had done that. Their superintendent came and talked to us. Very interesting presentation. I remember sitting in the chairs here as she was talking. And despite the fact that they raised their high school diploma requirements to match the UC systems A through G, I forget what it's called, requirements to get in, they raised the graduation requirements to that level, and counter to what intuition says to all of us, their graduation rate rose, did not drop. And more significantly even than that, the percentage of Hispanic and low-income young people who were graduating from San Jose, ready to be admissible to UC system, skyrocketed. Okay, so that was one approach. The other approach that many districts were doing was what's called adopting a default curriculum. Default curriculum is just a group of classes, the ones that were needed for entrance into higher education to prepare a student for that or for the workplace. And students were automatically enrolled in the right classes, but they had a chance to opt out if they chose to do that with the consent of their parent and an administrator. And that implied some kind of informed consent. So you sign the kids up for the right stuff, but you give them the chance to opt out if they really want to. This is what Gateway was. This is the route that the Board of Trustees chose to go. So you see what it did to the system? It completely reversed it. Now the students had to choose not to be ready for career and college, rather than making students choose to be ready. Just completely reversed everything. So the Gateway curriculum was adopted in December of 2004, took effect with entering high school freshmen in fall of 2006. It was a series of high school classes that kids were all going to be automatically enrolled in with an opportunity to opt out. And the classes were 4 years of English, 4 years of math, including through Algebra 2, 3 years of science, including 2 lab sciences, 3 years of social studies, U.S. government and history, and then either world history or geography. 1 year of arts and humanities or career technical education, 2 years of PE, 1 semester each of health and computers, and then 6 elective credits for a total of 24 credits, 18 recommended or required ones and 6 electives. So what were the differences between Gateway and the diploma, standard diploma requirement at the time? Well, basically 2. Gateway required 4 years of math instead of 3 through Algebra 2. Kids would take Algebra 1, geometry or formal geometry, Algebra 2 at a minimum. And Gateway increased the science requirement from 2 to 3 credits and specified 2 of them had to be lab sciences. And then it had one more aspect. It required that seniors take a full load in their senior year of 6 credits. And that was to mitigate concerns of the construction industry that by increasing the math and science requirements by 1 credit each, the kids wouldn't have enough time to take career technical education classes. And remember, 2004, big construction boom, they were worried about getting enough kids. There was wide community support for Gateway. The Reno Sparks Chamber was supportive, the Hispanic Chamber, Nevada Manufacturers Association, the ACLU, the Nevada System of Higher Education, and especially our own UNR and TMCC, and the Ed Alliance all came in support. And it was, as I said, opposed by the construction industry, and because of that, we tried to mitigate their concerns with that one requirement. So that's why, wherefore of Gateway curriculum in 2004. So what's changed since December of 2004? Well, for one thing, the Gateway curriculum was put into state law in 2007. Kendall and then Superintendent Paul Dugan were asked to give a presentation at the Legislative Committee on Education during the interim. The committee was so enthralled and felt this was right where they wanted to go that Gateway, which you're going to look at later tonight as a policy, was put into state law, requiring that all students must enroll in 4 credits of English, 4 of math, 3 of science, 3 of social studies, but may opt out with approval of their parents and a counselor or administrator. But really more important about what has changed since 2004, at least in my opinion, is that because of your visionary leadership, you have raised the bar in the expectation of the standards, but you have also done an incredible amount increasing the support for struggling students. First, back in 2010, I think it was, first Washoe County School District, then the state of Nevada adopted the Common Core math and English standards, and then both you and the state adopted the next generation science standards, I think they're called. The new math standards that were adopted by you and the state raise that, remember what standards are? Raise the standard level from geometry to now Algebra 2 and one more advanced class. So the new math standards that you all have adopted are now saying the expectation is actually 2 grade levels higher in math than it was in 2004 when Gateway was implemented. The new math standards also assume that students are going to need 4 years of math to get there. And the new science standards assume that students are going to need 3 or 4 years to get to the new science standards instead of the 2 currently required to graduate. So you've raised the bar, and we certainly support you in that from the Ed Alliance. But you have also put in place a truly impressive system of support for struggling kids. And that was the big concern when Gateway was implemented in 2004. You've initiated response to intervention program, a great way to just drill in and find out what kids know and address their concerns early on. Support classes, which I understand vary by high school, how they provide support to the kids that need help in English and math. Online tutorials. You've made significant systemic changes, of which I think the most brilliant one was going to a 7-period day in high school. And I understand all but 2 of your high schools are already there at a 7-period day. That gives kids 28 credits in 4 years that they can earn. So for kids who are struggling, they can take support classes and credit recovery classes within the school day, not having to pay money and take time and somehow get back in the summertime and make up classes. And it gives kids who don't need support or don't need as much support more time to take more electives. So it's a win-win for everybody. And then also you've adopted your changes in your schedule, so you're getting kids caught up in the middle of the year instead of waiting a whole year and having them lose a second credit. And then you've all been deservedly nationally recognized for your implementation of the Common Core. So all of those things have totally changed the picture from where we were in 2004. And kudos to you for doing that. So I'm going to let Jim come up now and give you a little background. Oh, do you want to just come right here? Come right here. A little background on how we got to the proposal, and I'll come back and summarize it for you.
So how did we get here? About in the fall, August, September, and October of 2012, some of you were not here, but the then Board of Trustees, we made a couple presentations on the career and college readiness, which I know you've seen several times. And the comment that night when you approved the career and college readiness was, come back with policy suggestions to further your endorsement of CCR, College and Career Readiness. CCR was vetted for about 18 months by the Ed Alliance with many community and business groups. The Ed Alliance has been subsequently been giving parent university classes and community presentations for almost 2 years now. As you know, the Ed Alliance has two main committees. One is community outreach, the other one is the P16, and the diploma project in CCR comes from the P16. They have different missions, but I think the beauty of the Ed Alliance, certainly for me, is that it allows for a synergistic discussion of what the other committees are doing. So in that vein, in the development of both the CCR and the diploma project that Ann will lay out in a minute, we called upon the key partners in education and participants in the Principal for a Day. So it was a perfect example of everybody working together. We then used that input, met with counselors and high school principals, received input from Paul Lamarca, Ben Hayes, Bryn LaPenta, Kendra Scott, Scott Bailey, Scott Reynolds, and I know I'm leaving out a few. Basically to make sure that we were on the right track. Was it achievable? Did it make sense? The P16 then compiled and debated input for over 6 months, arriving with the proposed revisions to the diploma definitions. The full P16 committee and the full board of the Education Alliance have unanimously approved what you'll hear in a minute. This proposal has been reviewed with Pedro. The Education Alliance board and committees believe this properly addresses your request 18 months ago, almost 20 months now actually, to develop a policy that continues to push Washoe forward. And so with that, I'm going to hand it back to Ann to go through the specifics.
I think in your background materials you have a summary of sort of what all of this is about with the diploma proposal. And so we come to you with a recommendation that we recommend would take effect with the class of 2019. Right now those are our 7th graders. And that was a deliberate choice because that is the first graduating class who will have had the benefit of the new math and science and English standards all the way through from middle through high school. And that's the first class who will have taken the new tests in 8th grade next year that are aligned to those standards. So you will know where they are, where their deficiencies are, and can address it right off the bat. So the diploma proposal basically has 2 sort of major recommendations and then 2 little technical recommendations. The first one is that we recommend that you align the district's standard diploma with the new math and science standards that you have approved, increasing the math requirement from 3 to 4 credits, and specifying Algebra 1, Geometry or Formal Geometry, Algebra 2, and 1 or more advanced classes beyond Algebra 2, and increase the science requirement from 2 to 3 credits, specifying that 2 must be biology, which currently you have all of your freshmen take, and either chemistry or physics. So you see what this will then do is now, finally, the standards that you have approved, which are already aligned to career and college readiness, will have the diploma aligned with those standards. Then the 2 little technical changes. The advanced and honors diploma already require 4 years of math and 3 years of science, but you just put the same wording about the classes in there. That's what spells out that, yes, indeed, this will get a student to the standards you have set. And then the second proposal is to the advanced diploma, and to align that with the 4 R's, or at least 2 of the 4 R's of career and college readiness, by adding a requirement. Now, bear with me, this is going to be A, B, C, or D. To add a requirement to the advanced diploma that a student complete 2 credits in either any advanced placement or international baccalaureate class, or 2 credits in a single career technical education or signature program or JROTC, or 2 credits in the same foreign language, or 2 credits out of trig, calculus, and a 4th year of science. Now, this proposal for the advanced diploma of these 2 credits could be earned concurrently with other requirements. So in many of these cases, it doesn't affect a student's number of electives. For instance, if a student chose to get an advanced diploma with this 2 credits in advanced placement, And let's say they took advanced placement U.S. history and advanced placement art. They used the advanced placement U.S. history to fulfill the history requirement for the diploma, and the advanced placement art to fulfill the credit in arts, humanities, or CTE. And voila, they've got all their other electives still available. So this is not intending to take 2 more electives out from the students. We did discuss adding other requirements. We talked about whether the arts requirement should be increased, whether the foreign language should be a requirement of the standard diploma rather than this option in the advanced diploma. We talked about other courses too, but ended up after all of the time that Jim indicated and came down with this proposal for you. Why do we think it's important? We think it's critical that Washoe kids be competitive, that they can enter a Tier 1 university like UNR and not need remediation, that they can go for a certificate program at TMCC or an apprenticeship program and not need remediation, and that when you shake their hand at Lawler on graduation and they step off that stage, they don't have any options closed to them because they screwed up and didn't pick the right course. We think it's important because the community needs to trust that when you say you have increased our standards in English, math, and science, that you mean it, and that the students will have taken the courses to get them to those standards. And so we are asking you, just planting the seed tonight, this is obviously not an action item, that you consider this diploma proposal by revising the diploma policies as soon as possible, so that if this does take effect with the class of 2019, that the kids and their parents and our staff in our district have lots of lead time to make it happen successfully. So that you change the policy as soon as you can, and then add the implementation as an initiative in your strategic plan. So with that, there's the history, there's the proposal, go for it. Do you have any questions?
Trustee Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to be leaving here shortly for Junior ROTC awards ceremony, so I'm looking at this proposal, and these kids that take first and second year of Junior ROTC in lieu of PE, they also, that would give them an advanced diploma.
You got it. Well, no, it wouldn't give them, the advanced diploma has other requirements.
Yeah, but I mean,
yes, it would qualify for that 2 credits for the advanced diploma, right on, yes.
So they wouldn't even have to take the advanced ROTC.
No,
just
no, not
the
for this.
beginning 2 years,
Yep.
and they still get their 2 credits of PE.
Yep, they get their 2 credits of PE, and they'd fulfill this 2 credits that would be added to the advanced diploma. And that would be true of other things like that, same thing, yep. Yep.
Thank you.
Trustee Ruggiero.
I just wanted to say how gracious you were to credit the trustees for going this direction, but it really started with your tenure on the board with Gateway. And it was controversial. I remember it, and I remember the resistance. You weren't here, Superintendent Martinez, but do you remember it, President Clark? I mean, it really was. And I was trying to explain it to Trustee Ayazi today, and I couldn't. I didn't do a good job of it, but you did a beautiful job of talking about the reasons why it was controversial. But really, it was the vision of the board back then to support Gateway. So really, credit must go to you and your continued work. So.
Well, thank you. But I must say, I hope that each of you, when you get to the stage that I am now, 9 years post-service, will have the same honor I've had of seeing how far your successors have taken the district. It's a joy. It's great. So thank you.
And
Team effort.
Yes, and I did reach out to, the chamber. I spoke with Trey and folks in the construction and trades community, and not a word of resistance or anything like that. So it's good. It's nice to see how the community has evolved, and we're all headed in the same direction.
Everybody's on the same track. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Good thing. So we hope you'll take action, and we'll be back and give you whatever information we can give you to help. Oh, and by the way, welcome to the USC family.
Thank you.
Well, and I know I've mentioned one of my concerns with the superintendent is that we have a difficult time in having teachers that are certified in math and science now, and then adding additional classes. How are we going to get qualified teachers into those classes? We end up sometimes, and it happens in AP classes, where we have long-term substitutes that are not qualified in those areas. You know, I'm not saying it has to be a certified teacher. Superintendent Martinez mentioned about interns out of UNR, et cetera. There might be a different way in which you can address some of those issues, but I think it's something that we have to look at. You know, how are we going to satisfy that need with teachers and qualified teachers, so that we, in essence, are really doing what the goal is to do, is to have students prepared for college.
That's a great comment, and when we shared this with the high school principals last year, of course that issue came up, and it suddenly hit me. It could have knocked me out with a ton of bricks, but as I sat there looking at them all, I realized that not a single one of our current high school principals was a high school principal in 1996 when we went from 2 to 3 credits in math. And then in 2004 to 2006 when we implemented Gateway, which went up in 2 subjects. And the district did a wonderful job in meeting that need. And times may change, there may be other strategies that may be needed. But I guess having been involved with this so long, it gives me great hope that the district has been here, done this twice. And I have confidence that they'll do exactly what you are saying is so important, that there has to be not just a teacher in the classroom, but a qualified teacher in the classroom, and we'll figure out a way to make that happen, yes.
And as I was saying, one of my requests is to see some data surrounding that, as far as where we're currently at, as far as qualified teachers at the high school level in those subject areas. Ms. Eckert.
I would also really like to stress the recommendation to develop post-calculus level classes, because one of the, I wouldn't really call it an issue, but one of the consequences of, I always forget what they're called, but the middle school schools, so I think it's like Pine, Swope, where they have
The gifted programs?
Yeah, the gifted programs. I have a sophomore in my calculus class because she went through that, I believe she went through that program. So there's like sophomores that are taking AP Statistics, AP Calculus this year, and so I'm just wondering what they're going to be doing for the next 2 years. So I'm sure that there could be some good like application courses offered at high school instead of having to go up to UNR.
Yeah, and I think, you know, one of the things to that point, Maddie, and I think that's an excellent point. You know, one of the things I think, and our trustees are very much out-of-the-box thinkers. I think one of the areas I think we're going to continue to challenge ourselves is how do we partner, for example, with the university, because I do think, especially when you go beyond calculus, I really do feel that it's probably more efficient for us to partner with the university instead of programs for the students to take classes like Davidson does, basically. Yeah. The other is, you know, because of the actions of the board in those years, it is one of the reasons why this district has been ahead of the state for so long. I mean, it just really is, and it took a lot of courage, and I love the history that Ann gave us, because I don't think anybody could have foreseen what would have happened now. And I will tell you that I still have conversations with my colleagues around the state that still are hanging on to, why do kids need to go beyond geometry? Literally. By the way, the state has already adopted the new standards that already forces us to go beyond Algebra 2. The conversations are still occurring, and I can't help but feel bad for the families, frankly, in those communities, because they don't even realize that those children will never be able to go to UNR. Because, by the way, if you ask the UNR admissions staff, what is the best indicator for children graduating on time in UNR? They will tell you it's their ability to master the beginning math programs. That is their best indicator by far, more even a better indicator than GPA or anything else is their ability to master those math classes. So one of the things that I could see, and our trustees already have had these conversations, is us getting creative around how we attract some of these teachers to our system, math and science, looking at alternative certification programs, which Lindsay and I have already been looking at that with the state because those laws are very antiquated. So we have engineers and many individuals in the private sector now that would love to come and teach math in our schools or science, but they're not allowed to by the state. So those are kind of the challenges that I think, the President Clark and I have spoken about that we just have to start looking at. But I appreciate the fact that the Data Alliance is phasing this in so that it's not immediate for next year, even though I would tell you that a large number of our students are already on this pathway already. But again, it allows us to just ramp up with some of those unintended consequences. But I think, frankly, they're worth it because it's pushing our students to that next level.
Trustee Mayor.
I think this is a great thing, but we've got to get people that are able to teach trig and calculus, because if you look at the needs list now, the last time I looked at it, 6 math teachers at Hug High School, 18 total math teachers. I think what we got to do is find some of these sharp kids that are graduating this year and next year in mathematics. They're sharp, and maybe somehow get the
interns that we're talking
financial department or whatever
what we were talking about.
to look at scholarships for X number of service years in our school district.
Right.
Because right now, to find somebody to teach trig, I mean, is very, very hard. But I think if we grow them in our high schools to go on and maybe get the business community to maybe fund some of the scholarships for them in a promise that they'll come back and teach advanced math courses, because it's not easy to teach trig. It really isn't.
Trustee Ayazi.
And Superintendent, what's the best indicator for students doing good in math?
So the best indicator right now is making sure children really get through 4 years of math successfully.
But what makes them good in math? Music education.
That's right.
Art education.
Just thought I'd throw that in. So the next plan on this, if I get this correct, you want to implement this into the strategic plan. And then we also have some criteria around here also. So for us, I would assume, I thought it was going to be on this agenda to talk about the scheduling of the strategic plan, but it didn't happen here. So that's what I anticipate this happening, is being part of that strategic, but going out to the public some more and having them make comments on it. That's what is that sort of what you thought would happen?
Sounds like a great idea to me.
Okay.
As well as there is the diploma requirements are in policy, so your policy review committee, I guess you have.
Yes.
So that would be part of that process, yes.
Yeah. Trustee Rosenberg.
There's another consideration. Degrees in content area are probably the best indication of what one can do in a classroom. Too many of our students go into education, and the content area is secondary to the education. It needs to be the other way around. And I think maybe what needs to happen is Education Alliance needs to talk with the university and community college and let them understand precisely what is happening. And that in order to be a highly qualified teacher, you need the degree in the content area. The education can come afterwards or at the same time, once you know that that's the direction you're going in.
Okay, so I do have some public comment. Thank you, Mrs. Loring.
Thank you.
Appreciate it
Great
very
job.
much.
Thank you.
Mr. Klein. Welcome.
Hello. So my name is Joe Klein. I'm the Vice Provost for Undergraduate Education at UNR. So I kind of feel like I'm going to be preaching to the choir, but maybe I'll give you some numbers that will help you back up your songs and your sermons. So I'm going to be speaking tonight both on behalf of UNR, and I've gotten licensed to speak on behalf of TMCC. And I can assure you I am speaking on behalf of other institutions of higher education, such as USC, if their Vice Provost was here tonight. So here at UNR, we are very proud of our partnership with the Washoe County School District. And let me give you some numbers. Last year, about 25% of Washoe graduating seniors went to UNR. At UNR, about 28% of our incoming freshmen are from Washoe County. So there's a high degree of interaction there. Your students are vital to our institutional success. The diplomas that we have articulate what those standards will be that will make those students successful at UNR or at TMCC or at USC or at Harvard or wherever they choose to go. So I've given you some happy numbers about our entanglement. Let me give you some less happy numbers. At UNR last year, about 38% of the incoming freshmen that went to Washoe County schools require remediation. At TMCC, the number is 82%. And those are expensive numbers. Students who are not prepared have to take remedial courses. Those courses cost time and they cost money. Those courses are not eligible for financial aid. Many scholarships don't cover them. Those students take longer to get into the workforce because it takes them longer to graduate. And students who come in who are inadequately prepared ultimately are often demoralized and they don't ultimately pursue the degree that they came in to accomplish. So how does this diploma proposal help? First of all, we know that mathematics is not a spectator sport. Students who don't take that mathematics class, even if they're college ready as juniors, if they don't take that senior course, they will not be successful in many cases in placing in the college level math when they get to UNR or succeeding in college level math. Math, as you have heard from Superintendent Martinez, is the most important, most significant predictor of college success. Number two, the level of the mathematics is vital. At UNR, new students, incoming freshmen who take high school calculus have a remediation rate of less than 4%. Those who stop at algebra, it's around 60%. A big difference. Quality matters. Getting that beyond algebra into the high school diploma is important. The diploma proposal you've heard about tonight requires the study of the physical sciences, either physics or chemistry. This is vital for so many degree areas. If you want to study, go into pre-professional health. If you go into sciences, you want to go into engineering. Chemistry and physics are those key gateway courses. You owe it to your students to be prepared. Following INSHE policy, UNR does not require a foreign language, but by gosh, we would if we could. And I guarantee you, USC does. So you owe it to your students to ask them to get in that foreign language. Is that true?
Joe, we require a foreign language.
We do not require a foreign language.
College of Liberal Arts does.
College of Liberal Arts requires that you take a foreign language at UNR, but you don't have to come in with it.
Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
So for admission.
Okay, admission. I
For
understand.
admission.
Again,
Yeah.
does
I understand.
Canadian count?
Huh? Does Canadian count? No. God help us.
Okay.
I'm fluent.
Finally,
A boot.
I've only got 39 seconds. The diploma requirement requires or encourages AP and International Baccalaureate study. This is really important. At UNR, again, I'm giving you UNR numbers, but they would apply anywhere. About 80% of the incoming Washoe County students that take AP courses get some college credit out of that deal. Okay, so this is really important. So I think you would agree that these numbers are truly compelling, and I encourage you to support this diploma proposal you've heard about here tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Stevens.
I was coming up with a little different agenda to talk about. Obviously, we think this is a great plan, but I want to just address, Barbara, especially your comments about teachers and having teachers able to teach in math. And I taught 10 years at a Jesuit school. We had very low salaries, much lower than public schools. Had no problem getting teachers because of the environment, the academic environment. And what we're talking about here is not just about the courses that are required. We're talking about a whole cultural change, an environmental change in our community. It has to start at the university, and it works its way down. And if we have a good academic environment, we are showing, this board and teachers, we are showing that we have an environment that's conducive to learning and to higher education, you're going to have teachers that want to come here. That's a different environment than just being in a classroom with 33 people and trying to get them through to the next level. True. So what we're talking about here is something totally different in the way that we're looking at education in this state. And I think to your words earlier, Pedro, is that that's why we've stayed ahead of the rest of the state. You know, we're doing that. I think we have to market it a little more to the outside people. I think we have not just a community that's really advantageous to live in, but what we're doing in our school system, this proposal here is so advantageous to wanting teachers to come here to teach here, whether they're in Trig or whatever it is, if they're in the right environment. So I think that's what we have to keep in mind as a board, in that when you are marketing, you're marketing a new set of criteria that really relates to college-ready students coming out of the district, ready to go to school, ready to be successful, not just USC, but anywhere, you know, successful anywhere. And to me, that is the most important thing, and that's why I commend this group here, the Ed Alliance, for thinking forward and not just staying status quo. That's what this board has to do, is think forward. If you give kids challenges, God, 7 hours of school, how novel. We used to do that a long time ago, didn't we? We all got out of school at 3:30 and 4 o'clock, and now we're talking like this is a real big load for kids. Come on, they can do this. They need to have success and experience it. So this is nothing new. Let's give them the tools they need to be successful. I talk to people every single day in the business world, and you know, even when you talk like distribution, the day of carrying boxes and putting them on shelves are gone. Now you have to have automation skills. It's a different level of learning, and it's going to get more and more difficult. So we're not doing anything here that's out of the box. We're doing something that's progressive and needs to happen if we're going to provide students to go to UNR, and also provide businesses coming in here so the students who graduate from UNR can stay here and work and not leave our community. So this is a vicious circle, and it all comes down to the educational environment, and we need to create that. So I commend the Ed Alliance. I think we're off on the right track, and I know with all the intelligence in this room, we're going to make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Van Wert.
He wasn't a coach, was he?
He pointed at me when he said intelligence. God love him.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Brad Van Wert, and I'm here as a citizen, and I'm here as an architect and a business owner in full support of the Gateway curriculum. And as an architect, we're, I won't say perfect, but we are that 50-50 blend of math and science and the technological portions of building making and such, and the whole creative aspect of creating positive environments, whether they be for learning or living. And I'm glad the podium's on the left side of the room a little bit. I come here to basically...
Depends on your perspective, Brian.
Yes. It is all about perspective in my business, actually, right? Yeah. So this whole idea of, as I glance through the curriculum, there's only 1 year of art and humanities. And to me, what I need in my business is not only a critical thinker, I need a creative thinker. And the clearest path to that is through math and humanities. And I'm not here to basically say that we need an entire community, though it would not be a bad thing, of musicians and poets and sculptors. But I need the people with the educational background, with having their outcomes as creative and critical thinkers that can embrace the creative process to do the things that I need. I'm a product of the Washoe County School District system, pigs do fly sort of thing. That my lineage is Lincoln Park, Dilworth, and Sparks High School. I did not go to USC, but
We'll forgive you.
yes. And I'll say the curriculums through history have been good. My kids are all graduates here. One's an artist, one's a graphic designer, one's an apparel designer. So their mother's a mathematician. So you can kind of put it all together. So there is this core that can be created for it. But for me, it is all about these outcomes. And not only do I need these students to be creative thinkers, I need administration and staff and faculty to be creative thinkers, because they're the ones that are teaching these kids. So in the end, I guess I'm here to support the curriculum, but I hope the outcome is one that is, if not an arts integrative system, at least in hand and glove. The old adage of a math teacher, if you brush your teeth 2 times a day, it's not just 730 teeth brushings, it's healthy teeth, right? It's a way to look at it in a little different way, so the whole art and humanity and creative process can be taught in these other core technical areas. But it has to be integrated by creative people. So in the end, as an architect and a designer, our firm creates all these great buildings, but in the end, I need a creative thinker who's a contractor who can feel what I have drawn so that he can build it. And I need a creative engineer who's not just doing number crunching. I need him to feel what I'm designing so that he knows that his work will reflect our designs. And that's how I hope that we can put this whole thing together and go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment or comment by the board? Trustee Rosenberg?
I would like, Brad and I don't always agree. However, tonight I do agree that the arts are vital to this whole situation. They really are. There was a front page of the San Francisco Chronicle several months ago that the Fortune 500 people were involved in. And one of the things that they found missing in our kids today is the whole creative impulse. They follow, they don't lead, and they desperately need to lead. One of the neatest things we've talked about education today. Yay! That's all.
Okay, Trustee Iazzi.
Well, I'm curious, in having that discussion, and I know what some of us feel, how would it be to go ahead and what would it be like to put another year on? What would happen if you wanted to add that year of arts? So, as a separate, it might be separate, I don't want to take away from the Education Alliance's proposal, but maybe we can talk about that, not just right now, but when we actually talk about the strategic plan.
Yeah, and basically it would come, it would really be a shift in the electives. I think what would be good though is before we make that decision, Trustee Ozzie, is that we give you a sense of what offerings exist already in the high schools, because you might be amazed already what already is being offered. Mm-hmm. So part of it, again, part of this work is us also understanding what's already happening in the buildings, because much of it the high schools are already doing. So I think if we share that with you, we could kind of, you could see that. But to answer your question directly, it would come off of one less elective basically. But again, like I said, don't be surprised if the electives we're already offering are in the humanities and the arts and in the music.
Well, I think the option would be to make, I'd like to see that, because that would be great to have.
I would.
But I'd like to have that discussion also, and also put this forward for the public comment on this, and I think it's a great proposal to move forward, and my grandkids are going to hate me.
Okay.
Until they get into college, then they'll be happy.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We appreciate it. We are now going to go on to prioritization of safety and security projects from approved bond funding. Mr. Etchart. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. At the April 8th board meeting, you approved a $3.5 million allocation of the remaining bond funds to be used for safety and security projects. You also directed staff to develop a prioritization of the remaining projects. In the meeting with school police, they recommended the following prioritization based on crime prevention through environmental design, or CPTED criteria. Number 1 was elementary school perimeter fencing. 2 was middle school secure perimeter fencing. Number 3 was elementary school single point of entry. Number 4 was middle school single point of entry. Number 5 was closed circuit TV or CCTV upgrades. Number 6 was the high school secure perimeter fencing. And lastly, number 7 was the high school single point of entry. The PA systems were not included since they are upgrades and they can be prioritized under our capital renewal program. Based on this prioritization and the funding allocated, the elementary school and middle school secure perimeter fencing projects could be completed, and most likely the elementary school and middle school single point of entry projects, since 4 of the single point of entry projects would be completed under the school revitalization. Unfortunately, the approximately $600,000 for the 5 remaining middle school closed circuit TV projects would not fit into this allocation. The superintendent's recommendation is that we proceed with the elementary school secure perimeter fencing projects in the amount of $977,479, and we are looking for your guidance with regards to the remaining safety and security projects. And with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
What was the cost that you just said on the?
For the elementary school fencing, it's $977,479.
Okay, I see it.
And the logic being that, because we're talking about elementary children and these are very young children, I almost feel that the fencing is akin to the door locks, just frankly a basic safety need that I think we just need in all of our elementary schools. And it's hard, we started looking at prioritizing within the elementary schools, and what we realized very quickly is there really isn't any prioritization. Every elementary school should have the fencing, just because, again, we have children as young as 4 years old that literally can walk off the building. And by the way, my son has walked outside of his classroom several times. But again, many of our elementary schools, as you know, are neighborhood schools that are near larger streets, and so that also creates an added danger that doesn't exist necessarily for our older children because frankly they're older.
The only thing I would say is, the thing that worries me is that where does it stop? I don't want to see guard towers on a corner. That scares the living daylights out of me. Can we find a balance that protects the kids without promoting an environment that isn't the kind of environment that you can learn in?
Well, I think a fence is appropriate.
Fine. It's a question of the size of the fence, what it's got on top. Concertina wire isn't really necessary, I don't think. No, I don't even think barbed wire.
Trustee Iazzi.
On these 27 schools, elementary schools, that's not the same as the single point of entry, is it? It's just getting the perimeter fence down like we've had the people from other places?
That's correct. It's just strictly the secure perimeter.
Yes. So the elementary school kids don't run off?
That's correct.
Could you give an example of what schools, maybe Trustee Rosenberg that currently have the secured fencing?
I can give you one. It's Mount Rose, which has literally off main streets, right? And if you drive any time during the school day, Mount Rose, there's always children outside, literally playing. And I believe, is it Arlington that goes right down the street there? I mean, that's just one example of several of our schools that have fencing now so that children don't run off during recess and other activities.
But excuse me, that's an important part. It's to keep the little ones from running off and getting hurt. It isn't a perimeter that we're going to electrify to keep people out. No. I think that's important to get across.
Now, fencing sometimes works as a single point of entry.
Yeah.
Because it is focusing people toward one entry into the school, but it does not have the same windows and glass and magnetic doors and so forth that a single point of entry has.
Okay.
Trustee Iazzi.
Now, my next question is, at one of the meetings we had, the police chief said that he thought the most important thing to get done was the television upgrades. And that's about the same price as the middle school secure perimeter. So I'm wondering why the recommendation is the middle school over the CCTV.
Well, I'll say this, at the meeting we had with the school police, they really, really struggled with that. In fact, they went back and forth even on their own between the CCTV and the single point of entry. The single point of entry, for the most part, is to keep people who do not belong at the school out of the school.
Right.
The CCTV is used more for people who are supposed to be at the school, and it is a deterrent. It's also something you use after an event. But the deterrent factor is that when young people at the school know they're being filmed, just like on our buses, that there is a deterrent factor.
Right, and that's what he said. He said that was the big deterrent, was people knew they were on television. So for me, this one, the elementary school thing is easy for me.
Right.
But the rest of these, I think we might need more discussion about, and that's why we have the safety committee, I think, to sort of not put it all on the shoulders of one person to say which is better, to look at this, because I don't know. But I wish someone would do a little more research about it. I trust middle school students a lot more to not run into a street, you know,
Yes.
I do,
Yes.
than elementary school
Let's hope.
kids. So I think that one for me is absolutely, yes, let's do that. And I would like to throw in from what they're talking about with the, well, you guys can look at what's happening, but the intercom systems not being in here. And
But those are going to be covered by something else.
And I'd like to...
right, perhaps.
And I can address maybe the PA systems just for a little bit more detail on that. In June of 2011, equipment repair under facilities management prioritized the top 17 PA systems that really needed to be replaced. And so that coincided with a notice that we received that parts were no longer going to be available for those systems. What we've done is we've completed 7 of those PA systems. And in the December allocation of the program of projects you approved, we have 3 more being done this year, which leaves 7 to be completed as far as going into next year of those top 17 systems that need to be replaced. Now, the good thing is that those parts are no longer available, but as we've been decommissioning systems, we take those parts out, and we've been using those to keep those systems going. So we don't feel it's like a priority right now that all of a sudden we can't keep the systems running for another year, but we keep a very close eye on that. If we ever see anything that the system just can't operate anymore, believe me, we'll be back and asking to get those done.
So what you're telling me was the scavenging of some, fixing them, we're able to keep, so they'll all be working. It's not we're putting them off.
Correct. They all work, and we have actually, since Sparks Middle School, we now ask the site facility coordinator to test them every morning.
Yeah.
And so before school starts, it used to be we would get work orders after the morning announcements, and you kind of knew it wasn't working, they'd get a work order in. We are now saying we want to test those 15 minutes before school starts. Now, that's just saying the system's up. That's not saying every speaker in every room may be working.
Right.
We get those requests usually after announcements, and I couldn't hear them in my classroom. And we respond to those. Equipment repair knows those are the top priority work orders to respond to. So those are done right away if we receive a work
Trustee
order.
Ozzie, to your point, it's the reason why we only really recommend to do the elementary right now, because I will tell you, if you ask our middle school principals, the first thing they're going to say is they would prefer the CCTV, because our elementary schools now...
Or middle school. Elementary schools don't have any CCTV.
Thank you, Pete. The middle schools, I mean, they would like the CCTV over anything else, only because our middle schools now are getting so big. They're now, on average, are reaching now, well, into 1,000 or more. So the Poly, for example, is now close, well over 1,200. And so it also becomes not only a safety concern, but it also becomes a management concern.
Sure.
Because how do you keep track of that many children in these large campuses? And so for that reason, we decided that, we would ask you to approve the elementaries and then come back for further discussion, whether it's through the safety committee or other discussions in the board, the other areas, because frankly, I think we do need a little more work. We wanted you to, we wanted you to see the numbers, and definitely, and I appreciate the fact that you also brought up the intercom systems, because again, those are other concerns that we have. I mean, the reality is the staff is doing a great job to try to keep them alive, but they are on, they're on life support. I mean, let's just be the intercom systems, and I do think I think we always have to be clear with the community that is the ramification of having to pick and choose in our district because of limited funding.
Well, I like that process better, because I know that the original intent from the committee was to actually ask the schools what they thought was more important. And I know we've heard from a lot of parents and people about the elementary school fencing. As I said, I'm comfortable with that one, but I think we need more reaching out to the parents and the PTAs and about what they think is more important at their school.
Well, I somewhat disagree. Again, I think you have to establish based on objective criteria what's the most important thing in a safety mechanism at a school. And it doesn't really, I mean, if you look at the demographics of the school, maybe that has something to play with it. I wouldn't mind getting demographics of the surrounding community and those types of information, but just asking for personal opinion about what people feel is the best need for the school, to me, doesn't give me the factual information that I need to know in making the decision. So, although I certainly am always in favor of asking our families and community for their input, but again, I'm not so sure that that would place as high as maybe other objective information, such as the demographics or what kind of crime goes on, or other types of things that would point to what would be the first, second, and third priority at any school. I am concerned about the middle school single point of entry. For the obvious reasons. Not that it prevented what recently occurred, but it still is, I think, at a middle school and elementary school, it's much more difficult to do at a high school level, and there's issues around that you know, three remaining schools that don't have it out of all the middle schools. So that to me tells me that it's been a priority in the school district to do the middle schools, and then all of a sudden, right when we get to the end, 3 schools aren't going to be done. And that to me is a concern. And I think we need to finish, if we're finishing the elementary school, we need to finish the middle school. Trustee Ozzie.
Can I ask you, do you have any data that shows that that helps in middle schools? Or are we just going on your personal opinion?
Well, okay, let's get focused again.
I'm focusing very well.
I am too. But again,
I
yeah,
mean, you
I
have
agree.
a personal opinion. I think the
you know,
principals.
I hear what you're saying,
I
but
would agree with. I would trust a principal's opinion about what they need at their school more than anyone sitting at this table. What an individual school needs.
Well, when I met with looking at the priorities of the schools as far as the safety measures with police and Capitol, what I was told was that some administrators don't want fences, they don't want this, they don't want that, put me at the bottom of the list, I don't want it. To me, again, the decision's not based on any individual, it's based on whatever the criteria would be for deciding what's the most important security measure and what's not. I'm assuming, since we're all the way down the end of the road, that the decision to do single point of entry was based on reasons why, criteria that we needed to do that, and now we're leaving out the last 3.
I would assume that was made at the time with the data they had. What I go on is the data we have now. Yeah. It didn't help. So if I have a choice of spending $718,000 on fencing, and other people are telling me I should spend $700,000 on TV, you know, I think this is a moving target all the time, and we should re-look at the priorities. Don't just have a 10-year plan and say no matter what happens in the 8th year we're going to finish. That's what I'd like the people to study. Does this work, or would the cable TV work, or more than this?
Then when you apply that to the elementary school, that reasoning as well to elementary
it's a whole
school
different.
levels?
It's a whole different reason. For me, I'm trying to protect the kids from leaving the school grounds, as opposed to someone coming in the school grounds. Yep.
Well, so this is somewhat of a source of frustration for me. Is we need, well, number one, we need to have the experts in the room when we're having this discussion about school safety, because what I can say is you're both right. But so, for example, perception of crime is just as serious of incidents of actual crime. So if there's a perceived perception, which could be by parents and students, that a crime is going to occur, then that's just as important because that impacts student climate and student learning. So we have to be mindful of people's opinions. That carries a lot of weight when you're making those decisions. But I think Trustees IASI's recommendation to take this to the Safety Committee, where we're not just tapping into our school police department, we're tapping into some national experts, some state level experts, and we have some of the best expertise here in our leaders of local law enforcement who can answer these questions for us. And most of us do not have an expertise in school safety. This is a discussion, a more in-depth discussion that needs to occur. I think at the Safety Commission, this is a good idea. I think putting the fences in at the elementary school, that is clearly research-based, and Trustee Ayazi makes a good point. It's preventing the children from leaving. I don't disagree with you about the single point of entry. However, because our funds are so limited, we need to study this and make very good long-range decisions when it comes to safety issues in our schools. And it seems like we're struggling here with some expertise, and I'm not. We need to be careful of that.
Trustee,
I would move that we take care of the elementary schools. So I'll make a motion that we authorize expenditure to take care of the elementary schools.
The elementary fences.
Elementary fences, yes.
Second.
for discussion.
Just one thing I want to say. I don't want to let people off the hook who should be on the hook. We would have had the money for all this stuff if it wasn't for the county commissioners, period. And then as time goes on, it's going to get lost and lost and lost, how they refuse to step up and do what needed to be done for the safety of this community and the children in this community. We have limited funds, and they did not do their job, in my opinion.
And I just wanted to respond, Trustee Ruggiero. My comments were not about whether or not items should go to the Safety Committee or not. My comments were that I didn't want to just rely on what the schools, administrators, or families wanted as their priorities without having it in the context of what the data showed were the real issues. So
I agree, and I said you were right. I said you're both right.
So I just wanted to make that clear. But, however, when we're talking again about the middle school single point of entry, we're down to the 3 remaining schools. It's $144,000 out of the, what's the total?
No, it's $718,000.
No, for the single point of entry for middle schools is $144,000. And the reason for that is the doors are already in place. It's really a project of doing the window upgrades and the magnetic locks. Really, if you look at those schools, the entryway is kind of set up for single point already. So it's pretty minor, and that's why the cost.
And it would just finish off all the middle schools at a small amount. So I'm not sure why we get 98% down the road and stop at the last 2%.
We have a motion on the floor that would take care of one part of it. Why don't we take care of that and then come back to what I think would make sense, which is to approve the middle school.
Okay, well, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Then I would move that we approve the expenditure to finish the middle schools, a single point of entry.
Sure. That'd be more than fine.
I'll second that.
Discussion?
Yes, I just want to be clear that it was my mistake. I thought you were discussing the secure perimeter fencing and not that. So
No, the single point of entry. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, trustees.
When will the fencing projects begin for the elementary school, and what school will we begin with?
Well,
will
actually,
it stay with our list that we started, the priority list that
Yes, maybe one thing really quick on the demographics, just to answer that really fast, is that, there was a lot of demographic works done several years ago, and actually school police prioritized 11 schools. Basically, and that was done on calls for service and number of lockdowns and crime in the area, and so a lot of those factors. Now, the secure perimeter and single point of all 11 of those prioritized schools have been completed. So that just a little information on the demographic side. As far as the fencing upgrades, when we were underway with a lot of those capital improvements and they were put on halt because of funding issues, we had a list and it went down. Actually, the next three on the list, I wrote them down, were Hunsberger, Van Gorder, and Spanish Springs Elementary School were already bid. They were actually ready to go. Now we'll have to kind of, the bids are old, we'll have to rebid them, but we'll get going with those. I would say those fences will definitely be in before the start of school. The rest of them going past that list, we're going to have to prioritize them in with all the other projects, portables and IT, and that's where the capital project staff is really working on those. So I can't really give you a great answer yet because they're really trying to put all these together, except for those three schools, which are already designed and pretty much ready to go.
So before school starts,
Before school starts. Those three will be done.
Fine. We're moving.
Okay.
Important thing.
Thank you, trustees.
Thank you.
Good conversation.
Okay. Opening of bids for leases of communication antenna sites at Worcester High School. Welcome.
Thank you very much. For the record, my name is Mike Boster with Capital Projects. This is the second of 2 required public meetings to lease district property for the purpose of installing a cell tower at Worcester High School. On April 22nd, the board approved a resolution of intent to lease property listing the site location as well as the lease rate, terms, and conditions. As required by statute, this resolution was published twice in the Reno Gazette-Journal, and I do have the proof of publication in hand, and was posted at the Reno and Sparks City Halls and this building as well, which is the school district's administration building. Nevada revised statutes requires that the district open bids for property to be leased no less than 3 weeks from the first required meeting. So we meet that requirement as well. We have received 1 sealed bid from Epic Wireless Group, representing Verizon Wireless. After the sealed bid is opened, the board president must call for any oral bids, which must be at least 5% greater than the highest written proposal. And may I pass this? I've got the 1 sealed bid to President Clark for opening. There you go. Do the Karnak thing.
I feel like I'm at the Emmys.
Absolutely. The board has the right to accept the bid that it deems to be in the best interest of the public, or reject any and all bids and withdraw the property from lease consideration. The next step, should you approve this, would be to proceed to a lease document to be reviewed and approved by legal counsel, and then construct the cell tower with oversight by school district personnel, including Worcester High School staff. So you have the envelope in hand, President Clark?
I opened that before I asked for the oral bids.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't bring a drum roll, so I apologize.
I don't think it's going to be worth that much.
Per recommendation of the Washoe County's consultant dated April 10, 2014, the represented carrier offers $17.50 per month under the general guidelines of the recommendation of the report, plus a one-time $20,000 fee payable by the carrier for the purposes of additional improvements to the athletic field at the school's discretion. The Washoe County School District and carrier acknowledge that this offer is not a lease and is intended as a basis for preparation of lease. No agreements are created by this document. Only a fully executed definitive lease document shall constitute a lease for the premises. The final definitive lease document shall incorporate the provisions contained in this proposal and shall contain any other provisions upon which landlord and tenant agree. So are there any other oral bids? Seeing none, so what we have in our staff report is $1,900 per month. What they're offering is $17.50 per month. Plus what we didn't have, and I don't recall talking about, but maybe we did, about the additional one-time $20,000 fee payable for the purposes of improvements to the athletic field.
And we do have a representative from Epic Wireless available for comments if you have questions for them.
Well, I guess, you know, to you, we put in 1,900. That was, if I recall, I don't have the,
So it's 150 less. It was between
wasn't that what
1750
the
and 19.
Let's see.
highest bid was, or what the highest amount was from the?
That was the recommended.
Recommended.
There was a range of lease rates recommended by the consultant. It was between $1,750 and $1,900. We did recommend $1,900 at the top of the scale. There was a range, however, offered. The resolution posted does give the board the authority to award their rate of $1,900 a month or an amount specified by the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees.
And how long do normally do the wireless, what's our oldest one?
I believe our oldest one is down at the Schultz Transportation, which is our South Transportation Yard. That's an AT&T, was a Pacific Bell tower. That's from about 1997.
How much do they pay us a month?
I'm sorry.
That's quite an old one. It's about $500 a month.
What about the 20,000?
Plus 20,000 one
So
time.
it's a wash, isn't it? I mean, if
Well, I
Over a period
kind of
of
like to
time.
know what the 150 per month, how many years is that?
13 years.
How many?
13 years into the $20,000. So would the 20,000 have to go to Worcester's athletic fields?
I think that's completely up at your discretion. The Verizon did offer that for Worcester as they expressed some needs for their field, of a snack bar and some entry issues at their football field that they'd like to address.
And what amount of this 1,900 goes to who? I mean, district versus school? Sorry.
Well, three meetings ago,
Or 1,750, what's the
right.
percentage?
3 meetings ago, we discussed what that split would be. Currently, we have it at the amount that's listed in the federal rental schedule goes to the school.
What?
The amount listed in the federal rental schedule will go to the school, the subject school, and the remainder will go to a pool that's made available to schools without cellular antenna capabilities like elementaries and middles. However, during that meeting, there wasn't an agreement made as to which way you'd like to go.
Federal rental schedule for this high school,
On this, I believe it's $7,600.
year?
Yes, ma'am. That's quite low.
And what's 1,750 times 12?
That doesn't matter, that's $21,000.
21,000.
But for this thing, that, we can just change that split anytime we want to, I think.
Right.
So-
policy.
Well, it does outline what the school would be getting with the
Until-
20,000 plus the
Unless we
monthly
change
fee,
that.
unless we change it. Right.
I mean, we don't have to change it now, we can change it at any time later. I don't want to mess that up now, because it's not really agendized to have that split talked about today. But I would like to see the 20,000. I don't mind that staying to Worcester, but I'd like to have more discussions about where it goes. Personally, I'd rather have it maybe go toward technology that needs to go in there. The snack bar stuff, I thought was usually boosters that took care of that
Oh, remember
stuff.
what school. Just
But I
saying.
mean, have that discussion, not, I don't, that's why I don't want to direct it, but I want to have that,
Another time.
have that discussion more, maybe just even at the school level. Again, I would leave this maybe up to the principal too, or you and the principal to say where it would go instead
it's
of
needed.
just to,
And-
okay, we'll give it to the sports guys.
And the principal is one of the best we have in our district, so I know I would want to talk to her and just.
Yeah, we could buy musical instruments with it.
Yeah.
And remember, Worcester's Field
Paintbrushes.
is in very bad shape.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying don't do it. I'm saying let's talk about
Let's
it.
talk about
I
it.
don't want this, I don't want a cell company telling us where we should put our money.
Well, but we would have to direct the attorney in drawing up the lease of how you want that
The
worded
20,000 could just come to the district.
to the district, not to the school site.
However it works best for the superintendent, he understands.
May I suggest that it should come to the school site to do with as we authorize, but it's Worcester's land, it's Worcester's situation. I think that the money should stay with Worcester.
It's the district's land, the district's situation.
Yes, but same situation that I faced on the Board of Regents. When land is sold by one of the institutions, the money should stay with the institution.
Well, that was a law on the,
However, remember, Howard, again, why we currently put something into a pool to be divided is not all high schools have the same
Granted.
opportunity
Granted.
to gain money through having a wireless.
Understood, understood.
so would the motion be to accept this bid and ask the attorney to drop the lease payment of the lease? Is that what needs to be the motion here?
Yes, ma'am. Or, yes, sir. I was looking right at Barbara.
That one, kid.
I heard threw you off.
I'm okay with my masculinity. I'm fine with that.
My
Make a
apologies,
motion
trustee
to-
Iazzi.
I'll make a motion to accept the bid and direct the attorneys to draw up the lease.
That's the worst
But
thing.
to have the monies come to the district, that we could have a discussion in the future, so the lease wouldn't change.
I'll second.
Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? You don't look happy, did you?
No, I just called Mr. Iazzi ma'am. I was looking right at you.
You're still
My,
scrunching
my
up and down.
apologies.
To be fair to staff, we are going on hour 5 in this meeting, so just.
If that's the worst thing I'm called today, I'm going to sleep well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Or I should say the best thing I'm called today.
Okay, we are going to go to two policies. I know we have people in the audience waiting for these two policies, and I don't recall which two policies they are. I know one's mathematics.
7.06 and 7.07.
Okay, so we're going to go to policy 7.06, discussion of proposed revisions to board policy 6300 mathematics. This is step 2, discussion at board meeting. And we have okay, and we have a couple of comments on these. Would we like to hear the public comments before we talk about the policy?
Sure.
Are people coming back? She didn't leave for good, did she?
No.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Frommer, are you still here?
He's gone.
No, okay. Mrs. Loring.
She's still here.
She's still here.
I've got because this is sort of technical, I've just made a copy of this and pass them around and help yourselves.
This is so technical, she's giving it to us. Oh, good.
Yeah, you can handle it. Okay, for the record, Ann Loring, speaking as a private citizen who has a little bit of history going back on this one. I think overall these are excellent changes that will update the policy, but I suggest one change in order to bring the policy up to date with the current math course of study in the district, which has changed since this policy was written in 2004. So if you'll look with me, and I hope on your computers, what I'm seeing on the draft is in red, under purpose, 2 paragraphs, and it's the last sentence of the second paragraph. So let me just give you some history. Most kids take algebra as freshmen. Some take it in 8th grade or even earlier, and they're accelerated. We talked about them. But most kids take it as freshmen. And in 2004, freshmen had 2 choices. They could take Algebra 1 in 1 year, or at that time, we had Algebra 1 over 2 years. It was a slowed-down version. And so picture when this policy was written and we're saying every student with some exception should be enrolled in mathematics each of their 4 years of high school. And so if you were taking the slowed down algebra, you'd take the first half in your freshman year, second half of Algebra 1 in your sophomore year, then geometry or formal geometry in your junior year, and then Algebra 2 in your senior year. So that fit then. But in 2008, you all eliminated, based on national and local research, that 2-year slowed down version. That's not thought now to be a good model for teaching algebra. And so this is just a technical change in order to now make this read to come out with 4 classes. So on my little handout I just gave you, at the very bottom, You'll see suggested revision to page 1, purpose, paragraph 2, last sentence. In addition, with very limited exceptions, every student shall be enrolled in mathematics each year they are in school, including 4 years of high school, and shall successfully complete Algebra 1, geometry or formal geometry, strike the and, Algebra 2 or Algebra 2 honors, and then add and 1 math beyond Algebra 2 or Algebra 2 honors at a minimum. All that's doing is now making this read with what you currently have as your courses, and you don't have that slowed down one anymore. So this is just a technical change to bring it up to your current course of study. That's it.
So let me ask you a question.
You bet.
In what you spoke about earlier, what changes would we have to make to this policy if we decided to go forth with your discussion earlier today?
If you did the diploma proposal, this policy talks about a whole lot of stuff. This would mesh with the diploma proposal for students, because this would be the current course sequence. It would be the 4 years. So this one would work with the diploma proposal. And a lot of the other things in that proposal are related to instruction and equity, and those stand.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Well, that's good.
Any questions? Can I go?
No?
Makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Loring.
You're welcome.
You want to come back on board?
She's going to come up in the next
I'll be
one.
back again.
You got plenty of empty seats up there.
Yeah, damn it.
Is this which?
This is,
Do we need a
This
motion?
is,
6,300
but is it
mathematics.
this, what part?
So we'll make a motion on?
No, this is this discussion only.
Okay.
Okay.
So the discussion say we should change this language
I mean, if you
to?
support that, then we'll take that,
Yes.
and make the change and bring it back for preliminary.
Yes.
I think these
Okay.
are all, I think these next are all first, this is the first round, I
Oh,
believe.
okay.
Except for homework. I think homework is step 2.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's go first.
I'm ready to move forward.
With these changes? So we don't, do we need, we don't need a
We don't need a
motion,
motion,
okay.
no.
So any other discussion? Okay, so let's move on to 7.07, discussion or revision of Board Policy 6600, Course of Study, formerly entitles the Gateway Curriculum. So, Mrs. Loring, you had comments on this one too? This is also step, no,
What's
Yes.
discussion? It's discussion.
discussion.
Step 1 is policy committee, step 2 is discussion of the board.
Welcome.
Thank you for the record. Ann Loring, private citizen again. Okay, second handout for this one, and sorry, this one's a little bit messier.
It's hell happy.
So on your draft policy, what I'm looking at is something that looks like this. It's got, you know, the red strike, the black strikeout in the red language. And I'm on page 2, guiding practices. Sub A. So just a little background on this one, and then I'll tell you what the suggestions would be. So A begins to meet Nevada's academic standards in the core academic subjects. And we talked in the earlier presentation how the current academic standards are up to Algebra 2 plus 1 class beyond that. Also, in light of the conversation I just had on the previous one about how we've changed, you guys have changed the course of study for mathematics, so we don't have that slowed down algebra anymore. What I would like to recommend is, oh, and also to align with that state statute I told you that put Gateway into statute. Under mathematics, on the table that you're looking, that red table, under mathematics, you really need to put the courses in there. They're in state statute, but those have to be updated too. But this isn't aligned with the standards or career and college readiness if you don't say what the math classes are. And so I'd like to recommend, for the same reason as we had the discussion about the math before, that you say mathematics, comma, including Algebra 1, geometry or formal geometry, Algebra 2 or Algebra 2 honors, and one math class beyond Algebra 2 or Algebra 2 honors at a minimum. And that gets you to the 4 credits. And then
Can we talk about that one before you move on to the next one? Is that all you have there?
On the math one, yeah.
You said that it's in state statute. Is all the classes you said they're in state statute?
No, and
okay.
So I'm glad you asked me on your time and not my time. The Gateway curriculum was put into state law in 2007. As I said in the earlier presentation, the 4 years of math, 4 years of English, 3 years of science, 3 years of social studies, and an opt-out. And they listed the social studies, they listed the science, and on the math, originally the bill was drafted that it listed the classes Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2. But another district in the state didn't feel that they could ask all their students to go to Algebra 2. They weren't so sure they wanted to. And so in the statute, the math, it's math, I think, comma.
It just doesn't list all the
It doesn't list Algebra
Okay.
2. No, it lists Algebra 1 and Geometry. It just stops at that. So that's what the state did in '07. So this language would bring it up to date with what Washoe is currently doing with your courses of study. You can't to get to the 4 years, that's the sequence you would take. Does that answer your question on that one, Trustee?
Yes, because yeah.
Okay. And then, again, just to update on that same table, the next line, science, including at least 2 laboratory sciences. That was the language of 2004. Kendra Fox indicated, we exchanged emails earlier this week, that you guys are moving, and as a scientist, I say, way to go, to make all your sciences lab sciences. That's a nice move. But in order to align the science in this box with the next generation science standards and with the recommended career and college readiness guidelines that we gave you, it suggests that you replace the including at least 2 laboratory sciences with science, comma, of which 2 must be biology and either chemistry or physics. That's the discussion we had, what, an hour ago now? So that's the 2 recommendations. Now, having said that, if I may anticipate President Clark's question on the last policy, and if I can assume you will ask it on this policy, it seems to me that you have 2 choices. You have as many choices as you want to the Board of Trustees, but you can revise this policy and pass it with the understanding that if you adopt the changes to the diploma, that then makes this policy moot. Do you understand why? Because it's all there, but now it's part of the diploma requirements. Or you could table this policy till you talk about the diploma policy and then review it. And either way.
That was my thought.
Yeah.
Is that why, because of this has come up in the process of this, why not just wait until we make the decision? But I guess it doesn't, I don't know what the rest of the board feels. And then, Mr. Bailey, I also forgot to ask you on the last one whether you had any input before we move that on. But if you have something you'd also like to say on this one after Trustee Ayazi. Thank you, Mrs.
Okay,
Lori.
thank you.
Yeah, and first, it might be a question. What you're asking us to put in here, Mrs. Loring, the same as you asked for in the strategic plan. But this would take effect almost immediately. And the other one you have until 2019.
Important distinction. The Gateway policy is a student will be enrolled in. Okay? So they're going to have to take it so that they
can still opt out?
Yes, they can
Okay.
still opt out. So with this policy, you could change it now. Maybe that you're heading toward a good direction. You could change this now to bring it up to date. This would stand until 2019 if you did the diploma proposal.
I forgot about the date, 2019. That is a number of years out. Yeah.
Thank you, President Clark. Scott Bailey, Chief Academic Officer, for the record. Great timing that we're entertaining the proposal. At the same time, we're rewriting policy. I did want to invite the resident mathematician to the table for comment. Kendra Fox.
How many's a zillion?
Big number. That website is really a good website. You should check it out if you get a chance. In terms of the math policy, we're fine with the changes. It's pretty much the common, that's what we do anyway. We do have limited exceptions that we entertain from the school level. They email us and ask, here's the student situation. What can we do to help them get through or graduate? They've passed the proficiency test. We gather lots of data and try to make informed decisions about specific students when they don't fall into that nice, neat box. And so if I have concerns, it's really about those students that don't fall into that box, that we can do something to still help them graduate, especially if they've met every other requirement. So with that, there's still lots of leeway to let us help them out. And with the gateway policy, it's still that enrolled. So they have to enroll in the courses, but it doesn't say they have to complete or pass. And so that gives us also the leeway and it's mostly Algebra 2. Just a handful of students have a hard time passing Algebra 2. And we're hoping that with Common Core, and we're preparing students better to get to that point along the way, that we won't have this problem in a few years. But right now, it is a legitimate concern, and so that's.
Trustee Rosenberg.
At the university, we have an exception for this particular student. It's a one-time exception. So it doesn't brand everything, but we can make exceptions. And I think we need to be able to do that in public school, too.
Does the policy preclude us from making exceptions?
I don't believe it does.
Because they can opt out, right?
It can, and we can make exceptions. The one thing I would ask, if we could go forward with the changes to the Gateway curriculum to call it a course of study. We're trying to scrub our documents of the Gateway curriculum and just call it course of study because it is law. And so if we don't go forward, we still have that title there, which I don't know if is a huge deal, but it just would be nice to be consistent. And so that would be my only hope in terms of that policy is of going forward.
Yeah, and I would recommend that we go with the changes that we have here and then bring back the conversation of the diploma project, which is the class of 2019. But this way, this at least reflects more of what's going on in the field now. So that way, because that's one of your goals was to match up your policies with what's actually happening. Because if you remember, the reason you started on this path is because these policies have been outdated for so long.
Yeah. Okay, Trustee Iazzi.
Yeah, I like the idea of going forward with it because if nothing else, it gets out in the public more and we'll hear those comments. And if you see anything else that needs to change, we have 2 more meetings on this.
Great.
And so let us know what has to happen.
Okay.
Okay, so it sounds like it's going to move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we are back to, if I'm not mistaken, 7.04, submission of the Washoe County School District performance plan to the Nevada Department of Education. Mr. Bailey.
For the record, Scott Bailey, Chief Academic Officer. Joining me are Lynn Rao, Director of Title I, Ben Hayes, Chief Accountability Officer. In compliance with Nevada law, we are submitting the district performance plan, which is a direct result of the Nevada Comprehensive Curriculum Audit that was conducted over the past several months. And I will actually turn it over to Lynn Rao to lead us off in this presentation.
Hi.
Do you have a presentation, JJ?
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. We can do it without the PowerPoint. It's short.
Okay.
It was submitted.
Well, that happens.
Probably it's better not even to have it. Then we can have a conversation about what we're talking about. What we are here to do is to tell you about some really good work that has occurred in the district during the past 8 months. And as a district, our charge was to create a district performance plan that was aligned to the Nevada Comprehensive Curriculum Audit Tool for districts that would impact positively student achievement. And the Washoe County School District is required by law to submit the district performance plan to NDE by July 1st. So what is the NCAT-D? It is a tool that allows districts to evaluate our curriculum and instruction. There were 15 sub-indicators on the rubric to look at. Assessment and accountability, there were 11 sub-indicators, and leadership, where there were 26 sub-indicators. So it was a very, very large project, and I've got to say I was very excited to be a part of this, as the staff in our district really rose to the occasion and submitted just an amount of evidence showing the work that is being done in the district. So why are we conducting this audit? The reason why is the U.S. Department of Education granted Nevada a waiver. As part of the waiver stipulates that any district with focus, priority, or 1- or 2-star schools must conduct a comprehensive curriculum audit, and so we did that. How we prepared for the NCAT, we started last fall, and first of all, the superintendent and the board president.
Can I stop you a second?
Absolutely.
I'm being very obtuse, I know, but...
That's okay.
Tell me again, from the beginning. I understand about the DIP, which is what we're talking about.
The district performance plan.
So now tell me again why we're talking about the NCAT and the audit, and just do it a little bit slower, and maybe I can catch it this time.
Because under the waiver, when Nevada was granted the waiver stipulates that districts have to conduct a comprehensive audit, and the audit's called the NCAT-D. So we started this work back in the fall using the rubric with the indicator questions and gathering all the evidence. So staff were given many, many questions to submit evidence, and we compiled it into a large database. In addition to answering all the questions of what the work that is happening in the district, we also did the interviews where Pedro Martinez and yourself were interviewed. 2 interviews occurred, and we had focus groups that also occurred for teachers, parents, principals, and district office staff. We also used that information to gather the information to feed into the district performance plan of what are our needs. We had to conduct that audit. And okay, is that starting to make sense now?
So what you're saying is that all the information that you acquired from the audit, you decided to rebuild or redo the
district performance plan.
Because really in the past, hasn't it somewhat been a rollover type of proposition?
Well, our guiding document is our strategic plan, of course, but under the new waiver and the accountability model, it also stipulates that the district had to perform the NCAT. And from the NCAT, we actually got some amazing feedback that led us to develop the district performance plan. So the work went really, really deep.
Right.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Beyond the interviews that occurred and the focus groups that occurred, we also surveyed all parents in the district and all teachers, and all that information was gathered into the database. Okay. All right.
It's up here.
Oh, there's the PowerPoint. Now you have a visual.
So real quickly, for the record, Ben Hayes, the audit, and this will get into the district performance plan, but it all has to stem from the audit according to the ESEA waiver, like Lynn said. So it has 3 main focus areas, and this is the process. The 3 main focus areas were curriculum and instruction, and assessment and accountability, and leadership as a third. So we broke those into 3 different days and gathered the committee together over 3 different days this fall and winter. And during those 3 days, we reviewed, again, all the survey data, all the interviews, all the focus groups, and all the academic data that we have kind of to bring to bear on this. We reviewed those in sections, and then using a rubric, kind of a detailed rubric, they rated how we are as a district on that specific indicator. And then they also, as a team, indicated how much of a priority that specific indicator was. So by the end of that day, and remember there was 3 of those days, we would have kind of what are our biggest kind of opportunities for improvement, or our biggest needs, and what are the highest priorities for this particular area.
On your PowerPoint deck, you'll see 6 recommendations. Those 6 recommendations are directly related to those root causes. So out of the audit, the conversations, the inspection of what the present state is, the root causes were actually determined, which drove a recommendation. So, for example, 11A, which is 1 of 6, you'll notice district-wide curriculum is a recommended facet. What we found in our interviews and discussions with many different constituent groups, including the teacher survey, is that we have curriculum that we're building around the new standards, but a lot of folks aren't aware of it or how to find it. So it's a lot of communications as a focal point. 1-2A, for example, all students. What that really means is we're trying to move away from the pull-out models and move into a more inclusive environment so that all kids are exposed to the same general rigor around the curriculum rather than to be pulled out and sheltered from. So that's another recommendation directly correlated. So you see 6 recommendations directly correlated to the 6 root causes that you would actually find on page 9 of the district performance plan. If you want to take a glance, it's page 9.
So with those 6 recommendations in mind, we came up with can you advance one? Yeah, thanks. With those 6 recommendations in mind and all of the data collected from the NCAP process, we identified kind of the 2 main goals that all of this led to. So those 6 recommendations, all of our student achievement data, and then all of the qualitative evidence gathered by the NCAP process. And so what we did was use all that and to dive it into the district performance plan, which is what we are kind of coming to you tonight to give you an advanced preview before we submit it. And the 2 main goals are, number 1, communication, awareness, and implementation of the curriculum resources to support Nevada academic content standards. That was a biggie on that previous screen, and you don't have to go back to it, but 4 out of the 6 recommendations were around this, just awareness around the same materials that we need, and then evaluating of that curriculum, and then finally the collaboration and the professional learning that has to occur to ensure strong and kind of improving implementation of that. I would remind all of us that this is, like Lynn said, the strategic plan is our guiding document. What we needed to do with this was come up with a 1-year plan by state law. So what we did was do a deep dive into kind of what Scott Bailey was talking about earlier, goal 1 really, in the strategic plan, and say this is really what we need to accomplish this year to ensure we work on achievement gaps. We know kind of really what all teachers are aware and implementing of the Nevada academic content standards, and then we built measurable objectives under that.
So at this point, we've conducted an audit, we've determined root causes, we've made recommendations. Now the real meat, if you will, in the sandwich, that is the action steps. What are we going to do about it? So this is where you'll find in your district performance plan, pages 9 through 23, the many steps of action that will be required. Not only that, but timelines, who's responsible, and also how we're going to monitor progress toward. One of the pieces out of this, which I think is awesome, is the fact that we've recommended instructional rounds in our schools. So what that is you would see persons from various departments, for example, OSP, Office of Academics, area superintendents, might be Ben, could be Lynn, will join and actually walk school campuses and observe classroom instruction. Then we'll come back and debrief, are we on track, are we off track, how can we inform the system of corrective actions in process. Amazing idea, right?
I'm impressed.
So we're going to put that in action. That's an action step, and it's just one of the highlights of the many actions that you'll see in pages 9 through 23.
That's great.
And so finally, to kind of conclude the slide, really what Scott led us into is this monitoring phase with his last kind of talk. So instructional rounds are just the beginning. We, if you're looking at your district performance plan, or if you look at it later, we're required to have kind of certain columns that show artifacts and evidence, showing progress, timelines and benchmarks. But really through the NCAP process and through the strategic plan, we really kind of uncovered we're really good about evaluating grant programs and things like that. We haven't been so strong as a district in evaluating the curriculum, and this is a wonderful jumping off point to do that. So we're putting together a large evaluation steering committee and a detailed evaluation plan as part of the district performance plan, as part of the strategic plan as well. So we'll dig deeply into getting those observation data, but also getting kind of ongoing formative data and then looking at data when they come in order to see how kind of we're doing on implementation, how teachers are aware, how confident they are in implementing. And the purpose of these steering committees will be to kind of say, you know, how are we doing this last month or two? What resources do we need to improve our implementation? And so that's one of the things that we're all kind of excited about is really, I mean, we're definitely sensitive to how much schools have, so we're staying out of the way, I mean, barring instructional rounds. But we're putting the data burden on ourselves and these steering committees and listening and kind of observing and definitely hearing from principals and teachers, but taking the administrative burden off of that. So this is, again, the concluding slide, and the reason it's the concluding slide is we're really kind of taking this district performance plan seriously as a one-year thing to evaluate and monitor how good we can do this, because that'll inform how we go about the strategic plan for the next several years.
If I could just add one more thing, Lynn reminded me we're working, and I know Superintendent Martinez has spoken to this in the past, on parent guides around the curricular expectations. Kendra Fox and her team working collaboratively with multiple departments. We just obviously presented the idea to Coffee last week, so we're hoping that they'll be involved to a large degree to make sure it's meeting the stakeholders' needs. But it's clearly outlining for each grade level the expectations around the new standards and assessment practices.
Trustee Rosenberg.
I think I can speak for most teachers. When you come visit, and it's something like this, you welcome the visit. Because you're actually seeing something. And if you make suggestions, I'll know that you mean exactly what it needs to mean. Thank you.
Well, you know, we've had this ongoing discussion. I can remember when the previous superintendent started, one of the things I said to him was, and I think we had the conversation at board meetings, there was no common curriculum across the schools. And so we, you know, as a trustee, I would get a call from a Cold Springs parent that said their child was getting an A and they moved to Winnemucca, and now their child was getting a C. And you know, how do you explain that to a parent as you go across? So it's been a number of years, and hopefully we're getting to that point where we actually are going to have a common curriculum that everybody has to follow. I mean, from a 30,000 foot, and I absolutely profess not to know too much about curriculum, but at the 30,000 foot level, it just sounds sensible to have a common curriculum across the board that all teachers and all students receive. So hallelujah to that.
So President Clark, I think it's just important for you to know, you know, just to note something you said again. How long ago was that that you remember that? What year? and no, the reason I say
1812.
no, the reason I say that but the reason I say that in all seriousness is that this has been an issue again, another one that's been, you know, an issue for our district for years.
Long time.
So I mean, it's not. Again, it just, I mean, I don't mean to vent, but again, these are some of the things we're trying to fix, but these are issues that have been ongoing for many, many years. Well before many of these staff were even here.
Right. And it's nice to see that the audit, you know, talks about that. You know, one of the things that you hear teachers say is they don't have the proper tools for the curriculum. That we don't provide that necessarily at a district level because they can choose to do what they want. So maybe they do that. I'm excited to see about the LEP and IEP. Let's see what the results come from that, because
very much in line with your
I know
priorities.
over many years it's changed back and forth, but you know, we need the data to show that something's being accomplished in those areas. Certainly it looks like you have a system for evaluation. I guess I did talk to Trustee McClurry, who really is the expert in this field today a little bit, and her question, which is kind of as well as mine in the overall component, is how does this work together with the strategic plan, and why, you know, again, we seem as a district to, I'm not talking to any individual one person, I'm just talking about district per se, you know, to have different plans, different places, working on different things, and we often talk about trying to get everything together in one place, and I don't know if that's viable or workable, but maybe you can comment on that.
So let me start with that. No, I can start. So I think everything you've seen here is well aligned with the updated strategic plan. If anything, I think what we'll have, because of the metrics you've been reviewing, we'll probably have stronger metrics in the future. So there's nothing in this plan that isn't aligned, and in fact, that's the reason why ELL and special ed are actually called out very specifically. And remember, the curriculum is part of the component also of the new Common Core standards as well. So, you know, again, there's nothing here that isn't aligned. Like I said, what I expect is we're going to have just much better metrics.
Yeah, I think exactly. I would follow up that what you see, and Mr. Bailey can kind of take over from after this statement. What you see here is the beginnings of the project plan for our multi-year strategic plan. So it's exactly aligned with it.
Ditto. I think that we had a heavy presence, obviously, with the Office of Academics in the development of this plan, and certainly we wouldn't put anything in here that didn't complement or work toward a common good. I was reminded that it used to be that we submitted the actual strategic plan in compliance with what was known as the DIP. So this is a subset, if you will, that's a complement to the greater good called strategic plan.
And so one last question, when will we start seeing results and have something come back to the board on this?
On the district performance plan itself? Well, we can do...
Generally, we haven't, you know, it gets submitted and
right.
we don't really get any
I can
feedback.
so since it is exactly aligned, and I don't mean to jump in front of you, Pedro, since it is exactly aligned, we'll put it in as part of the strategic plan monitoring updates, and we can put it in as part of when we do the graduation initiative updates. We can bring you kind of those quarterly evaluation steering committee meetings. So the beauty is that it is exactly aligned with the strategic plan, so we will come back as part of the strategic plan monitoring updates, and this will be that story.
And I would say, Ben, also, you know, as part of our data summit, I think this will be an area that we continue to get deeper in, because again, if you remember in the data summit, we go very deep into the different subgroups. So I think, you know, that's probably, you know, again, it's going to just continue to build on that data that we provide, as well as just normal updates from the departments.
So I think this is good. It's very detailed. Obviously, a lot of work went into it, but I think it would be helpful too if when we have to do these things, we've got to somehow tie it in with our strategic plan and how it's, so we can see it. For a trustee, this is, you know, I mean, I get it. It carries the same theme as our strategic plan, but it's really hard for me to
place it.
I need a better framework. So I don't know if that's possible and how you present this, if there's something you can add additionally to it, but somehow that would have been much easier for me to grasp it, because if you want me to stay up here, that's how you have to present the information, and you're not presenting it that way. So that's my only feedback. I mean, it's clearly a lot of work has been put into this.
And are you dictated by how it's laid out by?
We are dictated by how it's laid out, and I have to take a little bit of ownership. I was kind of pretty adamant that we can't let this be a distraction to the strategic plan itself. So we can go back and do, like Trustee Clark said, we used to use this as the crosswalk for the strategic plan. We'd like to get back to that state where we can use our strategic plan as a DPP for now on, but this year, since we have focus and priority schools, we can't. So yes, to answer your question, we are dictated. We could come back and present a crosswalk to you if that's your wish. Really, we're trying to stay focused on the strategic plan.
I think maybe what Trustee Mayer says, he says, can you layer it, or what does he say? So even, you know, obviously you have to do it how they're requiring you to do it, but then maybe when you bring it to the trustees, what did he call, you know, he says, you just
Well, one of the things that we could do is, like I said, we're going to continue to bring, because we still have to bring back the strategic plan for you. So one of the things that we can clearly do in the strategic planning document is just link it to this school improvement plan. That way you can kind of see the links, but it'd be easier to do it in the strategic plan document because frankly, that's our own formatting, and so that's easier for us to do. This is a state required format. So, but again, that'd be one suggestion I would make.
And again, it's kind of reference to earlier this evening. It's just very hard for someone who is basically a volunteer to gather disparate reports from disparate, is that the right usage of that word? Places, so that you have the big picture when you're looking at it and trying to pull things together. And it's just an issue that, you guys know it so well. The trustees are looking at something, it's just making, building the entire house from the basement to the roof. Trustee Rosenberg.
One of the kinds of things I've been called today. To me, it's very simple. The strategic plan is the overarching thing. Insert it into the place that it belongs and work it from there. That way you'd be able to see exactly where it's coming, under what heading, and it will work a little bit better. The work is great.
It is great.
And for the first time, I think I even understand the data part of it. I hate data.
It is. It's outstanding, and it's what I like is I can see the action steps.
Yeah.
And then I can see the monitoring, which is something that I keep asking when we have other things, kind of outline it for me because I don't understand it to the degree that you guys, so I have to piecemeal it together. So, is this an action item that you need an approval on?
I don't think so.
No, it's not. We just needed, if you have any input to provide, we will take the input prior to submission. We have to submit it by July 1st. So we don't need you to vote.
It's labeled for the Board of Trustees approves the submission of the plan to NDE.
Right, so that you can approve it, so that we can move on and submit it to the state by July 1. And we wanted to set up enough time in case you all had input, but sensing that you all are in agreement with it, we can go ahead and submit it.
And then
You need a motion
I
for
would ask
this?
for a motion.
Yeah, we'd ask for a motion.
To approve it.
Okay, I move that we submit it.
Do we want to wait for?
But second before discussion. And then
Second.
Okay, discussion.
Do we want to wait for Trustee McGlory to have a look at this before we do the final?
I do believe she has input, though I didn't get to spend the time with her to acquire that, so I don't know to what level or.
If I could jump in, sorry, we actually, she was your representative on the DPP committee, so she got advance notice of all of these, but we're not opposed to waiting.
We'll just assume that it's okay with her.
Yeah.
Okay.
So are we, any further discussion? Did you have something you wanted to say?
No, go
Superintendent
right
Martinez?
Go right ahead.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
It is a very
beautiful
nice job.
Thank you.
The depth of work involved. Thank you. Okay, I think we're headed to the home stretch here. I think we only have a couple of policies left. Mr. Bailey, you're just everywhere tonight, aren't you? Instructional
Homework?
705.
705, discussion of proposed adoption of Board Policy 6160, instructional materials, media selection, textbook adoption, and disposal of obsolete materials, and deletion of Board Policy 6161, media selection, Board Policy 6161.5, disposal of discontinued instructional material, and Board Policy 6181, standards, enhancements, and course revisions, textbooks, material selection, and adoption.
This is discussion only?
That's a mouthful.
It certainly is.
Scott Bailey, Chief Academic Officer. For the record, basically what you just suggested is that we're moving to step 2, which is this evening on this specific policy, and this is a reflection of consolidating some pre-existing policies and bringing them up to date to be a little more relative to the current world. We're open for comment, discussion, to take it back and revise if necessary.
Trustee Ozzie.
My only questions right now is on 3D. It says this is on the challenge issue. The time frame for people to be moving up the chain of if they're opposed to it, does that mean it doesn't go into place until that's done?
I don't think that says that, one way or the other.
No, that's a good point.
Seems like that's a long way to go and stop everything if one person complains about it.
I think, oh, I'm sorry, Kendra Fox for the record. I thought in here it said somewhere that, that it wouldn't stop, it's been a few days since I've read this, it wouldn't stop the materials from being used until, yeah, in
It's D subsection 2, I believe.
Complaint?
the use of materials being reconsidered shall not be restricted until final disposition of the complaint has been reached. Is that what your question was about?
Right, and it sort of goes both ways. So a principal can take as long as they want to give them an answer. And then the district administration can sort of give them as long as they want. And then the complainant would have to go to request for reconsideration. And then they get 30 days, and they get 10 days. Well, by then, the semester or the year is over. So what good is challenging something if it doesn't have any outcome that reflects anything?
So I'm hearing the recommendation, and I totally agree with you, to add a time frame, maybe D subsection 1?
Well, every part of this should have a time
Yeah.
frame, but I think it should be maybe,
So here,
I don't know. This is one I'll have to sort of think about. I don't believe that one person should be able to challenge everything, that maybe there has to be, you know, if one person challenges it, we can continue to use it, but if 5 do, then, you know, whatever that number is, then we wouldn't use it until it's done. Just to have that conversation done. And I don't know how this would relate to an earlier conversation we had about, we just had that where we'll go talk to people and do that stuff. So that wouldn't have met this. That's my only issue on this one. I don't know what the solution is or what I would want it to see, but I think it has to be thought out a little more for both sides, as the challenger and the one being challenged.
We'd be happy to take those considerations back for a revision.
It'd be good also, Scott, I'm just curious what other districts in the state are doing around this, because this is especially now with the new standards, this is a real critical one.
Yeah.
Because we're going to get more and more people.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Well, and also it doesn't say either about if I challenge it today and it only takes 10 days and it gets resolved, can another person challenge it?
Right.
And they just keep going.
Perpetual.
So there should be like a time frame in there where, okay, we're done. Or they have to raise a whole new issue, or when we're going to roll something out, maybe you have 10 days to appeal. You know, not as long as you want.
I like that language.
that part is in there in V in terms of the appeal, but I agree. I think the time frame, because there's nothing to stop a parent from at Billinghurst to complain, and then that gets resolved, and then a parent from Mendive complaining also about the same thing. So I think we have to figure out that language.
Yeah, and just a time frame from when we roll it out. I mean, you don't wait till the last week of school and say,
Yeah, this is really new for us. We have honestly never had this happen before, and so it's nice to kind of plan ahead for when it does.
Yeah, we better, because...
Yes, I agree.
So can you do those suggestions for it to come back to the board, or do you need to take it away and bring it back for step 2 again?
Whatever your direction might be, we will oblige.
I'd say move forward.
Bring with some edited language for the next time for you, because you still got a couple steps.
Right, we have 2 more steps.
So we will wordsmith it, bring it back to the board
For preliminary approval.
Yep.
Awesome. For preliminary approval.
Yeah. Yep.
for preliminary approval. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, great. 7.08, discussion of revisions to board policy 6154, homework. This is also both of you, and step 2.
Yes, homework policy, again, as you stated, step 2. Recently, we met with Coffee and shared the policy and reg. We really didn't get much feedback on the policy. It seemed good as stated. Where we got some more feedback was around the actual regulation, which is where the staff really gets into the work in delivering on the policy. And the one thing that kind of stood out from that input and a follow-up email from one of the participants was that we need to maybe tighten up the language and considerations around intersessions and 3-day weekends. The example cited on a lengthy email from one of the parents was teachers loading up students on a 3-day weekend on a Friday afternoon with a lot of homework. In this case, the parent canceled their travel plans over the weekend because the student gets car sick and couldn't complete the homework in a timely fashion to and from. And these assignments were due Tuesday morning upon return. That's an example of something they wanted us to address in the regulation. But the policy, we had minimal feedback.
We don't have the regulation in our report, do we?
I don't believe the regulation's included.
Let's bring this one back with the regulation then.
Yeah, I think so. I think, can we see the regulation at the same time? I think that might have been the request last time. I'm not sure though. I think we're getting close. I can see you've added the blue language on page 2. Is that's been added since the last time?
Correct. Red would be the first iteration and most recent blue.
And I think we did ask for the regulation because we had a long discussion about this. So.
Yeah, because I don't know what's in the regulation that may answer the questions that I still have ongoing about this homework issue with parents.
So we can bring that, this is discussion only, right?
So if we could have the regulation next time, we'll move it forward. Is that okay with everybody? Want to still do that?
Very good.
Do you have other questions? Does everybody else have other questions?
My question might be more on the regulation, because I don't know
Yeah.
how we're going to say what's too much homework over a 3-day weekend, and because one person changed their rules,
Yeah.
I've got
So
problems with
let's
that.
bring it back next time to the board.
I think there's some pretty good language in there that you'll.
That'd be
It's
great.
very specific.
Okay.
Thank you,
Not
guys.
to go anywhere. Preliminary.
Oh, more?
Now we are at preliminary approval. Proposed revision of Board Policy 6200 Literacy, formerly entitled Reading. This is for preliminary approval.
Yes, again, preliminary approval, literacy, formerly known as reading, item 709. Again, open to feedback and participate in discussion.
I think we had a lot of feedback on this.
Yeah, I think you caught a lot of what Barbara McClory wants.
I just have one simple question. What's wrong with reading?
Literacy would encompass writing, for example, which is a major component of the new standards. Being literate in reading and writing.
I did?
I'm pretty sure you were.
I like the other way. No. Fine. I'm just being rotten, Scott. You know that.
We're going to miss you, Maddie. Bring your replacement.
Sure you can't stay around.
Really? And you might need to have a one-on-one.
Going on 6 hours of this meeting just to remind everybody.
Okay.
Oh, I'll wear Logan down.
Any
no
further
problem.
questions, or we'll take a motion for preliminary approval?
So moved.
Second.
Further discussion?
No.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. 7.10, preliminary approval of draft board policy 6400 assessment.
Yes, I'll be inviting Paul Richter, Director of Assessment. Should you have questions or comments?
Is this the Mr. Rector that thought he was going to retire? Didn't
No
receive
comment.
permission?
I don't think I have any questions on this one.
Neither do I.
Yeah,
Just a reminder, it's a step 3.
this is really more in Trustee McCleary's avenue. It looks like you've included the language that she suggested last time.
We did.
Let me ask the question this way. Is there anything she asked for that you left out?
No.
that we need to know about?
We still have one more hearing, right?
No, this is final.
This is
No,
final.
this is preliminary. Trustee Iassi.
I'm trying to recall the conversation, but under guiding principles B, the differentiated by student need, has that been taken out to the educators and stuff about what that really means? I know we had a lot of discussion about that. And when I was reading some of the comments to the strategic plan, there were a lot of comments about, not this, they sort of tied together with what this is, about how do you differentiate it by student need, and how do you put that in policy?
Yeah, I remember those comments, you're right.
Those were the exact words that Trustee McClory
Right.
asked us to insert.
I just wanted, and I don't mind inserting things preliminarily, because I'm hoping that people will comment on it and say, I can't do this, or I can do this, or this is why this doesn't work. So I'm hoping, I don't mind moving it forward, but I'm hoping we go out and ask, you guys have to deal with it later on, to make sure that this is something that can be accomplished without a whole lot of trouble. Because I want to make sure that we don't put in policies that
That are realistic.
I want policies that are realistic and not just pie in the sky stuff. So between now and next time, if you just sort of check that for me, that'd be great.
It's a great question. Yeah, it's a good point. We have a principal advisory group, Scott, that I'm thinking maybe you guys just run some of these things by them. I would say even the other policies too, just to make sure that we're being, that they know what's happening and they can also comment.
Yeah, 'cause I rely on those comments for me. I really do. I rely on the.
This principal advisory group is a very open group that's very candid with us and tells us their opinions very clear, and they represent all levels. So it's kind of nice to it's a good group for us to just kind of run these kind of things by them.
Excellent idea.
I have a motion for preliminary.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Here. Okay, board member requests for future items. Dave did ask last time, and I'd forgotten looking at the agenda about scheduling the plan for how we're going to move forward with the strategic plan.
Yep.
So,
Okay.
Well, that was quick.
Go ahead, Kristen.
Okay.
Now that we don't have a meeting, we don't have a quorum. We can just ask a lot of questions.
Yeah.
6 hours and 15 minutes, no.
Who's counting?
So that was actually on the board member agenda request form that we attached to superintendent's highlights. So we are going to put that, depending on the timing, for the new draft document. So that will either be on the June 24th board meeting or July 29th board meeting. But we do have that as your request. So that is coming to the board.
Because I'm looking at the one that was sent out, and I didn't see it on there.
Under the superintendent's highlights on board member agenda requests on the,
REV, I'm looking at it right now.
okay. Your name is listed right there. I just brought it up. It's there.
Okay.
But anyways, so it will be
No, but
June.
This what I'm looking at also says that the organizational chart would be in the superintendent highlights on the 23rd of May.
For last week, right, so we had, and so in that email, I said that we did put the 13-14 org chart on there, but there are going to be changes for 14-15. So that was submitted.
I might have missed that one. Then did we ever have, so what's happening to the strategic plan in the 2 months before we can get it agendized?
No, so the only thing, so we can definitely bring back for discussion on even earlier, you can bring that back on the 10th. What we wanted to do is start bringing you something that was a physical document that captures all the conversations we've had.
Well, my point was, I don't think we've had enough conversation.
I agree.
Okay.
It's not to see what's happening, but that we maybe need more comments from the public about this thing before we implement it.
So why don't we?
No, and I didn't want to make that, I wanted to see what the other trustees wanted to give authorization to go out and do that some more.
Yeah, and so we can bring that back on the 10th then and just have that conversation. We were hoping though, or at some point, and we can just talk about it on the 10th, is to start giving you something that's physical, because I think one of the recommendations I was going to make to the board was for us to have something physical that we can send out to get comments on, because right now the survey is at a very high level, which is fine, but I wasn't sure if you wanted us to actually have something that we could actually send out that has all the goals, has all the metrics, and that way people could comment on that.
So, see, that's why I need that conversation.
Yeah,
too.
so we can have that on the 10th.
Okay.
And then you can give us the guidance from there.
And did we ever have a discussion about the intercessions? I don't remember us having that talk about how many kids went to all the intercessions and all that.
If they were.
I believe that was back in January or February, but I'll have to check. I believe that we had submitted that
That's when Trustee Mayer asked for
information.
more information, was in January.
Yeah.
And Tracy Davis said that we wouldn't get the data available until March. And I don't remember seeing that until later.
I thought we covered it in one of the PowerPoints in one of our workshops, but we can always
That's
reconnect.
fine.
We heard about the survey results, but he had a very specific question about.
It was covered after that request, but Trustee Yazzie, then you had one follow-up question that I think Barbara may be getting to, the cost of that per child or something.
And I thought
So
that was
a
sent
specific
out,
follow-up to
but I
that.
thought that was sent out in one of the weeklies, but we can, because I know we computed that for you, and so I thought that was sent out, but yeah, we can just re-email that.
Okay. Yeah. And then for what I'd like to see coming up is, we got a big letter, and I know that many of us have visited the Challenger Learning to see what's going to happen there. I had a discussion with them today, so that, because they're running into their own challenges. At some point, and it doesn't have to be soon, the Challenger one would be soon, but in the next few months, I'd like to know, and maybe it could even be emailed to me, what tests we give out and which ones are actually required by the feds or by the state, or do we just require some? Or
The assessments?
all those assessments, and how much each one of them costs us.
Sure.
Okay, so two separate, so what was your direction for Challenger?
I'd like that on
For a
an agenda
presentation?
fairly, by the Challenger group.
Okay.
Give them like 10 minutes to say, because I know that a lot of us have gone there.
Right.
And I don't know what to do. And
Okay.
then the last thing was a public comment here about the transgender, the TAG group.
Yes.
Ms. Scurry is already, after the public comment, Ms. Scurry spent a half hour or so with the gentleman, getting information from him, giving him information, and we'll get an update to you in writing about that.
Okay, that would be great.
Yeah, because I thought we included that in.
And then information on state and federal required assessments?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and do we do some that aren't
we do
required?
ourselves
You know,
that aren't
like what,
required?
I keep hearing all these tests, and I don't know which ones they're talking about. So how many do we actually?
Good, okay.
Okay, so last week we requested the makeup of the diversity committee. Can we bring that back when we do the strategic plan discussion?
We can do that, and that information is going to be submitted this Friday to you within the superintendent's highlights as far as the makeup of that committee.
And you've also been invited to the next, it's on your calendar that
Yeah,
I
I
saw
can't
for the next committee meeting, so that's on all your calendars if you can attend.
Yeah.
And the GT is coming back in June 10th?
The what?
GT?
Yes, the GT, yes, that presentation will be on June 10th.
Okay. And then we talked last week about counseling and diversity, and you had a plan on how you wanted to discuss that. You said you wanted to bring it back with the strategic plan. Remember we talked last week at the meeting?
I think that was the diversity. I think that was the diversity
Yeah,
we're getting at.
right.
Yeah.
So that comes back. That'll come back with the discussion with the strategic plan.
It can. Yes.
I thought you had a plan how you wanted to do it, right? Or
It
no?
was the organization of diversity and counseling
I can't remember.
and how that was going to
Remember you said you
roll
wanted
out.
to do it like tied with the strategic plan?
We
or
wanted
something?
to, well, there were two different things. There was a diversity committee and plan, which that we said we were going to bring back at some point, and I guess that you're invited to the next committee meeting. And then separately, we're going to be looking at counseling as a whole in general. Frankly, I also want that to be part of the scope of the work of the Safety Commission, because that's where we're going to get into bullying, into all those kind of
So
other
maybe
things.
you can talk about your vision when we bring the strategic plan next back, or just.
Yeah, we can definitely have it in a future conversation. Absolutely.
All right,
Absolutely.
okay.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, sorry.
Are you not finished, Lisa?
I'm speaking for Trustee Mayer. He would like to talk about and I don't know how to frame this with the right words, a not dress code, but a staff dress policy. Now, would that come to the policy committee, or would that come to the board?
It would be, it's complicated. It would be, It's probably we'd have to check with legal on whether that's a negotiable item,
Yeah.
and then it would come to
Oh,
board
it's
policy.
negotiable.
And then, I mean,
Believe me, it's
terms of union
negotiable.
contracts, and then we'd have to go to the policy committee.
So, okay, so we can.
But I
put
think
that
the
on
first question has to
policy
be,
agenda.
is it even, is it
Could be a recommended.
yeah, but it might be an employee contract issue.
Right.
Trustee Oz.
Just on that, Superintendent, I think we look at that, but frankly, I think it should come to the board whether we even want to do a policy.
Sure.
Because I thought the policy committee was meeting to clean up our older ones.
Yeah.
I'd hate to go through all that work and you come to the
You're
full
absolutely
board and they
right.
say forget it.
That's fair.
Nope, that's
Right, that's a good point.
So discussion for future agenda as far as dress
Yes.
dress,
And
Yes.
maybe
if we
just
need.
get, is this happening in other school districts or, what's happening?
Yeah, again, but like I said, I want to make sure that we check into what's, because by union, there's certain things that are covered by
No,
union.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand that,
But
however.
I mean, you should know that, so that way you know.
But
what-
I mean, clearly there needs to be some standards.
But however, no
yes.
matter what the negotiated agreement is currently, the board always has the option to bring something new to the contract
Yeah.
that, at the next meeting, say, this is one of the items that we want to
Yep,
discuss
and they
in the
can,
future.
and they always have
So
the freedom to say,
even if it's
to respond.
not there right
Evidently, you
now,
don't
we
want a
can-
dress code for this.
No, well, let me put it this way. I'm just on the list of 100 things we have to do. I would put this one at 101, to be honest with you.
Okay, well, I don't want to
When-
minimize
when-
question
When you
there.
consider everything we're working on in terms of just changing instruction and raising standards and performance metrics,
Pedro, I disagree with you. I think this is vital
Reflection of
because it's respect for yourself, for your students, and for the work that you want to see. When the kids dress like slobs, their work looks like slobs. I don't have any way of saying this at the university, but they know. They walk in with short shorts and look like they're going to the beach. They better run the hell out before I get in. And could I ask one quick question? Equity Task Force. What is that? Do we know what that is?
The Equity Task Force, they're developing a policy that will come forward to the board during the policy committee as far as equity and diversity in our school district and
Okay.
how that's going to be run.
There's a meeting tomorrow morning.
Correct.
At 9 o'clock.
Correct.
I was going to go. Is that appropriate?
Yes, you have been invited to
that was,
Okay,
that was the meeting we
Yes.
just talked about.
Yes.
That was on your
You
schedule.
have been
so you could
invited
meet
to
all the
that.
members. Yeah, I know. But that
Yes.
was the reason why, the purpose was for you to meet all the members. So that way, rather than just getting a list, you could see them. I'm just saying. We're trying to, fulfill your
So
request.
any feeling as far as for dress policy is June 24th, July 29th? Is that,
I would think.
give some time, July 29th?
Yeah, he better bring it up when the teachers are out.
Okay.
What?
Out on vacation,
The what?
the teachers.
Yeah.
Going once, going twice.
He's the one who requested it.
I know, but I say we ought to bring it up when they're on vacation too.
I'll just stick to my statement, but.
It would be, this needs her signature. Thank you.
Well, we could give a recommendation like the cruise ships do. Smart dress night, just give a
Okay,
recommendation.
what else?
Like Carnival.
Okay, we have this proposed meeting calendar, which would start in July. Additional day, a request from trustee mayor to have an additional day set on the calendar for work session will allow trustees and staff to know in advance which day of the week to set aside if a work session is needed. If it's Saturday, it works for me.
Yeah, me too.
So that would mean, so Tuesdays you have as your regular board meetings or board policy.
Yep.
And then to schedule a second day, if there were any type of work sessions, trainings, professional development for the board, that you all would have a clear calendar, doctor's appointments, those types of things, so you would know in advance. So that's what
I
we're
always
looking
keep
for.
Tuesday, Thursday clear. But if we need to add Saturday,
I need
Trustee Ozzie.
Saturday.
Why do we not have board meetings on election day?
I don't know. We do. We have one on June.
No, I think it's just a
Oh, you
timing.
mean November 2nd?
November 4th.
November
there's no
4th.
meeting.
November 4th?
It's just the timing of the every, every.
Because you typically have your meetings on the 2nd and the
Oh,
4th
okay.
Yeah, it just happens to
Tuesdays.
fall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the
Right.
calendar just worked out that way.
So is this is a proposed calendar, or?
Yes.
See, we jumped topic now.
Yeah, are we in the
First, let's
discussion?
settle the other day thing, whether or not we wish to do that or not do that. If we
I'm
want
sorry,
to
say
do
that again then, Barbara, about the other day.
Request from trustee mayor to have an additional day set on the calendar for work sessions. Will allow trustees and staff to know in advance which day of the week to set aside if a work session's needed.
Did he have a specific day he wanted?
He wanted it to be a consistent day, I think, not just either it's a Thursday or it's a Saturday,
I say Thursday.
so it doesn't just jump around. you
Right.
know.
Exactly.
I think that's what he wanted.
Yes,
Okay, Thursday there's
exactly.
one, now Saturday, now it's,
I've got classes that begin at 4 on Thursday, but I could do it before then. Saturday would be ideal.
You know, it's just, and I don't know,
let's go Saturday.
We were fine with that.
but it's a hardship on staff. I understand that. It's a hardship, though, to constantly taking off. I don't know.
You know what?
Could that be a comp day for
Yeah,
staff?
why don't we pick 2 days? Maybe he would say, maybe what if we picked Thursday, Saturday?
Well, Thursday doesn't work for trustee
Oh, it doesn't
Well,
Rosenberg.
if it could be early, I could handle that. I don't have to be at school till 3 for a 4 o'clock class.
Can I,
I mean, we could plan for Thursday and then a default day for Saturday, if that works.
could I ask you a question now? We've been doing this for a little while. Do we sort of know when we're gonna want to have work sessions? And couldn't we put it on the calendar right now for the year in advance? I mean, we know what the budget's coming up. We know what we're gonna do. I mean,
But stuff comes up, you know.
I know, but they do, but if we
Shit
sort of
happens.
knew what was coming up, I mean, we know we're gonna have to meet, I don't know, it's gonna be a work session on the criteria for evaluation next year. Is that a work session, or is that done in a regular meeting?
Yeah.
We should know sort of just where are we gonna have are we gonna have another all-day work session with Jill Derby or someone else this year? Do we
Well,
need
we
those?
are going to.
Okay, so why don't we come back next time and have those sort of scheduled out? Well, here we think our budget meetings are gonna be next year, so
So the
if
only-
something comes up, it comes up, but these ones would already be scheduled.
So just thinking in terms of process, one of the things that we wanted to have a conversation with the board is the monitoring schedule for next year. 'Cause we
Which
wanted-
schedule, I'm sorry?
The monitoring schedule, department reports?
Yeah.
Because we wanted to tie it to the updated plan.
Yes.
Tie it to the budget process. So we wanted to have that conversation about, instead of having, again, monthly reports, having work sessions. And so if the board is inclined to do that, then we can look at the best timing of those and bring that back to you. And then the other thing, in terms of, so that's something that we can bring back as suggested dates, but I wanted to make sure that the board was comfortable with us exploring that first.
Well, I think I want to, what we talked about was we want the department reports to come at the same time as the budget hearings.
Right, and so we can kind of, that's what I mean, we can come back
Okay.
with suggested dates, but it wouldn't be monthly reports, it would be, we'd schedule workshops where we tie operations, academics,
Fine.
try to bring those together, and then we try to tie it with the budget process.
No, what I'm saying is,
No,
we-
that's what he's saying too.
oh, you're saying the
But
same thing?
we haven't had the discussion, the board meeting yet, is what you were saying, to change that, instead of having one every meeting, to
Right.
have them all during the budget sessions.
Right.
And that would be my preference,
Right,
would
that's
be
what I'm
to
asking, if you give us that
maybe have
guidance,
another
we can
work
give those
session
dates.
day,
We can give those
so they
dates.
can all fit in.
So like a 2 to 3 day work session
Yeah.
where you would bring those
Right.
Tied to the
And we-
budget hearings.
Correct, so the
Exactly.
departments wouldn't come to us anymore now, they'd come to us on the budget and give us a quick, here's what we're
Yeah.
doing, here's what we
Yeah.
need, and it ties in.
In the metrics.
We're
we
all
tie-
concentrating at the
Right.
same time on the things we need to concentrate on.
And we tie
And that
the
would free
data.
up a lot of more time for us here to
Exactly.
get stuff done.
Exactly, and we would tie the data and the metrics with it together, so again, like I said,
That's easier for everyone.
So we can bring back dates, proposed draft
we just didn't want
dates.
to have those dates if that wasn't the will of the board.
What do you think of that, Barbara? You
No,
think that-
Fine.
no,
Makes sense.
I mean, and I think last week
Rational and logical,
was a
it'll never
perfect
work.
example with hearing from counseling and equity and diversity.
Right.
We may have done something a little different
Right,
in the budget, or I don't know if we would have, but we may
right.
have.
It's sort of, And then on other meetings, Superintendent, maybe you can come back and say, I mean, do you anticipate us having another workshop with Jill Derby or so? I know the first year was sort of team building, and
Yeah.
are we going to still just say, okay, every 3 months we'll do it and pick a day?
Yep.
I don't think anybody's upset if three months in advance the day is picked and they could choose.
So for example, one of the things I wanted to have conversation next week is, after my evaluation, is for your permission to have Jill talk to each one of you about what you want to change in the process of the evaluation, or my evaluation. And then you could decide whether that's comes back in a normal board meeting report, or it can be, something of a larger session. But that's one of the things, for example. And then with that, maybe tying some specific meetings with Jill that we can schedule over the next 12 months.
I think she wants a work session to come up with your next evaluation
And
process.
I was just gonna, when we got done with the other conversations,
Yeah.
is by contract, when do we have to have the next,
By September.
No, June.
I believe it's in September.
To finalize the process. No.
so we need to
September for the
back up
process.
at least, I don't know how many
I still
meetings
don't
before we, I don't want to back up that evaluation discussion just one meeting before it's due. It needs to have
2 meetings.
2 meetings at least, if not a work session or something. I don't know, but we need to start planning that now in our calendar if it's due September 1st, right? We don't, July, August, we have 2 months.
Right, you have 1 meeting in July, and you also have a work session planned in July, July 22nd, for board doc training and ethics training.
So maybe we make it an all-day, or if I don't know what everybody's schedule is, and add in the evaluation as part of that work session.
Well, we also have the 8th, is a normally scheduled day also.
Well, let's let staff figure it out. Let's tell them what our needs are.
Well, that's what I'm sort of saying. I'm available on the 8th if that's what we want to fit something in there. If we want to keep on a day and it's a Tuesday and it fits with everyone, I'm available on May 8th.
Summer is no
I'm on,
problem for me.
That's when I'm scheduled vacation for that week.
Okay.
That's the only.
That's the perfect time to
Well,
talk about your evaluation.
Yeah, let's get him out of town.
And the other thing I'll bring up as far as scheduling goes, some of these work sessions I don't think are going to take all day. They might just need a couple hours. And I personally, and this might be something for Barbara and you to look at, is I'm okay with coming in like at 10 o'clock on a Tuesday and getting that done.
Absolutely.
Sure. If that's, but I'll leave that to you because I know you have to get away, but it might be easier getting away for a couple hours than a whole day. Sometimes when we schedule it for a whole day, it takes a whole day, and I think we could get it done quicker.
But in my world, if you start the meeting at 10 and it goes for the rest of the day, that's a day off. I mean, that's a
I
day
know,
away from
what I'm
work.
saying is if we do it that day that you're going to be off, have to come here at 2 o'clock anyway, maybe that would forestall having a whole nother day that you have to take off of a work session. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm for, that would be fine.
I can
That's
do
exactly what
that.
I'm saying. So we
Yeah.
could have like a 3-hour work session
Right.
or something at
And
10
then go
o'clock.
into a regular meeting.
And then do a
I'm
regular
fine
meeting.
with that.
Okay.
When we were doing that for a while.
That'd work.
You know, that created the 10-hour days and,
Yeah, well,
John, there was some.
Sometimes that's what you got to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if we don't, honestly, if we don't have to have the department reports anymore, that cuts an hour out. Really, that's a big chunk.
Sorry, can I ask a question? What about doing work sessions when we have policy meetings, because those tend to be slightly shorter?
So to have your, basically it would be.
Well, that's tougher for you because that's 2 days then.
Well, if you start it late enough, I get enough, if it's like,
So what about what you did, which is you started the
12.
board meeting at 4, you started board policy at 2, because that's what you did last time, and I actually think that worked really well for you.
in a work session at noon or something, if
Well,
it.
you had
if it-
to, but.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you had a board policy at 2 and what at 4?
No, just the fact that instead of having the board policy or any other committee meeting on a different day, you have it on the same day for certain board meetings,
Ah.
where you start at 2 with those meetings, and then the regular board meeting starts at 4.
Move board policy to the
And
board meeting
especially since
day.
we're taking out, monitoring reports on the.
Right.
That frees you up some time to be able to
I
do
don't
that.
think it's going to free up that much time, but
And we
that's
just have to
fine.
remember legislative
We can give it a
legislative
try.
committee as well.
It just cuts one day out of your,
So think about all those things that
More
we've talked
efficient.
about and maybe you could.
Yeah.
It's just more
Maybe it
efficient.
could
I
work.
agree, I'm with you.
maybe.
It just means
would make
one
it-
week.
I'll be expecting an email by 9
No, no, I still see you at 4, but it just,
Next
you would start
month
at 2
at
with
9
your policy,
o'clock.
and then we have
That's
the
in
board. So it
55
just means
minutes.
that for the-
I'm not saying I want one, I'm just saying you'll probably send one.
We know you.
2 hours, not for 1 week, it's 2 hours.
Well, if we meet policy every other week, then that's
Then you
cutting
get
out a
1
week.
week without us. That's what he's trying to do.
Oh, yes, I guess so. I guess I didn't think of it that way yet. It's saving you
Whatever.
time, frankly. It's saving you
Anything
time.
else on
No.
the agendas? Okay, public comment? Seeing none,
Tired them out.
meeting adjourned.
Excuse me, tired them out.